All right, son. Say that again for the people. What were you talking about?
I was talking about those big gains. You
Those
know,
big gains
yeah,
inside the
working out,
game and
man.
outside the game. Been gaining everywhere.
Exactly, exactly. No, I was just saying, I've been working out every day, and then I'm starting to feel it. I could tell that the muscles they're getting there. They're
We're
getting
getting
bigger.
there.
They're getting stronger every day.
All right. I like it. Getting stronger every day.
Yeah,
That should be we should put that on a t-shirt. Getting
hell
stronger
yeah,
every
we
day.
should. Just get stronger every day. And then right below that, guy doing squats. All right.
If we put anything below that, it would just be a long list of all these catchphrases. Get good. It's all about the substats. Like, no Geo, no problem. Yeah.
Wait, hold on. No Geo, no problem.
No Geo, no problem.
No, no Geo, big problem.
No
I don't
Geo,
know
no
what you're
problem.
talking about.
You know what? I'm
Man,
doing that video. If I have time this week to do that
that
video,
could be your personal
I'm doing that
copium
video.
catchphrase.
This whole
Uh,
copium thing is irritating. I'll be honest, irritating.
I knew yesterday. Like they were hitting it so hard on the copium. I was like, man,
Copium.
I wonder how Cole's feeling about that one.
I will
I
say
thought it was
this.
hilarious.
There are champions in this game who are very good champions, who can do a lot of things for you. And they're not necessarily like you can do those things without those champions. But also it matters on your playstyle. It matters on your playstyle. Do you like the champion? Like it's weird because I think that there are certain champions that I pull that I get super excited about because I like the way they solve the problem, not because they solve the problem the best way, but because I like it. So like I love Corvus. I think Corvus is awesome. He suits my playstyle, but I never hear anybody talk about Corvus really that much. It's like he's a good champion. He's even a very good champion. I think he's a little bit underrated. But people don't get as excited about him as I do because he fits my style. And Geo would be nice. It'd be nice to be able to do content on him. He'd speed up a couple of things. But like the fact that I've gotten a solution for Iron Twins with Emic Trunkheart instead of Geo makes me happy because I like Emic Trunkheart and I don't really like Geo them. Even on the accounts where I pulled them, like, is he good?
Yeah.
Yes. But do I like him? Nah, not that much. Hey, we got some people in chat here.
It's impressive.
Lanai, it's not copium. It's just life.
That you're on.
It's just life,
Is that what it is? I don't know.
Like, you could tell me bologna has more protein in it than peanut butter and jelly. I'm still going to prefer peanut butter and jelly.
I think he's just short-circuited my brain. I don't know. I don't know what to take from that. Yeah.
All right.
I'm saying I agree. Peanut butter jelly all the way.
Well, I'm glad we can agree on something here at the top of our
our
live stream.
That bologna, though. Come on, fried bologna. That's pretty good stuff.
Sure. I don't know. I've never had it. I don't think. But
you got to try it.
All right. So we've got some people in chat here. We've got Lanai. Shooter is in the house. Good to see you, Shooter. Verso, hello. Jonathan Ruska, Sabik, Andre Clark, Suzanne Johansson. Good evening, son. And Colred, hello, chat. It is still late morning for us. It is not quite noon. Femoral, good to see you. We got. I always struggle with this name. It's NCEXNYC. So something about New York City. But whatever it happens to be New York, good to see you. Janos, Kirk. Janos and Kirk. That sounds like a Star Trek episode is happening. You should do an account takeover to feature Geo. I could, yeah. The rest of us have at least two. Okay, Kirk, we're not taking over your account, apparently. The rest of us. Anthony, good afternoon. Great Dane. Great Dane's in the house. Captain Volcano, Adam Swain is back, my former student. Who's not actually my former student. You know, Adam,
Some I see what you did there, Dane.
after the last stream, I was sitting around trying to figure out the Swain. Like I was trying to remember all the Swain names, like the parents and the kids, and I couldn't come up with all of them. So maybe the relatives of yours, but probably not. There's a lot of Swain. Neothin is in the house. Great. Got Neo here. And Sauce is back. What's up, guys? So yeah, we are doing a Sunday stream. The Sunday stream used to be Noob versus Pro.
Don't worry, Sauce. You'll get him before Cole does.
Now it's just me versus Sun. That's all it is. It's just Cole versus Sun. It's no more Noob versus Pro. It's just this guy harassing me all day long with the help of chat. That's what we do on Sundays. But I'm excited for it. We got a lot of stuff going on. Now, I do have an idea for today. We've been getting questions, Sun, because we haven't been doing the. Oh, first of all, sorry. Before I even get into that, shout out to the late great Tom Petty for our title today, for the live stream, Running Down a Dream. Not that you have to love Tom Petty or anything, but yeah, but just one of our old school great American music icons. Anyway, so Sun, since we have finished the Noob versus Pro, we haven't been giving regular updates on your account. And so we get questions all the time about your account's progression. What are you working on in the game? You know, what are you doing? So for the first little bit of today's live stream, I thought we could focus on that. Are you ready to give an account showcase here to the people? It looks like Bandit's ready.
Oh my, I'm so ready. I'm so ready.
Bandit's clearly ready.
Yeah, I don't know. He wants to come sit on my lap today. He's being a lap dog.
All right. So in the meantime, I'm going to be on my HH Challenge account. I'll be working on this in the background. I mean, I'll be hanging out too. But this is what I'm doing today. Obviously, we're all working on the Rathalos Blade Master Titan event. So I'm trying to get my 4-star soul there. You can see where I am. I'm past the 2-star soul. I got that last night, and I'm working on getting to the 3-star soul. I'm really hopeful that I can get the 4-star soul, but it is going to be a stretch. It's going to be a little bit tricky because I've already given away about 400 points, and I can only give away 700 total. So I got to do most of the events that are left. And we still
Wasn't it 750?
Oh, no, quite a bit. No, you can give away 700. There's 1,700 total points, I think. Yeah, I hope I didn't mess that up. That if it was 1,750, it would mess people up in the good direction, but I'm pretty sure it's 1,700. So yeah, 1,500 you can get all of the clear, which I'm not even doing on my main account, and then for 1,000 you can get the 4-star soul. So the 3-star soul should be a piece of cake. But yeah. All right. So that reminds me, Great Dane, I have to check the poll in Discord to see if we're changing our clan name. We may be doing that. And Andre, yes, we do takeovers on Tuesdays. And then we'll be offering that service as a paid service sometime in March. That will start.
I'm so we got out here. It's just a floating head now. This is amazing. Oh,
where did you go?
Look at me.
Where did you go?
Look at me.
Why are you not here?
No, I was just a cute little floating head.
Okay, so this is supposed to be you for some reason. Why is this not you? Oh, because we changed the whole thing, didn't we?
Yeah.
You can go back to your full screen. Yeah, let's do that. And then let's see if I can pull you up here.
Perk, the answer is clearly over 9,000.
There we go. That's what we need to do. Okay. There we go.
I don't know when you just sit there and stare at me, Bandit. I don't know what you want from me. You're wagging your tail, and you're just looking deep into my eyes
with longing and love.
Yeah.
Love for you and longing to go outside and be
kisses. Thanks.
Be pet. Yeah. All right. So let me just.
I think see things. Well, Bandit's an American dog, you know? But I think sometimes he thinks he's French.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, my dog, I was at the computer last night with Piper. You know, like Piper was just by my side. I was giving her rubs, and I kind of leaned down. I was like, "How you doing, sweetie?" And she put her tongue like in my brain. You know, she's like, she's like, "I love you so much, I want to lick your brain." I'm like, "Oh my god,
He's like
Jesus!"
a Delta operator with that thing sometimes, man. He really
can fit in the smallest windows.
He's got the strike zone.
Yeah.
When you least expect it. All right, you can sit on my lap for a second, but then you're gonna go.
Anthony says, "I'm ready, but only after liking the stream." Yes, please do like the stream. That would be fantastic. I forget to ask for that often. Adam says, "We do appear to be in the same time zones, so who knows? I have family down in Massachusetts." Yeah, so you're in upper New England. I'm in southern New England. How much is Sun charging for takeovers? That's a good question. Sun is he's a talented individual. He's a busy man. So there's going to be a premium.
That was my it's got to be over 9,000 answer was.
It's got to be over 9,000.
That question. It's over 9,000.
Hey Dinky, hey Fun and Party, good to see you. Hey Dozer.
No, I'm wondering, did Bandit lick my shirt?
Neothan has used 5,000. I'm sorry. Neothan has used 5,000 multi battles since the start of champion training. Should be good for the Archer soul though. Congrats. I hope you get it. I do hope you get it. All right. So, yeah, welcome. We're doing things a little bit differently today. I've got a different setup on my computer. Hopefully that will help me respond to chat in a slightly more timely fashion than I usually do. I've gotten feedback that I'm not great at responding to chat in a timely fashion. So we're going to try something else. I've got just a little bit different setup here, and hopefully that'll alleviate some of the problem. The other half of the problem isn't technical, it's just my brain. So I don't know that I can change that too much, but I've changed the technical part of it, and hopefully that means I can stay on top of chat a little bit more.
Speak your truth, Cole. Speak your truth.
It's still, who knows if it's going to happen or not, but we're trying. We're trying things. Speak my truth. Why don't you?
Half the problem is your brain. Speak your truth.
We got a lot of exciting stuff coming this week. It's going to be an incredibly busy week for Colred Plays.
That much is true.
It's going to be a crazy week. In fact, I don't even know if we're going to get videos out this week. We're going to do our Takeover Tuesday. That's going to happen. We'll try to get a video out at some point, but every day we're making moves. Every day we're making moves. It's going to be a crazy busy week here. And next weekend should be so much fun. Yeah, so keep an eye out. We've got things coming. Things are percolating. We've got big news that we're going to share with you.
Bubbling up to the top.
Yeah, it's happening. We're finally
rising tide lifts all boats.
We're finally getting our acts together on some different front. Neothin says Colred working on responses is going to be such a good stream update. Yeah, stream 2.0. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. This is Sun's account. He's going to walk you through his progress right now. I'm going to hang out over here and say snarky things. So let's enjoy ourselves. Colred hustling.
You're going to say snarky things. I feel like we've kind of changed positions there.
That's exactly what we've done. I'm on this side of the screen.
I feel about that.
You're showing off your account, and I'm just going to shout distracting and mildly insulting things at you, and then laugh about
it. Yeah, hell yeah, man! I'm here for it. That's what's up. It's got me excited.
All right.
So timing wise, I could not have done this any better. Because I'm now stuck in an infinite 3v3 arena loop. and you know what? We're just gonna have to all suffer through it together. This is what you're here for. Peak Raid Shadow Legends content.
I don't know if that's true.
UDK can't be taken down. I've got an apothecary, they're not gonna kill me. Uh, but yeah, no, I've gotten quite a few requests for people to see where my account is at, what the progress is looking like. So we're gonna dive into that in just the next little bit here. But yeah, I mean, I think we just passed the 6 month mark not too long ago. So I got my
Yep.
Scylla of the Drakes.
That's exciting. Have you been using her?
Yeah, yeah. No, so I mean, this the second I got her straight to 60, I am waiting for a like PRCVC to book her.
Mm-hmm.
So that's definitely going to give her some additional value there. Because right now it's a little bit lacking without the books.
Yeah.
But as soon as that's done, yeah, I think she's going to be a pretty solid addition.
You can show off your build in a little bit because I think you were having a debate about the build last night.
Well, was it a debate or was it people saw my build and went, "Why'd you do that?" And I said, "Why? Because I want to." That's the answer to all
that was the
questions.
debate. What were you thinking? It was
If
fun.
question why, it's because I wanted to. I thought it was
Yeah.
interesting. But yeah, so this is the account currently. This doesn't really include my roster. There we go. So we pulled another Legger Vizier. Um, we've got, gosh, how many 60s do I have now? That's 10 in a row. So 20, 27? Feels like a lot. 27 60s. Not that many are super fully built, but they're functional. You know, they're functional champions. They could do a thing somewhat well, and that in most cases gets me through. Squeaking through the door. Faction Wars doing pretty well. I've got most places to at least stage 14. Starting to push 18 and 19. Sylvans, I think, still need to make some more moves there. Dungeons are pretty much all camped out to level 25, except for Fire Knight. This is probably where I'm struggling the most. I tried to build a team, but I can't handle the waves, so that's been problematic.
Silk could help you there.
Yeah, that's the hope.
She gives
Well,
you
that was the
more
goal.
tankiness. You've got the stuns. You've got the A1 slow for the boss. So that and the little bit of turn meter control on the A1. So she can actually solve Fire Knight or help you solve. She's not a solution by herself, but she can help you with that.
Yeah. I just got to find a way to get through those waves. They're what's killing me. Ultra Nightmare doing pretty good. I'm like right there at the cusp of a 2-key. Hydra and 1-keying normal, no problem. Doom Tower cleared the last rotation. Probably going to clear this one. Yeah, I mean it's all around. It's going pretty well. We wanted to see the sill. This was the build in question.
Yeah.
The relentless supersonic sill. And the answer as to why, I thought it was fun. Plus, I have just a whole bunch of defense, defense percent.
Yeah.
And I thought her getting extra turns with, like 4,000 defense would be pretty fun. So that's why she's got that build.
That's fair. I think Relentless can be a very good set on Syl if you have good Relentless pieces and you can get her kind of fast. And if you just show let me get myself out of the way here. If you show the speed, she's actually decently fast for a Relentless set at this stage of the game. You have her just over 200 speed, right?
Yeah.
No, what do you have her at?
Oh, she's at 204 speed currently.
Okay, 204 speed. So, I mean, that's 205 is that threshold, right? Where you now you're lapping a lot of content. Because most content runs somewhere between 95 speed and 105 speed. That's kind of the window. So actually 103 speed or I think there's some 105 speed. But so decent speed for her in Relentless. And when that Relentless procs, you get that extra heal right away. And then you have a cooldown that comes around on both of her revive and her stun. And you probably don't use her revive a ton, but there are times where you're going to need that revive, and getting extra cycles on it, it's going to be helpful.
Yeah. Yeah, to me it was just kind of like the stun and the heal coming back up, and then when the revive is needed, it's there. But
Yeah.
yeah, I kind of just wanted to be have her be super survivable.
Yeah. Yeah. Fun and
Kinda
Party
thought
says,
that
look
was
at that
good.
Geo going. Got a good Geo? Let's see your Geo build.
Oh yeah, my little Geo.
Let me
Well,
get.
he was this. I think that was in the 3v3 arena. Geo Geo gets used as a DPS in there for me, but he's
They
he's
still.
built for my clan boss team.
Right. Yeah. Let's take a look at your Clan Boss team. How are you doing in Clan Boss these days?
So I'm at a uh, for any affinity but void, I'd be at a 2 key. Problem is that we don't get void affinity down till later in the day, so I would be wasting my keys otherwise that if I didn't use them. Um, so yeah, uh, usually I hover around like 30 million for a key on void, but then
Not too
for
shabby.
other affinities like magic, I'll do 40 plus million.
What are your plans? Like, are you gonna stick with this for a while? Are you looking for a new composition? Are you waiting for an unkillable? Are you still tweaking? Are you trying to get that 2 key like on void? Or what are your what's going on? What's going on, son?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm not really 100% sure on what I can do with this particular team. I mean, the original goal was to take out miscreated monster and then replace him with somebody else that can either bring in shields or specifically increase defense,
Mm-hmm.
because that would be great for the survivability of this team.
Yeah.
But that also requires me getting a champion that does that, and so far that has not been the case. So it's kind of stagnated a little bit. Now I've thought about when we get a another free gear removal, going through and rebuilding the team and kind of retooling them. But with all the stuff that's been going on, I just hasn't have a haven't had a good time to do so. So
So when you say a champion that like a shield champion, do you mean, because Rogni's the only champion in the game that grows the size of shields other than Emic, I think. Emic's the second one, right? And that's very limited. So are you looking for somebody to extend the life of the shield, or you're looking for another champion that has like a shield like Miscreated Monster does, but also has an increased defense?
right, yeah, the latter there. So I don't
Okay.
really care if they extend the shield. I just want them to place a shield, um, and also put in increased defense if possible.
Does does the Brogni shield survive until the Miscreated shield goes, like, or is it just basically like at the end of the game they're swapping shields? Or at the end of the run, I'm assuming they're just swapping shields.
Yeah, at some point they start swapping shield.
Yeah.
Yeah. In fact, I'm running it right now so we can all see what the team looks like. But yeah, it's kind of interesting. So here Taragi goes, so his shield drops. Then Miscreated goes and he overrides only Taragi's shield. And then on the next turn, because Taragi doesn't self shield, he still has this shield. So it's just a whole bunch of shields just
Yeah.
mixing and matching back and forth. And then Brogni growing them in between. And then they just continue to do that and cycle between. So it's a very cool comp. It's a very fun comp. Um, really like it. I really wish it was auto, and it isn't. That's starting to. I'm starting to understand why why people value that so much.
Yeah.
Because it would be nice to just, oh, I need to do my clan boss key and just press the button and let it go, not have to
Yeah.
worry about it. Or the even though this takes a minute of setup, minute of setup doing that, 180 times 4.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Yeah,
I
it's a
get
lot.
pretty tired of it. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's another thing I'm kind of trying to take into consideration.
Hey, Angelica, good to see you. Darren says, nice to be back live after my 2-week daddy duties. I hope they were enjoyable. I'm looking forward to my daddy duties coming up. We'll have to see how that affects my schedule. I have no idea. Rapid Rhymer says, hi, son. Can you take us through your Dark Fae team? So, Rapid Rhymer is looking for some Dark
Yeah,
Fae
I saw
help,
that.
maybe a little bit.
Mhm.
And then Swamby says, I don't know if it's Swam or Swam. I'm going to go with Swam for now. You can tell me if I'm wrong. Hey, guys, hope you're all having a good day. Syl and Relentless is pretty standard, logical, right? There are a lot of different builds for Syl. The great thing about Syl is you can build her in a ton of different ways. Generally, you want her fast. You do want her fast. So you can get more speed out of her from Perception or Speed Gear than you would get out of Relentless, right? So it really depends on the quality of your gear in each set. Relentless is nice because it would reduce both of her cooldowns. When you get that extra turn, both the revive and the stun would get a cooldown reduction, although you may not be using the revive that much. So it's basically just reducing the cooldown of the stun in most cases. The other nice thing is, for instance, like in Fire Knight, you may get a second, like you may get a proc during the boss fight, and that can help you break, a shield, or it can help you get some more turn meter control on the boss, or land, get a second chance to land her slow. I don't run mine in Relentless. I have run Syl's in Relentless, but generally I will run them faster and tankier than I can get in Relentless. So, for instance, if you want to make a really survivable Syl of the Drakes, you can run like in a regen set with Perception or something like that, because you generally need accuracy on her. But you may not need a ton of accuracy. It depends how late in the game you actually use her. So I generally use her in dungeon content where you only need to get up to, I think, 225 accuracy, or in Doom Tower where I just really need her survivable. There you do need better accuracy to land the stun. So I think I actually run her around 300 accuracy, but she does max out on accuracy at the top of Doom Tower. So it's really, just depends on what kind of gear you have, what you like. You could even build her without, doesn't have to be speed and perception. You could put her in like, I don't know, you could put her in accuracy and resilience. You want her tanky. You want her tanky, and you want her to have enough accuracy. But as long as she's your strongest champion, as long as she's the hardest one to kill, you're generally in good shape.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think with my build, I just thought it'd be fun. I just thought, having Syl take multiple turns and get all the extra heals off and extra suds, it would just be kind of fun to play with.
Yeah.
Plus, I think she'll end up with like 4,500 defense, and the supersonic gives her more HP. So I thought, she'll be pretty survivable.
Fun and Party asks why you don't change Fane out here for Rathalos.
That is a good question, and I think that was actually one of the original thoughts when Rathalos came out or was announced, to swap Fane out with Rathalos. But Fane is kind of my one-stop shop for all things debuff.
Yeah, she's got such great debuffs. If you pulled her out, you would lose some things. Although I think Geo has a weaken, right? So you wouldn't lose the weaken.
Geo has a weaken, but she has the decreased defense, and she has, I think, probably most importantly, the decreased attack.
Yeah, and Taragi also has a decreased attack, but they're different affinities, so that covers a little bit better. And does what does Brogni have? Does Brogni have he has an increased attack, right? But does he have a debuff? Attack. He just has an HP burn, I think, on his A1, right?
Yeah.
Do you run him without accuracy so he doesn't mess up Geo?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he has like 80 or 90 accuracy just because I couldn't avoid it, but it's very low.
Yeah.
But this entire team is built around surviving as many rounds as possible, because all the damage is coming from procs.
Yeah.
Off of, is it War Master? I always mix those two up.
Hey Theo, good to see you. Peckham Halder, you do book Syl if that's what you're asking. You can run her unbooked because her passive doesn't need a book. So if you're running her primarily for her passive, you don't need a booker, but she does get better with books. Angelica says, don't forget to hit the like button. Thank you. Easy Money Sniper.
Oh, yeah.
If you have a 3K Ultra Nightmare team, should you build a Geo for other PvE or go for a 2-key Ultra Nightmare? I highly recommend that if you can get to a 2-key Ultra Nightmare, you make that the focus. The 3-key Ultra Nightmare is a nice milestone. It's a really nice milestone because now you can get that top chest. But the downside is, one, you don't have any keys to spare, right? You have to use 3 keys there, and then you might not even be able to 1-key Nightmare. So you might be losing out on a Nightmare chest, the top Nightmare chest. But if you can do a 3-key Ultra Nightmare and a 1-key Nightmare, you can camp there. You can. But then you can't miss any keys during the day. So if you get to a 2-key Ultra Nightmare, you have 2 options. One is you can go down and pick up the Brutal chest if you are available to use all 4 keys every day. Or you can drop the Brutal chest off and say, I'm only using 3 keys a day, and that just frees me up. You know, like I don't have to be perfect on my timers every day. So as a quality of life issue, having a 2-key Ultra Nightmare is a significant step up from a 3-key Ultra Nightmare. So I would highly recommend that. And if you have Geo and Geo can get you there, then you may as well build him for Clan Boss, because in the Clan Boss build, he's still going to do good work for you in other places. I mean, you agree with that, son? Like, you built your Geo for Clan Boss, and you use them everywhere, don't you?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think people underestimate sometimes, like, his ability, because he does damage based on damage done to him, because my Geo is tanky, like, people would never think to use him in arena or 3v3 arena or things like that, and he does surprisingly awesome work there, because if they focus him, I can redirect that damage to any target that I so choose through the HP burn.
Right.
So I can get past UDKs. I can do all kinds of stuff that people aren't considering.
See, that right there is free to play mentality, right? It's like you just get creative with your solutions and you learn stuff that most content creators are never really going to show you. You know, it's like, who's going to show you that? I'm not going to make a video about that, you know, but at the same time, that is a component of being a successful free to play player, is you need to find value in the champions you've already built, in the builds they already have for other stuff, you know. And both you and I, like that, we actually, that's one of the parts of the game I think we enjoy the most, right? Is actually changing our perspectives on champions, like, you know, looking at the whole picture and saying, oh, this might work over here, oh, this might work over here, and experiment, and then come up with a solution that, you know, not that nobody else has ever come up with, but nobody else has ever shared with you, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. We got some questions here. So Wentworth Tanner asks, I'm stuck on second Bommel. Can you share your strategy? So Bommel is a little tricky. Bommel is tricky. If you have Burren Geary or Lady Annabelle, that's the way to go. You want to build one of those 2 champions to 6 stars. It will be your Bommel solution up through hard mode. I have a video on that. You can watch the video. There are other videos out there about
watch my Bommel solution, because I don't even understand how or why it works.
Yeah, we can. Are you running Bommel right now?
Yeah, I'm gonna run it right now just to see, because I think I just threw these guys in and and it worked somehow. I don't think that's gonna last all the way through, so I'm gonna
Which
make some adjustments.
Which Bommel are you on now? The second Bommel?
This is the second Bommel.
Yeah.
Doesn't make sense to have Geo in here. Seems rough.
So one of the things you can do is just like literally pile on the damage and try to burn through him before he
yeah, I think that's what's gonna
happen.
Happen.
His bombs go off, his dread bombs go off. HP burns work on the boss and bombs work on the boss. And so you do have HP burns, you have a weaken there. And it looks like his bombs aren't, there might be some RNG involved in terms of if you get stunned. If you have enough resistance or if you have a block debuffs, I think you can block the stun. But you can't block the bombs.
Looks like they're just barely kind of made that bomb is probably gonna do it.
There you go.
No, okay, he killed himself on Geo. Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
So that's nice.
But that solution is definitely not going to work for the next one.
Yeah. So I would say, if you have one of the solo champions, that's the cheapest, easiest, most direct solution. You don't ever need to really farm Bommel. There's no reason to farm him for forge materials. So I would do that. You can also use Master Butcher for the first few. So I typically wouldn't take him up to 6 stars, although you can. Apparently, he's not awful in Hydra. You can use him in Hydra too, like Hydra normal mode. But let me take a look at.
I've got the.
Oh,
I
Tiny
do have
Son.
the Burn Gary. It's me, Tiny Son.
You've got the Burn Gary, yeah. So if you look here at Master Butcher,
Big Son.
There you go. You're staying Small Son? Okay. Master...
Yeah, I decided to be Small Son.
All right. We could just do it. No, I can't even take him off the screen. He refuses to leave. There he goes. Okay.
But
so Master Butcher has this passive.
Tiny to get out of the way, and then you remove me entirely?
Yeah, it's easier.
Can't win.
It's weird to look at you that small. So when attacked, heals all allies equal to amount of damage taken. Does not work against bosses. But the Dread Bombs aren't bosses. The Dread Bombs are minions. And so when they die, or when they attack, you heal your allies equal to the amount of damage taken. So this guy can be a nice, cheap solution for the first few levels of Bommel. You can try him at 40. You could run him up to 50. At 50, he'll probably get you through, at least, he might get you through Doom Tower normal. You might have to take him to 6 stars. He does have a Provoke on his A1, and he has a Provoke on his A2. So this is why he's also useful in Hydra Clan Boss. And then you can see he places an increase attack, the small increase, crit rate and increase attack, small version of both buffs. And then when he dies, he revives an ally, which isn't particularly useful all the time, but sometimes in Bommel can save you as well. His stats are actually okay. They're not awesome, but they're, he's got a decent HP pool, 18.5. Defense is a little low, but not, 950 basically, and speed at 100. So he's buildable, and he's one of the few rare champions in the game where you could take him to 6 star and get some decent value out of him for, a relatively long time. So there's that approach. The other approach is basically to do what Sun did, which is like build a team that just kills faster than it dies. And for that, you're going to want to have some sustain probably, but not too much, because if you go too much, then you're not going to do enough damage. All right, so Sun, let's go back to your... there we go. Back on yours.
No.
So before we get to your Dark Fae, let me quickly answer some other questions. So does Geo work even in a block damage team? Geo works great because he does his damage when he gets hit. So if you have him in an unkillable team, every time he gets hit, he's reflecting damage back onto the boss, and he's not dying. So the reflect component of his passive that reflects actual damage doesn't reflect that much damage. What happens is he gets a special proc that allows him to do HP percentage damage on the reflect damage. And that's what actually does the big chunks of damage. So you can run him in a block damage composition. You can run him in a traditional unkillable composition. You can run him in a tanky, like, killable composition. The more turns you get, the more damage he does. Theo says, feels like I know you guys a long time. I guess because Angelica follows you and getting a lot of information from you. Feels like I know you guys a long time. Well, how long have you been watching, Theo? We've been here for a while now. It's been 7 months or so. 8. I think we're working on month 8 now.
Well, I think maybe he's a friend of Angelica, and then she's been watching us for a good while, and maybe she's passing along some of the stuff, and then he's like, yeah.
Gotcha. So you haven't been watching us for that long, but Angelica has been. Gotcha. Lady Annabelle and Wukong is a solution. Yeah, we actually highlighted that in a video or a live stream a few months ago. It's a great solution. Works really well. Vogoth is also good for Bommel. Yeah, I didn't mention every single solution, but Vogoth is another champion that can do the job. And if you use 2 Vogoths, it's even easier. UDK works on Bommel in a regen set in hard mode too. Okay. I mean, UDK has a lot of sustain, right? He has sustain in his kit from his shield and his they're not heals over time. What are they called? Continuous heals. I'm flashing back to my MMO game. Yeah, I'm flashing back to my MMO days. Want some hots? More hots.
Get your hots.
Yeah. You'd have to run Geo at 129 speed. Is that even playable for other PvE? Not really. If you are
be that slow?
If you are running a budget unkillable where you have a slow boy and Geo needs to be your slow boy, then you're gonna do okay, but then you're not gonna be able to use your Geo in other places. Yeah. The budget unkillable, by the way, like, it's a good introduction to speed tuning, but it's not actually a great speed tune, right? Like, best case scenario, probably if you get a 3-key Ultra Nightmare, that's pretty good. If you get a 3-key Ultra Nightmare out of it. It got me a 4-key Ultra Nightmare. And I had a team that was already getting a 3-key Ultra Nightmare. So I actually built that tune and went backwards. And I was so frustrated. So, you know, you might have better gear, you might have better champions, but you're never going to get a 1-key out of that team. So, and a 2-key can be easier with other champions. It's a good place to start. Don't get me wrong. And if it got you your 3-key, then awesome. Then fantastic. It did its job. But I would be careful about putting any other champions into that team that you can use in other content.
I should have done this from the beginning.
What's this?
I was just I realized that I have no idea why my dark phase solution was what it was, and it worked. I manualed and got it. I'm like, why don't I just put in my arena team, which is the whole practically what you want for dark phase. You just want a speed tune team, and this was 1W for my or W 1A2 for my Wukong. Wiped the entire board and got her to, what is this, 15% health left?
So are you saying that you tried the strategy that I suggested in the Dark Fae video like 5 months ago, and you don't know why it works, even though you edited that video?
No, that's wow.
That's what I heard.
You really tried to twist that one. Huh,
I heard is
I'm saying
you took the exact advice that I've been giving everybody for the past 5 or 6 months on Dark Fae,
let me pick it up
and you tried it, and you don't understand why it works.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I know that it works. What I'm saying is I don't know why my team that I had here earlier was what it was. I think I just threw random champs in and to beat it.
Oh.
And then I said, I don't know why I did that, because I know what the solution is. The solution is to have more or less a speed tune team. And so then I took out the team that didn't make any sense, put in my arena team,
and it worked perfectly.
That was the end result.
Gotcha.
Where my monkey just absolutely obliterated Dark Fae with one single A2.
Okay. So I'm sorry, I was mistaken. You did in fact know.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
The strategy. You did know the strategy that I taught. You learned it and you executed it, and it worked perfectly. And now you're going to say thank you. That's what I heard. That you want to say thank you for that beautiful solution that worked in like one shot Dark Fae and made the hardest Doom Tower boss in the game a total breeze for you, and you didn't even have to sweat to get it done. That's what I heard. I mean, and now you want to say thank you in front of all these people and say, "Hey Cole, your strategy's really good. It worked perfectly. Thank you for turbo boosting my noob account." I was so noobish when I started this game, but by editing your videos, I've become really good really fast, and I owe it all to you, and you're my friend. And thank you. That's what I heard you were going to say? Is that what you were going to say?
You know what? If it pleases you, I will say it. Thank you, you're my friend. There you go.
Thank you, you're my friend. What about thank you for the Dark Fae strategy?
No.
No, just thank you for.
I thank you in general, and you have the honor of being my friend. You're very welcome.
So we went from thank you for being my friend to you're welcome for being my friend. I got you.
Exactly. Come on. Did you
I got you.
expect any less? Could you ask for any more? I don't know, man. It seems like a lot. I feel like I'm giving up a lot here.
You know what it feels like right now is you belong in a box. Let's get you in a box. All right, there you go. Right now, let's shrink him down, get him in a box. His ego's growing.
I'm like a feral cat, man. I'm most comfortable in a box.
His ego's growing so big, we need to get him in a box to put some walls around that.
You can't contain this ego, man. It's impossible.
You guys should have seen him before the stream. He was literally in the pre-stream like Discord just flexing, just like giving the guns. It's like, check it out. Yeah. He's just giving the guns. But, like, all right. Darn, that's no soapbox. Here's the snarky remarks from the side as promised. Back under the stairs, says Kirk. Yeah. Man, you know, wow. The fact is you've pushed this narrative so hard. It's now just part of the fabric of Colred plays, which is fine with me, but that means I get to use it to my advantage now. It's like you built your own box, buddy.
Please.
You made your bed, now you're going to get to sleep in it all the time.
It's cold under the stairs. It's cold.
That's your home. Get back in your home. I don't want to hear from you. Cold.
Hey,
you're lucky you got walls around you and a roof over your head, even if they are stairs.
I was about to say, I've got several, and you're just walking all over them.
All right. You know, those stairs look a little bit too comfortable. I might have to take like the light bulb out of there. It's too bright. You need to be in the dark.
There's too much sunshine.
There's too much
dark,
in there.
Like the troll I am. Yeah,
exactly.
I appreciate that.
Trolls live in the dark. Trolls don't live in the light. Oh. All right. So let's move on from Dark Fae, which you're welcome. You're welcome.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing.
Listen, I don't need thanks. I don't need the thanks. It's okay, because every time I hear you echo a phrase that I wrote, it's just, it warms my heart. When you start telling other people things from our videos. Well played, sir. Well played. Whether trolls like the dark or not, they don't go quietly. They're loud. They are loud.
This one was my favorite right here.
Uh-huh. Listen, I'll let you have your little moment, but you're milking it a little bit too much here.
It's great to be in the sunshine, my friend.
Darren says we need a stair cupboard emote. Yeah, we do. It'll be Sun's head popping out of a cupboard under the stairs.
Anyways.
You're too much.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's where the account is.
Yeah, so you're doing well in Doom Tower. How's Arena go? Did you show off Arena yet?
Arena's doing pretty well. I am I've been in gold 5 since I speed tuned my Arena team. So that's been months and months. And for 3v3, I'm potentially gonna get to bronze 4 today. Granted, I still get some sort of favorable matchups. But these teams are getting pretty rough to fight, man.
Yeah.
They're strong.
I mean, I dropped all the way down to like bronze 2 or something on my main after being in silver 3 for like a year. And I've been climbing back up, and it's not easy. Like, you have to focus and you have to be attentive the last 48 to 72 hours, and you got to use all of your tokens and find the right fights, because you'll run into teams that have like 1.5 million player power. It's just crazy sometimes.
Yeah, I've seen that. Even here in Bronze 3, guys with like 1.4 million power on their team. That's I can't compete with that.
Darren says, I always thought trolls turned to stone when exposed to the sun. That's true. That's a good one. Stone trolls. Maybe that's why your name is Sun in the first place.
And I've taken their one weakness and made it my strength.
He's inoculated. That's why we call him Sun. Yeah, so you've been good in Gold 5 for a while. I am on my HH Challenge account. I'm trying to push into Gold 2 before the end of this week. And I'm getting close. I'm 135 points away. I can definitely do it if I pay like a lot of attention. If I'm very focused, I think I can do it. But we've only got 1 day left, so we'll have to see how that turns out. You know what? I just realized we haven't put up a poll today. We need a poll.
Do we need a poll, or do you want a poll? Feels like
I don't understand the words that you're
really
using
like
right
poll.
now.
Huh? You really like your polls.
You're the one who needs your boxes and boxes. I do this for you. Why don't you appreciate me?
Yeah, but how boxy
you
are
never
polls,
appreciate
though?
me.
How boxy are polls? I don't know about that one.
It's literally boxes within boxes. What are you talking? It's a square blue box with little white box, and in the white boxes are all the ideas. That's where you like your ideas. You like your ideas in boxes.
People get to
literally
choose options there. They don't get to. They don't fit in the little box that I want them to fit in.
So you want a poll with one?
I know. I
with
want
one
to
option.
The minds of the population.
Okay, so here we go.
I want free will to be the illusion that it is. Now the poll's going to be something. Let's see what this poll's going to be. Hey, these trends continue.
Yeah, here we go. You'll enjoy this one.
Nothing good can come from that much silence.
So is this the kind of poll? Is this the kind of poll you're looking for?
Let's see. Hey, all right.
See, Dark says set up a poll for a poll. Suzanne Johansson, we need a poll. Colred, we always need a poll. Literally, you're the source of all of our polls, son. Like, the reason we do polls is because of you, and then you start complaining. Like, you're in a mood today, I think. Of course, he's always in a mood. It's Sunday. You know, it's literally the day of the week for him to have attitude.
It's my day. It's my special day.
Perso says no. The funny thing is, the best thing about this that just cracks me up psychologically, like from a psychological standpoint, is the fact that nobody had to answer this poll. They could have just not answered the poll. But we've got all the different yeses have answers. And the first answer, 48% of people say yes. 19% of people say yes. And then 19% of people say yes. And then finally, 12% of people say yes. So, there's a lot of variation going on here. I love it. I love it. This is one of my favorite polls ever. I got to remember to do my clan boss. I have not been doing my clan boss on my HH challenge account.
It's Sun's Day.
Ooh,
ancient shard. Maybe I should build 3v3 teams at some point. That sounds like effort.
It is. It's worthwhile effort.
Ain't nobody got time for all that. I did mean to rework my Sylvan Watchers, so maybe we can do that.
All right, get my clan boss going. I'm this close to a 1 key on hard, and then I can move up to brutal. Like I can do like a 4 key brutal, but I want to get a 1 key hard, and then I can do hopefully a 3 key brutal, and that'll be good for the HH challenge account. Shock is still chasing the archer over here. Good luck, Shock. Kirk asks, what happens if it's a tie? You mean on the poll? There are no ties on the poll. Doesn't happen. It's just a distribution of answers that Sun can choose to ignore. He'll decide. He'll decide what happens. Yeah.
This guy gets it.
Yeah, that's the way it works around here. He's got his fingers on the control panel of life. That's what this guy's doing right now. Sometimes it's the life of his champions in raid. Sometimes it's his life. Sometimes it's your life. But no matter whose life it is, Sun is in control.
Hit him with the truth.
Swab says, I can't believe someone would vote yes on the poll. So clearly it should be yes. I agree. And Dark says, I'm betting that yes wins on the poll. I'm not sure that yes is going to win. It might be yes. Or even yes. I mean, the dark horse pick is yes. But of course, then the clear favorite is also yes.
Don't do what I'm doing.
What are you doing?
I don't know what I'm doing. Don't mind me.
He doesn't know what he's doing. But he's still in charge. Sounds like life.
Lodging in charge.
It's like the people in charge never know what they're doing. Doesn't matter what era you live in, what country you live in, what political party you root for or vote for. The people in charge never seem to know what they're doing. That's why we need to put Sun in charge.
See?
Because he'll say he doesn't know what he's doing, but he'll just act with confidence anyway. It's like, I don't know what I'm doing.
Dude, for real.
But all I'm doing it. I'm doing it.
All the time.
It's like,
oh, man.
Just cover your ignorance with arrogance. Well, that's also what all of our leaders do. Yeah, so.
I mean.
That's a political move.
Well, I mean, I've told you of my little quote, right? Before in the past?
Before in the past or after in the past?
Well, I mean, previously I've told you about the quote that I came up with, right?
Prior to this moment?
Prior to this moment.
Okay, what quote have you come up with?
My quote was, you can fake confidence, but you can't fake facts.
Yeah, but people do. People fake facts all the time.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying that's the way I'm living my life. Like you can, like especially in like professional situations, like you can be confident. You can kind of fake off confidence. You can give that air, but also if you don't know the answer to something, that's perfectly fine and acceptable. Nobody's an encyclopedia of knowledge that knows everything. So as long as you don't bullshit people, yeah, have confidence. Have confidence in yourself and your abilities. Have confidence that you won't know everything, but you'll be able to figure out how to find the answer. So yeah, you can fake confidence, but you can't fake facts.
Okay. I like it.
Yeah. And I'm gonna confidently stand on this soapbox, talk my ish.
Speak your truth. Speak your truth, troll boy.
Speak my truth.
Flex while you do it.
Get your
Say it with
daily
your chest.
Sunday
Come on,
Gazette
say it with your
here.
chest.
Say it with my whole chest.
All right, listen, we've got 95 viewers in here. We've only got 35 votes on this poll, and I think that the Supreme High Commander over here isn't satisfied with that participation. So let's try to get that vote count up a little bit. Let's see if we can get 50 here.
Did you just call me the Supreme High Commander? 'Cause
Supreme
I
High
kinda
Commander.
like that.
I could call you Troll Boy.
don't
It's
like
one
that.
or the other. Troll Boy. I'm gonna make you a little T-shirt. Put your
Supreme High
face.
Commander rolls off a tongue, doesn't it?
Supreme High Commander. Adam Stevens says YouTube is full of non-truth passing as truth. Yeah, you know.
Yeah, but that's the thing, like, right? So, like, faking confidence is fine. You just don't want to fake the facts. You don't want to lie to people. You can't lie.
People do. You can
Anyways.
lie. Clearly. Oh, hey, I think I just got my one key.
No.
I did. I just got my
I
one
made
key.
it an executive decision.
The people
Nobody can
cannot
lie
lie.
anymore. Yes.
So
been decided for them.
wait. Let me clarify. You, as Supreme High Commander, in your role as Supreme High Commander, you've just made an executive decision and passed down this rule that no one can lie anymore.
Facts. Except for me. I could still
Oh,
lie.
wait a second. Wait a second. No. No, you just passed the law that nobody can lie anymore. That you said you can fake confidence, but you can't fake facts, and that you have to present the truth to the people. That is your platform. Yeah. That is your philosophy.
Yeah. Okay, that's a lot of big words we're throwing out right now.
And I'm just wondering
down the road.
I'm just wondering how this
up that much.
How this affects the picture of you as the boy living in the cupboard under the stairs. Because that is a fiction that you have created for the people.
It's an accurate representation of the fiction of my life. I don't know what you mean.
It is.
What do you mean? I don't see any problems with that logic.
It is an accurate representation of the fiction of your life. Fiction is not true. Fiction is untrue. It doesn't matter if it's an accurate lie or not.
I don't know what you mean. It's an accurate representation of the fiction of my life.
Uh-huh.
I have literal tears in my eyes right now.
The mental gymnastics that you do are worthy of a politician. They're like Washington D.C. level justifications for the narrative that you want to push. It's like you do the dance, son. You are capable. We should elect you right now.
It's incredible.
It is. It's spectacular to watch from over here in my little box on this side.
I fully agree.
All right, so with 40 votes cast, should we let Sun control the answers that we can give to poll questions? 47% said yes, so that's actually a minority. 47%, only 47% said yes. However, that was the largest voting block. So there is a strong proponent pushing for yes. But as we can see, the kind of coalition of other answers, yes, and yes, actually makes up 53%. So in this particular case, we've got a new vote cast, but I don't think it's going to be enough to push yes over the top. So it could,
but screw that one guy. We didn't count his vote.
no, his vote got cast.
That was you specifically, sir.
We got a couple of other votes, and yes is losing ground to yes,
did not count for you.
Yes, and yes. So it feels like It feels like the most common answer is yes, but it's not a majority of people. So unfortunately, we don't have a consensus here. Martha says, okay, so I thought SUN stands for services you need. Services who need.
Exactly. That's exactly what it stands for. I provide all services you need.
Malik, I wish you could, but once a yes is cast, it can't be recast. So unfortunately, you can't change your vote from yes to yes, unless SUN gives you that power. He is the Supreme High Commander. Colonel Hot Hands has been upgraded to Supreme Commander Hot Hands.
Under advisement.
We didn't vote. Nevertheless, we have appointed a Supreme High Commander whose nickname is Hot Hands. And all I can say is that I will. Man. If I were a religious person, I'd be praying right now. So yeah,
that's a good decision. Oh, that's good stuff.
Ooh, Adam Stevens is looking for some soapbox material right here. I don't want to get too political. Because it'll get my blood pressure up. I'm trying to be chill. I got a baby on the way. I can't be angry all the time.
Oh, it's so easy to not be angry though.
you just create a fiction that's so much more fun than reality.
The accurate representation of the fiction in my mind.
Yeah, that's all you got to do.
Yeah, that's all you got to do, buddy. It's all right.
Yeah.
I did not even pay any attention to what that build looks like. What did I just do? We'll go with
it. Who cares?
Yeah.
Right? Doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, get mad.
Listen, you won the noob versus pro content. You can put down the need for any semblance of like effectiveness or expertise.
Facts.
Right? Like,
crap.
You just had to grind it out for 4.5 months, and then now it's over. Now you just get to kick back and rake in the accolades. Be like,
true.
Enjoy your new title as Supreme High Commander Hot Hands.
It's the best part of my day.
The best part of your day. It's your entire day. It's every hour of the day. It's the best part. The best part of my day is from the moment I wake up until the moment I wake up again, because I love the sleep part too.
Yeah, come on.
It's like even my sleep is satisfying and peaceful. I'm a winner in my dreams, so.
I mean, you're just spitting facts right now. I appreciate it. I'm here for it.
Listen, dude, I know you. We've been friends for a long time. I've got this down. I know exactly where you're coming from.
Are you getting what I'm putting down?
No, I leave it there. I let it lie there, but it's always there. It's there everywhere. Everywhere I walk, I'm stepping over it. So it's like I know exactly where it's laid out. I know the shape, the size, the sound, the smell of it. I've been living with it.
Hold on. What are you talking about now, man?
Am I picking up what you're putting down? It's like, no, first of all, you should clean up after yourself. You should clean up after yourself. But second of all, no, I'm not picking it up because it's a complete fiction. You have lied to the people. You have lied to me, and you have trolled me. I'm in my box over here in the corner, just fighting for my life right now. That's what I'm doing. I'm just fighting off the lies, trying to represent the truth.
Sounds like a personal struggle.
Colred, after you remove the light under the stairs, consider cutting his internet connection, or at least to dial up. Loving your dual wits this morning. We should probably get you on dial up. That would be That'd be one way to slow you down a little bit. Destania says, that's inhumane, not dial-up. Yeah. We'll go back to DSL. We'll get you on DSL. So is Supreme High Commander Hot Hands related to Hot Lips Houlihan from the show MASH? First of all, in my brain, it's always been related. As soon as he was dubbed Hot Hands, I was like, you know, that sounds like Hot Lips from MASH. And that was one of my favorite shows growing up as a kid. It was like the first, not really a sitcom, dramedy. I don't know what you would call it. It was the first show on TV that I actually remember like wanting to stay up late to watch.
Dramedy?
Yeah.
What?
It's also an excellent movie. There's a lot of, you'll look at it differently, you know, these days than you did back then in terms of some of the humor and the kind of casual misogyny in the humor. But
casual misogyny, Jesus.
If you watch anything prior to like 1995 or so, it's like the casual misogyny and everything is just ridiculous. Yeah. You know, so
it's powerful stuff.
Yeah, you look at it differently. But that being said, it's a phenomenal movie. It's a great movie, and the show was fantastic as well. Shock says, well, the truth is Colred still doesn't have Geomancer on his account. I feel like 75% of what Shock says to me is you don't have Geo. By the way, you don't have Geo. Oh, and Colred, you still don't have Geo. I know it, Shock. I know it. I get it every day, but it's like, he doesn't ask me questions anymore. It's not like, hey, check out my, it's just like, hey, by the way, I got Geo. Do you have Geo? No, you don't have Geo anymore. I feel like you and Shock would be good buds. You're both massive trolls. And you're both from the land of chocolate and people who stick
I'm just gonna
their fingers in dice.
Leave you struggling on that one.
You're both from the lands of Nether, whatever that is. The lands of Nether.
Yeah. Okay. That's powerful stuff.
Maybe tomorrow you'll prank me about Archer. I have Archer. I have the Archer. You can't. Well, I mean, you can do whatever you want, but I have the Archer.
I am not paying attention to what I'm doing, and it's costing me.
See, there we go, Suzanne. We are both doing really good without Geo, Coed. I'm doing great.
I'm just gonna go with it.
It's hard to miss what you don't have. It really is. Like, people are like, "Oh, you don't have Geo. Doesn't that hurt?" It's like, no. Why would it hurt? I also don't have Duchess. I also don't have Kymar. There are tons of champions I don't have, and I'm still crushing it over it. I'm wrecking it. If you just gave me, like, I was going to go for a weird analogy about a can opener, but basically what I'm saying, if you give me the easy solutions, then it's no fun finding the fun ones instead, you know? One of our best videos, at least one of our best videos recently, or in terms of performance, people seem to enjoy a lot, is our Sand Devil's Necropolis, you know, like all stages with 2 champions. And so it's just Godseeker, Neri, and Selenia. And that never would have happened. That never would have happened if, you know, my brain didn't work this way. If I didn't work this way or play the game this way, where, like, I have Ninja. I could have just built the Godseeker Ninja duo and been done with it. And I could have put a video out on that like every other content creator has. You know, but I didn't want to use Ninja. I was like, is there a cheaper solution? Is there a better solution? And I've been wanting to put Selenia into something, you know, like find content for her. And so I put the two together and experimented to see if it would work, and it worked. You know, and it's like, and that's what I like about the game. You know, and then sharing those solutions with other people, because every solution has been, you know, created and talked about and spread from some source at first. You know, so to come up with a new solution that maybe or even just like, this isn't even a new solution. It's not original is what I'm saying. But it is a new iteration on a popular solution. It's like, I like that kind of stuff. You know, that's how we get smarter as a community. If we all just said, oh, this is the best solution for this one thing, and then we all did it, we would literally not learn if there was any other solution. We just had a question about Bommel, and we gave, like, there are at least 4 different approaches you could use for early game Bommel, if not 5, that we just gave. And it's like, if you didn't have, you know, if there's one optimal one, and that's the only one that ever gets talked about, then everybody who's lacking that one optimal solution is kind of not supported by the community, right? Not that they can't figure it out on their own, but like, we can do that together, right? That we've got 90 something people in stream right here. We've got the 2 of us. We've got more people in our Discord community. We talk about these things. We experiment with things. I try something. I share it with you. You try something. You share it with me. We talk about the stats. We talk about the different champions. We talk about the different mechanics, the blessings, all the different things. And then we come up with a new solution that is cheaper or friendlier or easier, more accessible, or just more interesting or faster or whatever, or, you know, more reliable. We share it with the community, and the process starts over. So I really, like, I don't miss any champion that I don't have. I would like every champion in the game. I am a completionist. I want every champion in the game. I want Geo. I want Kaimar. I want a Krizzy. I want Yumiko. I want Krisk. I want every champion in the game. I want Marishka and Terrace. Not because I care about Platinum Arena, but because I just want every champion. That's why I started playing in the first place. And I know that'll never happen as a free-to-play player. But I don't want those champions because they'll unlock something for me. The whole game is unlocked. I've unlocked everything. There is no content that I can't take on with my current roster. So I don't need another champion. You know, but building a roster with that mentality, that's what's fun for me. And sharing that with people is what's fun for me. And Sun falling asleep on stream is what's fun for me, because it lets me know that I have the power to lull him. Sometimes you have to lull the troll into quietude, right? Because otherwise he's always yapping, and he's just yapping like nonsense, you know? But if I can put him to sleep every once in a while, get him to close his eyes, it's like playing music, right? Music soothes the savage beast. That's what the saying is. Just play a little music. It's the sound of my voice.
I
son.
know I'm savage. It's true.
Listen to the sound of my voice. Close your eyes. Relax. Lean back. You're just running some faction wars. You don't have to have your eyes open for faction wars. Just go ahead.
this is
Go
getting
ahead.
real awkward.
Close your eyes.
It's not doing it for me.
Just go to sleep. Just go to sleep. Yeah, so that's, you know, that's the way the game works for me, I think. And that's the way the game works for most free-to-play players. If all you do is chase meta champions as a free-to-play player, you will always be frustrated, disappointed, and feeling like you suck. Right? So instead, just take the champions you have and be creative. And then you'll feel like Mr. Supreme Commander Hot Hands over here.
It's almost like the reality of your fiction is better than the...
Yeah, it's just an accurate representation of the fiction of your life. That's all it has to be.
Yeah.
Hey, Tanang, good to see you.
Precisely.
But Geo is so much fun. Darn, if that's what you feel, then it's true. That's awesome.
Speak your truth.
Martha says, no Godseeker here. How do you manage that? I cannot go further than stage 12. That's it. There are other builds. I haven't done a lot of experimentation with other builds yet. I had a team. I had a 5 champion team that got me to like stage 16. And then I kind of capped out. Drang can be a solution, although he's rough when he's weak affinity. Solution. I think Lightsworn might be a solution for Sand Devils. But look around. Look around.
Turn around.
I'm now going to have that song stuck in my head for the next 3 days. You know that?
Oh, you're welcome.
I just got that
Worst
song
part
out
is
of my
I
head.
literally don't know any of the words to that song. All
I
know
do.
is,
I lived through that era. I know the MTV video by heart practically. It's a weird ass video too.
Good stuff.
All right, we got 60 votes here, and the percentages are holding relatively steady. 48% say yes. So it's like it's a plurality. It's a large portion, but not a majority that seem to say yes. Whereas everybody else has, they either say yes, yes, or yes. So clearly, people can't really get a consensus going. They can't all agree on what the answer should be. Matt Davis says, you guys ever watch the Her Torpedo version of that song? No, I haven't. It's worth a watch. I'll have to check that out, Matt Davis. Crashdown, don't you start doing that. Don't you feed that troll. Don't you feed that troll.
Feed me.
No,
I live under the stairs. He doesn't feed me. Feed me.
Dude, look at you. Come on, man.
Oh, damn, that was a sick burn. All of this.
Mm-hmm. You eat just fine.
It's big bones and meat, baby.
Neither one of us has been skipping meals.
Amen to that. Life's too short for that.
So, what do we talk about now?
We're talking about my thyroid problem because you don't feed me.
That's not right, man. That's not right.
I don't know anything about that. All right, I'm just making it up as I go.
That ain't right.
What do you mean that ain't right? All right, fine.
You are so wrong, man. So wrong so often.
But it comes from a place of innocence because I don't know why I'm wrong.
No, that's all right. That's fine. I'm sure nobody's offended or hurt.
Just me.
I'm wondering, I don't even know how the tournament is doing today. I should check it out. 15 hours left. I'm in second place. Hey, Burso.
My team is doing surprisingly well. We're making some moves here.
Oh, you know what? Sorry. Let's pull an ancient shard. I got an ancient shard. Here we go. Why not? Let's do it. Maybe we'll get an epic. Nope. Ogrin Jailer.
That is the shame you deserve.
I did get another epic yesterday. I've been YOLOing all the shards. I saved them all up for the 2x event. Now I'm just YOLOing the ancient shards. I don't know. I don't feel like another 2x event is likely to come around soon enough to benefit me to hold on to them. And I did pull Hope yesterday. So now we've got Hope. I don't know that I'm going to use her. She's not unusable.
How hopeful does that make you?
Well, she's not unusable. She actually has a usable kit. So she's got a 50% chance of placing a block buffs debuff on her A1, which is a legit A1 for an epic. I think that's a pretty good A1. She increases duration of buff on all allies, so she is a buff extender. It's on a 4-turn cooldown, which is a little bit unfortunate. But this is a usable skill. Plus, it places a shield equal to 25% of this champion's HP. So that's actually pretty nice. And then her A3 attacks all enemies and has a 75% chance when booked of removing all buffs. So it's a buff strip, but it's a 75% chance of a buff strip. It is on a 3-turn cooldown, which is decent. So she's okay. She's okay. But I've already got my, like, I've got more Sacred Order champions. We go to the Sacred Order. Let's see. Let's do this. And we'll just look at, yeah, so in addition to my Athel, you know, I've got Deacon who's 6 stars. I've got Mordecai who's going to 6 stars. And then I've got Sanguinia and Phoenix, both of whom are probably going to 6 stars. Maybe not. Maybe only 5 for Sanguinia. I haven't decided yet. But you can see she's actually got a 3-star awakening. So I could potentially get some nice value out of that. I haven't decided what to put on her yet. So this is also a block debuffs and a cleanse here. So I'm not sure what to do in terms of her blessing. We'll have to see. If you have any suggestions about a blessing for Sanguinia, let me know. You know, I could go. I could go with Phantom Touch, right? Like you can go with Phantom Touch on pretty much anybody. I could go with Emergency Heal if I could get like a blood shield accessory for her. That'd be really nice? That'd give her a lot of survivability. Maybe Faultless Defense. Maybe so is it Heaven Cast? Yeah, you know, maybe Heaven Cast. I don't know. I don't really. She's a support, but she's a fairly offensive support. You know, and that she has 2 attacks, one's a triple hitter. But then she's got, I don't know. She's got some sustain. I could do Miracle Heal, I suppose. It almost doesn't matter. Like the stats are almost more important. Just getting that HP and defense on her. So we'll see. Adam Stevens says,
my new team is awesome.
We'll get to that in just a sec, man. Are you just mad because you're off screen right now? Is that what's happening?
No, I'm not mad about that. I was just being excited. All right.
All right. Hope gives all the hope Colred needs. You got Faction Wars on Deacon and Phoenix plus 3 Armigers, how I beat Faction Wars on my account years ago. Yeah, I do think that this faction crypt will be solved before the end of the challenge. You know, so I can definitely push it the next time it comes around. I was able to push it a little bit this time, but I still don't have everybody, you know, built all the way out. So I put some artifacts on. They're not awesome, but Phoenix is in a decent build. You can see he's 97% crit rate, which is a little frustrating. But once I get masteries on Phoenix and I get Deacon's masteries completed, I think I'll push a bit more. And then once I get Sanguinia up to 50 and Phoenix up to 50, I'll push a little bit more. You know, like it'll come in waves. I don't think I need everybody at 60, although I'd like Phoenix at 60. I think I need him at 60 before I can complete it. So if I have Deacon, Athel, and Phoenix at 60, and then Mordecai either at 50 or 60, and Sanguinia at 50, I think it's a complete faction crypt. Because you have everything you need there except the Reviver, right? I don't have a Reviver. Question is, can I get 3 stars all the way? I don't know, right? But I can definitely complete the crypt. So we'll have to see. Matt Davis asks, hang on a second. I recently ran Sanguinia up to 60 thinking to use her block buff in Helicat to myth a team. Will that 1-turn block debuff work for Clan Boss Unkillable? You can use a 1-turn block debuffs buff for an Unkillable, but you can only block either the slow from Spirit Affinity, or you can block this stun in any affinity. However, depending on the speed tune, Demitha has a buff extension. So, you know, depending on where it falls, you might be able to extend the buff, and then you can direct the stun to somebody who still has the buff on, and that may be able to cover both the slow and the stun. It would be tricky. It would be tricky to do. But if you're not worried about Spirit Affinity, then yeah, then it could be enough to just block the stun with her. Yeah, absolutely. Also, by the way, let's see, Demitha has... It's tricky because with the Demitha speed tune, probably on the stun turn, Demitha is the one who's blocking, unless she's in the first column. If she's in the first column and blocking the first column damage, then that's different if she's in the third column and blocking the stun damage. So if it goes Demitha first column and then Helicath second and third column, that's different than if it goes Helicath first and second column and Demitha third column, right? Because then the skills line up differently. And it also depends if you're running her at 4-3 or 1-1. But if you look at Demitha, you know, she has a kit that can be really versatile, but usually she's stuck in a speed tune where you can't get the full value out of the kit other than the unkillable. So on her A2, she increases the duration of all ally buffs, then decreases the duration of all ally debuffs. This can actually be used, the decreased duration of all allied debuffs can be used to cleanse the stun. So this A2 can actually cleanse the stun, but she would need to be at the top of the turn order in column 1, which is a really weird place for Demitha to be. So, you know, it would depend on the particular speed tune. Now, there is a speed tune where you can run her at 4-3, where she, in the first column, she goes first and last. And so as long as she doesn't take the stun, then she can cleanse the stun and simultaneously do the block damage at the bottom of column 1. That's the only speed tune that I know where she can actually use this as the cleanse. Now, there's another speed tune where you can potentially have her go first and last in column 3. And if she goes first and last in column 3, she can actually... she can extend a block debuffs buff for everybody but herself. So she would extend it first. The problem is Helicath, I think. I think it actually doesn't work. I think both of your block damage champions will lose the buff. And so they can't take the stun. So Helicath and Demitha can't take the stun. As long as Helicath and Demitha don't take the stun, then you can use her buff extension to actually cover the slow and the stun. And again, it's a weird speed tune because you need... No, I'm wrong. You can't use it. You can't use it. It must be a different speed tune. It must not be a Helicath speed tune.
You're wrong, couldn't be.
No, I'm right. You can use it. You can use it. Okay. Sorry. I was getting confused. I was getting confused about the block damage. So yeah, she goes twice in the third column. The first turn, she extends the block debuffs buff, but it'll fall off of Helicath and Demitha. It'll fall off of Helicath because Helicath is already gone in the second column, and so he doesn't have it anymore. So when she extends it, it's already gone. And then she goes last, so she's going twice. So she loses it at the bottom of the third column. And therefore, what happens is you have to direct the stun. That's all. So it's weird. You know, it's hard to get her to be super, like, to get value out of that A2. Because there are only a couple of speed tunes where it works. But potentially you could use Sanguinea with her for at least one of the jobs. Let's bring Sun back. Sorry about that. Not really, but kind of. But not really. What are you doing there?
Just, you know, moping around.
Just moping around? Look suspicious.
Look suspicious.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking being under the stairs in the only place you can be. And then he walks by, he's like, living under those stairs, looking suspicious. Oh, it's awful. It's great. No, did a little rework on my Sylvan Watchers team, and they pushed pretty well. 3-starred all the way up to 13 or 14. It's way better than it was. I'm just using the rest of my keys.
That's good. Yeah, so the calculator, the clan boss calculator can be confusing. You do have to count, like Crash says, you have to account for the speed sets and the lore of steel and all of that. You also have to make sure that you have the turn or like the skill order set up the way in the AI that it's set up in the calculator. So like if you're changing the priority of skills, you have to make sure you do that. Another thing you want to account for is any speed that you may have put into the area bonus. So if you put a speed area bonus into clan boss, you have to account for that. Remember that won't show up, in the calculator unless you do it. So like the build speed and then the speed in the area may be different. So you just have to make sure you're putting in the correct speed. Yeah. I just realized I haven't been playing my main account at all today. I got to break out the phone and
oh boy,
get the main account going.
What a struggle it must be.
Oh my God. Dealing with you every day. The struggle is real, son. You make sure of it. You make sure of it.
Yeah. You gotta respect my dedication to it.
All right, so Mr. Supreme High Commander Hot Hands, can we end this poll now? Or do we have to wait until the votes go in the right direction?
Son, that poll was ended before it was written.
Son? Now you're confusing me. Are you talking to yourself in the third person?
No, I'm calling you son.
You're calling me son.
S-O-N. Like the young soldier that walks up to the commander's son.
Gotcha.
That battle was over before it was fought.
All right, I'm going to end this poll here. We got 66 replies, which is pretty good. 45% say yes. Everybody else says something else. They gave a different answer.
They all gave variations of the answer.
Good to see you. Yeah, Nikki, you don't have to have a speed tune. Sometimes you can just go with a team that feels good and it ends up working. That's what I did for a long time. Like I was talking about the budget unkillable that I built earlier on my main account. And when I did that, the team I already had was doing the 3-key Ultra Nightmare. And then I built the budget unkillable because I thought the speed tune would be better. And I went back to a 4-key Ultra Nightmare. Now, I had Ninja and Cardiel and Valkyrie and, I had tons of really top tier champs on my non-speed tuned team. So the fact of the matter was I was just doing more damage there, so. Something exciting happened?
Well, I got a Lego book for my Faction Wars.
Nice. Oh, you know what happened? Let me share this. So this is something that I meant to share. So I've been just grinding on this champion training tournament and all these events for the Blade Master Titan event, and so I actually, let's see. So the Spider Turn Attack, I came in 4th, I want to say, maybe 4th. No, I came in 1st. Okay, I came in 1st on the Spider Turn Attack. I was sitting at like 3rd late last night, but I was only like 300 points out. So I just was like, you know what? I'm just going to throw a few hundred energy into Spider. And so I won 1st place. That's where one of those shards came from.
Look at him go.
And so I won 6 pieces of Relentless Gear there. And then In the tag arena tournament, I stayed up way too late. I should have gotten the 1700, but I just couldn't quite stay up any longer. So I just passed this guy. I sniped second place, which gave me an epic skill tome, which is great, and 4 pieces of 5-star legendary relentless gear. So first of all, let's go and throw that that book onto Deacon, and this will complete Deacon's skills and give me a clan quest. So now I've got all the cooldowns done on this time compression. So finally, Deacon is complete. Hey, Hammerhawk, good to see you. And that's how Colred became a young Padawan. I don't think so, Martha. I would love to become a young Padawan. That'd be great. That would be fantastic. So yeah, so we got that, and so let me go get my clan gold. 200 clan gold, very nice. But I have not yet looked at my relentless pieces. So I've got 10 pieces of relentless gear that are brand new. Let's go take a look and see if I got any good pieces, because I've gotten very few good relentless pieces so far. So let's just go filter, just new. Here we got 10 brand new spanking pieces. We got 6 6-star epic pieces and 4 5-star legendary pieces. Let's hope we got something good out of this. All right, so let's start over. I guess we're going to see it over here, right? All right, that's usable. Crit rate, crit damage, and attack percent. Usable. We want to see speed, right? We want to see speed substats in either speed and accuracy or speed and crit rate. That's what we want to see. But this is definitely workable. All right, we got crit rate there. Not bad. More crit rate. Crit rate and accuracy. So 4 pieces for crit rate. But again, I don't get speed substats on this set. It just doesn't happen. So frustrating. We'd like to see a good main stat on the gloves and on the chest pieces and on the boots. Actually, we need to see some good. We need some speed boots. I do have 1 set of speed boots, but we need speed boots with like crit rate or accuracy, and we do need like HP percentage or crit rate or crit damage with crit rate. Something there. Let's see. Crit damage with crit rate. Okay, 6-star crit damage with crit rate with attack and defense. That's not bad. No accuracy, no speed, but crit damage and crit rate together. That's a huge advantage. I'm taking this slow. I'm milking this a little bit because once it's over, I'm not going to be super excited about it.
He's getting it.
Attack percentage with no good substats. All right, now the chest pieces. We need at least 1 good main stat with some decent substat rolls. Okay, defense percentage with accuracy. We have not seen a single speed substat in the set, which is the most important substat. That's the way my life works all the time. I never get speed substats here, especially not mixed with anything good. So we're going to get a speed substat on this chest piece, but it's going to be like flat attack or something. No, attack percentage with accuracy, crit damage, and crit rate. This is a highly usable piece. That is nice. Now, if these 6-star boots are speed boots, that would be very nice. HP percentage with crit damage, defense, and crit rate. If that were a chest piece or a gauntlet, that would be really nice, but I mean, that would be a perfect chest piece, right? But it's not great as a boot. It's okay. Speed with no crit rate, no accuracy. But it's got crit damage at least. So the weird thing about this is that like none of these are, very few of these are bad pieces. This is a bad piece. And that's really the only bad piece. This one gauntlet is a bad piece. Otherwise, everything's like kind of usable. The problem is there's no perfect piece anywhere here in these 10 pieces. And there's not a single substat roll of speed. Not one. So let's see. 3, 6, 10, 13, 16, 20, 27, 30 substats with not one of them being a speed roll. All right. It is what it is. Still not awful. Not awful. And it was nice to get those. I mean, you know, one of the things about this is they are 6-star pieces in a lot of cases, or 5-star pieces. So I'll find a use for some of them. I don't know who I'm going to put it on just yet, but Just wanted to share that. Yeah, Tomas, you can do that. That's definitely what I'm going to be doing on this account. Saving up those relentless pieces, rolling them, and if I get triple rolls on anything, just using ore there. The speed boot is not bad for an HP nuker. Any speed boot that doesn't have crit rate can be a little bit tricky for a nuker, right? So if you have a nuker that you can build to 70% or 85% crit rate, then yeah, then it could be pretty good. Or you put them, you know, on a healer, like somebody who doesn't need accuracy necessarily, or if you have accuracy from other pieces. But without speed substats in the other pieces, you know, you're going to be building somebody slow with Relentless. They're going to be running at 175 in Relentless gear. It's like, that's not awful, but that's not really what you're hoping for. You're hoping to get, you know, 210, 220, 230 in Relentless gear. Or at least 100% crit rate, or at least, you know, ton of accuracy. If you have to run them a little bit slow. Play what with cardio? I'm not sure. You guys are talking about, so I've lost the string here. Sorry. Stuart hit Razzlevarg this week. That's awesome. And Demitha. Fantastic. And Rector Drath. That is a good week, Stuart. All right, let's go ahead and go back to Sun's Lead. What are you working on? You just working on Dragon?
Doing a little Dragarino, a little Turnamarino. Got to burn this energy, man. It's a lot of enos in there.
Yeah.
They thought the emus were extinct. They were wrong. What? I don't know, man. Leave me alone. I don't know what happened.
First of all, they're not extinct.
What am I thinking of?
Second of all, who's they? Who the hell is they?
I don't know, man.
And they were wrong, not because you said so, but because they're not extinct. What the hell?
Maybe am I thinking of dodo birds? I don't know what I'm thinking of.
Are people just running up to you on the street being like, the emus are extinct? Like,
you
no.
know what was great about that? I said it so confidently. I thought I was right for a second.
They thought the emus were extinct. They were wrong. Of course they were wrong. They're not extinct. You didn't bring them back. They're just hanging out, doing their emu thing.
I think it was dodo birds I was thinking of. Are they extinct? That one's not even. What is extinct?
They thought the squirrels were extinct, but they were wrong. Like, what? It's just a common animal that you can find in several places. All over the world, emus just hanging out today, and there's an echo of like, wait, we were endangered? I didn't know we were endangered. Yeah, some guy, the Supreme High Commander declared us an endangered species by accident.
They're on my radar. Put them on the list. I'm coming for them.
The Supreme High Commander is just like in crayon, just writing out a list of endangered creatures and just names he's heard of before. You know, it's like, what else could be endangered? What else could be? Alligators are probably endangered. I live in Florida now; they're everywhere. Okay, we'll cross those off the list. Oh man.
God,
raccoons? I haven't seen a raccoon in a while. It must be endangered. It's like, granted, I'm not hanging out late at night around the garbage cans, but I haven't seen a raccoon in like 10 years. They must have gone extinct.
Out of sight, out of mind, man. I don't know what happened to those little suckers.
Oh. They thought the emus were extinct. They were wrong. That is so good.
They were wrong. Yeah.
That is going on a t-shirt. That is going on a t-shirt. Yeah. They thought the emus were extinct. They were wrong. Oh, how beautiful is that? That made my day. That probably made my week. I'm going to be saying that shit all week long. I'm just going to say random stuff and then they were wrong.
They were wrong. That's the most important part.
Mm.
Gotta cry it out sometimes, you know.
They thought American cheese wasn't real cheese, but they were wrong.
They were wrong. Well, I don't know. I don't know if they're wrong about that one.
Oh, that's a lie. American cheese is totally cheese.
Okay. Is that copium I smell in the air?
Do you actually know what American cheese is made out of?
I'm not gonna say the first word that came to mind. I don't know. Hopes and dreams. What is it made out of, man?
It's made out of cheese.
So you're saying that your American cheese is made out of cheese?
Yes.
So it's not made out of milk like cheese is.
No, so cheese, you make cheddar cheese, you make Colby cheese, and American cheese takes Colby and Colby and cheddar cheese. You blend it together. They add a little bit of salt and whey in order to lower the melting point and make it like creamier. And that's American cheese. So it's literally made from cheese. And the reason people call it not real cheese, right? Well, there are two reasons. One is because there's imitation American cheese everywhere. And imitation cheese is not cheese, right? But that would be true of anything. You could say like, imitation sunlight is not real sunlight. Like, of course it's not. It's imitation, right? So when you get imitation American cheese, it's not real cheese. That's true. Great. Like, awesome. You just really blew my mind there. Imitation cheese isn't real cheese. And then the second thing is because there's like a distinction around like food categories that the FDA makes. So every single like food category has to fulfill specific like quotas of ingredients or processes or whatever. So in order to be called cheese, like you can't just make cheese out of other cheese and like if the percentages get changed, it's not still cheese. So it's like it has too much whey and not enough whatever else that it needs by like 10%. So like they take the great stuff in cheese and they give you more of it, and as a result, the FDA doesn't allow you to call it cheese. Right? You can still name it American cheese, but it's technically like categorized under a slightly different category, which is like, processed dairy food or something like that. So it's like if you took like cream in your dairy section, like you got a bottle of like light cream or whipping cream or whatever cream that and you're like, that's not real milk. Like, who says that? Do you know what I mean? It's like, well, yeah, it's not milk because milk has less milk fat in it, and this has a higher milk fat content, but it comes from milk, and it's basically milk. It's just processed milk that has higher milk fat. That's all it is. Who runs around saying it's not milk? Like, whatever.
It's not milk, it's creamer.
Yeah, you can put it in your coffee. It's great. It's tasty. It's wonderful. It's not fake food. Like, nobody says it's fake or imitation food, right? They're like, cream isn't real milk. It's like, nobody says that because it's a stupid thing to say.
Because
right?
It's not milk, it's creamer.
Right. And so people, get mad at American cheese. They're like, is that real cheese? It's like, it's super cheese. That's what it is. You took really good cheese. You took cheddar and Colby cheese, which are very nice cheeses, and you made them better by just putting more stuff in the American cheese that is already in the cheese. But you change the percentages in such a way that they can't now officially call it cheese anymore. They have to call it like processed cheese food, whatever. And so people are like, hey, it's fake cheese. You know who started that idea? The makers of other cheeses. It's just a marketing ploy. American cheese was the most popular cheese in the country. It dominated like 60% of the market share. And people who made other cheeses got pissed off and they're like, how can we get market share back? Well, it's not really cheese. Technically, American cheese is not cheese according to the FDA. First of all, it totally is cheese. But according to this definition, it's not called. So we're going to call it fake cheese. And as soon as we do that, it'll get like devalued. And people are like, oh, it's really cheap. It's the cheese for, like kids and, who don't have a palate yet. They don't understand that American cheese is beautiful. You ever have American cheese on like a cheeseburger? It's awesome. It's awesome. It melts perfectly. If you make a grilled cheese sandwich, like, yeah, you can have Gouda and, Jarlsberg and whatever other cheeses you want to put. And those are great cheeses too. I'm not saying they aren't. I love all these other cheeses. But to say American cheese isn't cheese and it's awful, it's like cheap imitation food, that's just propaganda. That's literally what it is. It comes from the same people who like gave you reefer madness, who are like, yeah, if you smoke marijuana, you'll go insane and jump off a building. Like, I mean, that might be true now with all the fentanyl-laced weed that's out there, but
they were speaking the truth.
that might,
they were just ahead of their time.
Yeah, they were 70 years ahead of their time. So in 70 years, maybe American cheese won't be, as good anymore. As
Supreme Chancellor, Lord Commander, I most certainly do not deal in propaganda.
Wait, what? Chancellor? You're adding a title?
As Supreme Leader. Wait, hold on. Wait a second. I think that one's a bad one. Supreme Chancellor Overlord. I don't know. We're gonna have to really work on this one.
Listen. It's Supreme Commander.
I think I'm
Hot
crossing
Hands.
A boundary somewhere. Supreme Commander.
No Chancellor, no Lord, no. It's Supreme Commander.
Supreme Commander.
Hot Heads.
General of the Forces.
Lord High Marshal of Righteous Might.
Marshal, that would kind of.
Lord High Marshal of Righteous Might. Yeah. Okay.
Nah. That one just roll off the tongue.
There are great cheeses. There are tons of great cheeses, and we make good cheese in America, and we get good international cheese in America.
American cheese is not part of that. I agree.
Yeah. They thought American cheese wasn't real, but they were wrong.
It's not real. It's not though.
If it comes in a can,
call it cheese.
It's not cheese. That's true. You know what other kinds of cheeses come in a can? Nacho cheese and cheddar cheese. And like you can get a lot of different cheese flavors in a can that's made out of oil. Of course it's not cheese. You can't put cheese in a can. It doesn't work. So if you are buying cheese in a can, you're buying the flavor of a cheese in an oil-based food product, which is not really healthy for you or tasty. It's disgusting. But some people like their nacho cheese, their Kraft nacho cheese or whatever it is. Okay, great. Your cheese whiz. The only real American cheese I know sitting on a Big Mac in McDonald's. Kirk says, most lies about food is marketing. Breakfast being the most important meal of the day came from Kellogg's. Yeah, like breakfast cereal wasn't a thing until Kellogg's made it a thing, right? Like it was literally breakfast didn't exist. Like cereal is a name for like grains, and they made a breakfast cereal and they marketed it as health food. And then everybody was like, oh, hey, I can have a meal in a box, and then I don't have to actually get up at 5 a.m. and, slave for an hour to make eggs and sausages and all that stuff. And so now we eat breakfast cereal. I had breakfast cereal this morning. It was great. Tasty. It was quick. It took me 2 minutes.
I like cooking my breakfast. It's nice.
Matt Davis said, lace weed is not a huge issue anymore in Oklahoma. And it all has to be tested properly before any dispensary can sell it. That's true. And that's also true in most states. The problem is not the dispensary marijuana. It's the street marijuana, right? Because street marijuana is often in a lot of places, either in states where weed isn't legal yet, it's the only source, or it's a cheaper source. So in a lot of cases, what's actually happening is, you have these sort of tiers, economic tiers of marijuana users now. So you can go to your dispensary and buy legal tested weed that is higher quality and safer. Or if you don't have that money, you can buy weed on the street for half that price or a third of that price, and it can be laced with anything at all. And you have no idea. So Darwin says, Supreme Arch Commander Hot Hands of the world. I don't think we need to say of the world, do we? Do you feel like that needs to be added, of the world?
I feel like it should be specified that it's not only of this world, but of this galaxy.
We've got another submission here from Crashdown. Supreme Chancellor, High Lord Commander, Exalted Ruler. I thought Crashdown was Team Colred, but apparently I was wrong. So, yeah, Crashdown, Supreme Chancellor, High Lord Commander, Exalted Ruler. Under the stairs.
Of the corner under the stairs.
In fact, it should be Supreme Chancellor, High Lord Commander, Exalted Ruler of the world under the stairs. That's what it should be. Yeah, under the sea.
I like it. I like it.
All right. He is the Supreme High Lord Commander of the world under the stairs. Take it from me. Crash. Yep. Sorry, Cole. Oh, this is wholesome family entertainment right now. Now I miss my dog.
Oh, the bandit? Bandit, you're so wholesome.
I didn't get to hang out with Piper this morning because I woke up a little bit late, and then I had some stuff that I had to handle before the stream, which is why the stream was late. But it's good stuff. It's good stuff that we got sort of squared away. But as a result, I wasn't able to get Piper out of her crate really this morning. I just got her out and handed her off.
What else, paws?
And so I haven't had any puppy time today. It's always nice to start your day with puppy time. There's really no better way to get up in the morning than like just have your dog be super excited that it's morning again. Because like, you never wake up excited that it's morning again. You wake up and you're like, oh God, I got to get up again. There's work to do. I didn't sleep enough. And then you open up the crate and the dog comes out and she's like, hi, it's happening again. It's another day, and you're like, oh, you're awesome. I mean, she instantly boosts my mood in the morning. It's better than a cup of coffee or a hot shower.
Oh yeah.
It's just like the 5 minutes I get to spend with her just snuggling on the floor when she comes out in the morning. And then and then we go outside and we play and she runs around and she's like, there's something over here. And she runs over there. Hi, there's something over here. And she runs over there and she just looks so excited. You can't help but smile. I mean, I didn't have a dog for like 25 years. I had a dog growing up. And then he died when I was in college. And then this is my next dog. Piper is the second dog I've had in my entire life. I'm like, why did I not have a dog for the intervening years? They're awesome. They make life better.
I agree. I was having that at Kirk's comment. He said, I've heard that if Sun marries Demi Moore, she has to change her name to Demigod. I love that. That was great.
That's pretty good.
I vote for Sun to be the Lord High Supreme Commander, Hot Hands, and Exalted Ruler of the world under the stairs.
That is a very long name that we're going to have to put on a t-shirt just for him. It'll be an exclusive item. Only Sun can have it.
Print.
Yeah. And we're gonna have that tie-dye pic. We're gonna have that tie-dye picture of him
wear the shirt
that I made from the original Sunday FUNDAY stream. We'll just have that picture of him, and then it will be the title: "The Lord High Supreme Commander, Hot Hands, and Exalted Ruler of the World under the Stairs," just like in a circle around it, and then he can wear it on every stream. fact, let me I gotta save that.
Indeed.
I gotta save that somewhere. Where am I gonna put that? I know. Weird. Undisappeared again.
Hey, look at me. Yeah, man, it's wonderful having a dog.
It is.
Bandit, he's with me 24/7. You know, that's my guy. We cuddle when we go to sleep. We wake up, we cuddle, day and night. That's part of my day.
Yeah, they are good for cuddling.
Yeah.
I can't fault you for that. You're spitting the truth right now.
Hot facts coming through. Dogs are dogs are good people.
Right?
Breaking news. Dogs.
Have you heard?
Have you heard the news? Have you heard the good word? Dogs.
Yeah, so Matt Davis says, my dogs are always excited in the morning because they eat first thing in the morning. My dog doesn't. In fact, she's not really interested in food for several hours. So she's excited because she gets to go outside. She loves being outside.
Yeah.
It is her favorite place. She doesn't care if it's raining or snowing. She doesn't care about thunderstorms. Like if it's thunderstorms, she'll go out. You know, it could be 20 degrees below zero. She'll want to go out. Like if it's 20 degrees below zero, she'll want to go out, and then after like 5 minutes, she'll be like, "Okay, I'll go in." Like I don't have to, but I'll go in. You know, but getting her back in the house is much harder than getting her out of the house. You open the door, she wants to go. So,
True.
so, but then I feed her, and she doesn't eat for like 4, 5, 6 hours. We feed her twice a day. Typically, I feed her sometime around 11 a.m. Maybe a little bit earlier, maybe a little bit later, depending on if I have a stream or not. And then I feed her at like, or my wife feeds her around 5:36 at night. And she will save her breakfast until like 4:30 p.m. And then she'll eat her breakfast. And then we're like, we're going to be feeding you in an hour. You know, why are you eating now? And then, you know, we'll put down her food, and then she'll leave that until midnight. And then we'll go out at midnight before I put her to bed, and we'll go out for her last outing, and then she'll come in and be like, "Oh, there's food." And she'll just like, you know, like she's got the munchies at midnight, and she'll just demolish it and then go to bed like completely full. I'm like, that's not healthy for you. You know, that's not healthy for you. You shouldn't eat right before you go to bed. But that's what she does every day. And I can't get her off the schedule, though I've tried. I have tried. Suzanne Johansson says, all your suggestions are too long. It's just sun. Without the sun, there is nothing. No life, no light. Nothing. Well, isn't that...
Facts.
Does it, that's kind of cooler than Supreme Lord High Commander of the Infinite Army or whatever. He is the sun. And Juliet is the dawn. They thought they were extinct, but they were wrong.
I was gonna haunt me for a while, and I'm here for it. That's a good one.
Ooh. All right, there we go. We got your screen up. Just it's a better visual. Just a better visual.
Just little old me. I know. I'm the better looking one. It's okay.
Oh. Now you're getting personal. You know what I have to say to that? He thought he was the better looking one, but he was wrong.
No.
Duello got Deacon.
What are you working on, by the way?
Congrats. Supreme deity that lives under the stairs. What am I working on?
Yeah.
I'm doing nothing but champ training. I'm trying to get the other events and stuff done, but so let's see we have Summon Rush. I might have to do a little bit of the Summon Rush on my main account. So if I pull the shards, I'll do it on the stream, hopefully. I don't think I have to, but we'll see. And then so the Classic Arena takedown's done. I do have to do the Dragon Turn attack, so I don't want to mess that up. But that should be doable after this this champion training ends. So the champion training ends in about 15 hours, and the Dragon Turn attack is a day and 16 hours. So I'm going to do it all tomorrow because I have to do every last minute of champ training, I think. Yeah, and that's what I'm doing. I'm going to show this. Let's see.
Show it for the people.
So this is my tournament on my HH Challenge account. You can see the number one point getter right here is it's under 7,500 points. And here I am at 7,138. And I've been working my way up all day. Now you need 12,500 points to get the champion. So I would need to pick up about 5,300 points today in order to qualify for the top prize. This guy's only gone up like 300 points in the last 12 hours. So he's clearly not pushing hard right now. And a couple of guys behind are like kind of moving up slowly. But I could potentially win this. I would completely drain all my resources, I think. And then, of course, there's a chance that I don't get it. Now, I checked in, and it seems like the consent... I haven't heard official word from Saphira, but it seems like if you get the Archer, you can use her in the HH Challenge. So I don't want to steal this Archer away from a player where it's their main account. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't feel good about that. This is just a challenge account. I will literally stop playing in like 40 days from now. Like when the challenge is over, I am not going to continue playing this. I am not attached to this account the way I was attached to Noob versus Pro. This is like, I had COVID during this challenge. It's like, it's been chaos. I'm going to be really happy to set this down. I'm enjoying it. Don't get me wrong. I like raid and I like rolling up new accounts. But I'm not so, hard focused on like winning that I'd take this away from somebody. But nobody is going to qualify for this. I don't think anybody's going to qualify for the 12,500 points. And so I've been hovering because I don't want to waste all of my resources if I'm not going to get the champion. But I've also been hovering because I want to be within striking distance in case nobody qualifies for it and I can just go up and get it. So I've been kind of sitting in, second or third place for the last 24 hours and thinking to myself, do I need to make a hard push? Now I'm going for the legendary tome. I'm getting the 10,000 points without a doubt. So it would only be 2,500 points past that point to qualify for this Archer. And it would be a huge boon to my account to just have another legendary that I could use. And she's awesome. So that's a thought. Yeah, Crashdown. Or Darren, good giveaway account though. Yeah, maybe. I don't typically give away accounts. I've never given away an account, but I could potentially give this account away. And it would be more valuable if it had a legendary like Archer. You're right. So there is that thought. And I would likely give this away. So we'll have to see. Yeah. Anyway, I think that this is the debate that's going on, and this is what I'm doing today. Now, I do have 1,180 gems. I am basically out of energy at this point. I think that, yeah, this will reset too late, so I'm not going to get any energy here. So it's basically, you know, can I use up my weeklies? You see my dailies already done, and then get the next set of dailies energy. I think maybe, let's see about arena. So I used up this energy. So I'm close to not being able to do it, right? Like, I don't know that I can get the 12,500. I think I can. I do have plenty of brews. You can see here, I'm pretty good with brews. I've got over 100 of each, got 179 magic. I've got 225 void affinity brews. So I can get a lot of points here. I've got plenty of chickens. Like, I got plenty of champions to run up and level up. So, you know, this translates into roughly about 3,600 energy for me. So I got another 3,600 energy plus the energy that I'm going to get for the rest of the day, plus the reset energy, plus any energy I can win from any of these sources. So I think the summon rush, I'm not gonna pull shards, so I'm not gonna get this. But let's see, is there any in the Titan event? No, there's no energy here. I've already gotten the energy. And then in the tournament, Classic Arena is already done. Although, yeah, I mean, I could get more shards here, but this ends in an hour or 14 minutes, right? So this actually ends after the champion training. I'm not going to get that. The dragon turn attack, there's no energy there, so I'm not going to waste energy doing that. So I'm basically, I'm this close. Like, I have a chance to go up and get the 12,500 points. But it's going to be very tight. It's going to be very tight. Now, one of the things that could help is Doom Tower. If I could get past this freaking boss, there's energy right here. You know, and it's probably 150 energy, maybe it's 75 energy, whatever. There's energy here, which I could get right after reset. So if I could run up to floor 29 today, there's 2 stacks of energy that I could get for free. The problem is I can't get past this freaking Scarab boss. I don't have the right gear for it. I did even level up Metal Shaper in order to be able to do this, but I just don't have the champions for it. So I don't know what to do about it. I'm going to try. I could spend a lot of time trying, but I should try before reset, because then I could get 2 stacks of energy, and that energy might make the difference. In addition, you know, there's some more brews here, which could also help me in the tavern, and there are also gems here. So, you know, potentially I could get all the way up to 39. That's another pack of gems there. So those 2 packs of gems might get me a little bit more energy. There's some more brews here. That's more experience in the champion training. So it's like I'm on the cusp of being able to get her. If I had been more focused early on, because I really didn't think it was going to be possible, I could have set myself up a little bit better. Yeah, I could have prepared a little bit better. Now, I do have another thing in my favor, which is that I've been saving like fusion champs and stuff. You know, so I have these other champions at 30 that I could potentially promote for a last ditch effort at some points. So, you know, I don't want to use up these champions. These champions are champions I'm saving for other reasons. But if I had to, if I was like, you know, 500 points away and I was out of resources, I could probably do it with these champions. So that's it. Surely anyone in the mix is going for the tome. Yeah. There was a great video on training I saw earlier. Yeah? Who was it by? Was it by anybody I know? Can I do any hard Doom Tower stages? That's an interesting thought. Probably not. I would expect not to be able to do it. But you're right. The first one here is energy. So we could try it. We could try it. Let's see if we can get some energy here. That would actually be okay, because it wouldn't interfere with my ability to get the energy, right? It would, like, if I can get past this boss, I can still get this energy and still get this energy. What I would lose here is the gems up here, but it might not be 40 gems. So if it's not a full refill, probably the 100 energy is better, right? So that was a good call. We could try this. I'm doubtful. I don't think I'm hitting hard enough. Yeah, rough spot. I like the idea, though. I like the thinking. Yeah, Dark Fae is a pain. I actually think I could get past Dark Fae. Getting past Scare Boss is actually harder for me, I think. Because my team is built for Dark Fae, but it's not built for Scarab. Yeah, there you go. All right. So I don't think I'm going to get past that. Now, let's see how many chickens I have. So 5-star chickens, I've got 1, 2, 3 right now. And then in terms of 4-star chickens, I could make like these champions into 5-star chickens. I guess I could do that as well. I do have a ton of 4 stars leveled up. Or maybe I don't. I thought I did. I've got 2 leveled up. And then she's almost leveled up. I'm actually starting to run low on leveled champion. But that's okay. I still think I have a chance of making the 12,500 points. It's going to be, I'm going to squeak home, I think. You know, the other thing is I do have mystery shards. So maybe what I should do is just start saving my energy for, like, use more mystery shards and save more energy. Right? Because at the end you can't do that. You have to do that sort of as you progress. So we could do that. So let's level up some champions here. That's not enough. So she needs to run one more time. But yeah, we can do all these. Now, what I got to do, what I've got to do is I've got to find champions that I can turn in on. There's a whole unloading process here. Okay, so here we go. I also have all these chickens. All right, so for right now, let's go ahead and make some chickens. We'll take these Diabolists. Those are always good chickens. I have more blue brews anyway. I like making Diabolists and Hound Spawns my chickens, because those are the champions you get from running campaign. And that way, it doesn't mess up my brews as much. Because if you build something at 4 stars or 5 stars, it takes more brews, you know, so like I'd rather use them at 3 stars. I do the same thing with the 2-star champions, those demon champions that you get from 12-3 as well. All right, and then we'll upgrade this guy. 15. And that gave us a little bit of room. Can we summon it? We can do a 10 pull now.
Yeah, do it.
You back?
What do you mean? I never left.
You did leave. In fact, we showed it on stream that you were gone. What is up with the lying? What is up? Well, you just gave a whole lecture. You gave a sermon from the pulpit, Lord High Commander.
This is the fiction of my reality.
Lord High Commander, Supreme of the world under the stairs.
I just took Bandit out to pee real quick, right?
Yeah, so you left.
Yeah, but I mean, what did I leave?
You left the stream.
I was still
you
here.
left your apartment. You left us. You walked away and you took the dog and you went outside. And I said, "Are you back?"
Okay.
I said, "Are you back?" And you said, "I never left."
Permanence?
No, it's not.
Like if I'm not on camera, I don't exist anymore.
We're not speaking about metaphysics. We're talking about the reality.
Always here.
First of all, we showed that you were gone, so we saw that you were gone.
Well, I mean, I might have been gone, but I never left.
The people have elected a tyrant.
Facts. They keep doing it to themselves too. I don't know why. They never learn.
They don't.
But it's good to be the king.
Yeah. That's what I hear.
What's it like down there?
It's pretty great actually.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I wouldn't know. Wouldn't need to know.
No, I get to hang out with my wife and my dog.
Kingdom.
I've got a baby on the way. You know, I got a cool YouTube channel that people seem to enjoy. Life's pretty good.
Yeah, but I ruled the vast kingdom of the land under the stairs.
That's true.
Can it really compete?
I don't feel the need to compete. And honestly, in all sincerity, I'm gonna be really sincere, make you feel like a heel. I'd happily live under the stairs as long as my wife was with me. I was like, I don't care where we live.
My wife.
I'd live in a cardboard box on the street as long as I was living with her. It'd be fine. I'd be a happy man.
True.
So, and my dog. I'd want them both. I'd want them both.
Yeah, that's a good point. Speaking of object permanence, Bandit's head this AI just not do dogs, man. He's just a beheaded creature.
Yeah, it really depends on where he's facing. Sometimes we get the full picture, but a lot of times we don't.
There, see, he exists in reality.
Under the stairs.
I don't know why he's
in the reality like under the stairs. He exists.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, that's a good tip, Darren. I think that
Darren,
I usually start with hard mode personally. Sometimes it's physical pain, you know? Sometimes I actually feel it like in my body. It feels it's just not a good feeling. Something's wrong. So, uh, but you know what? I'm happy for you. I'm happy for you.
Thanks, me too.
Uh,
Powerful stuff. Whew.
you get through it. You're all right.
No,
You're still in it.
yeah, I'm struggling. I'll make it through.
Dino says, I just noticed I was not subbed to you. You should tell us to check sometimes in live. That's a good call. I do sometimes. It's not something I do frequently. I could do it more. So thank you for the reminder. So if you haven't subbed to the channel already, please do so. We have over 5,300 subscribers right now. So we feel like, you know, it's getting to a substantial number. I mean, it's strange because it's a constantly moving goalpost, right? When we started, like, we got our first 100 subs. We were like, we got 100 subs. Then we got 500. Then it was like 1,000. 1,000 was a big deal. We got our first 1,000. You know, and I mean, every milestone is like every 500, you know, every 1,000 is really big. 5,000, I think, has been the biggest milestone. But it also feels like there aren't that many really big milestones out there anymore. Like 6,000 will be nice, you know, but now really we start looking at 10,000. You know, and then once you get to 10,000, you start looking at like 20 or 25,000, you know, and it's like, so obviously we're not going to hit that in a few weeks. You know, it's like we've been able to, in 7 months, hit like 10 different milestones. So it's like every month there's a new milestone that's been really exciting. And now it's going to be more spread out, not because we're gaining subs at a slower rate, but simply because the numbers get bigger and more spread out. So, so yeah, so thanks for subscribing and pushing those numbers. It's been fun. When is the Corvus guide coming out? That's a good question.
Yeah, man. Come on.
It would have already been out had the HH challenge not happened. The HH challenge has pushed all my plans into a tailspin. And then we've got a super busy March coming up. And it's going to be really fun. You guys are going to be excited, I hope. I'm excited. I'm really pumped for March. I think March is going to be fantastic. The one sort of downside is that we're going to be ramping up some activity. We're going to be doing some fun stuff. But the HH challenge doesn't end until when? Like April 9th or something. So like I've got to also do this all month. And then play the main account and still try to put out content. So I've been working on something with Corvus that I think is really cool that I would like to release in the next couple of weeks. I wanted to release it before we got to March, but I don't know that that's going to happen. So if I can actually do it in the next 2 or 3 days, I would do it. It's not a guide so much as a team composition that utilizes him. So it's not really that kind of situation, but I appreciate people asking. Like if you are interested in something, if I've said in the past, oh, I want to do this, and then I've never really gotten around to it just because I've been super busy and I've had other priorities, don't hesitate to mention it. Like it's been on my mind, and the more people that mention it, the more it moves up the priority list. So, you know, I want to do a Corvus guide. There are some other champions that I've pulled that I want to develop and do guides on. If there's a champion that I use frequently that I've never thought about doing a guide on, but you want to see a guide on, so maybe you want to see a guide on, I don't know, Lady Kimmy or something. You see that I use her a lot in Doom Tower. Like I'd be happy to do a champion guide. Champion guides are actually not that hard to do, but the downside is, as a free-to-play player, I don't have the resources to like change builds on my champions a lot and show you, oh, this is the 10 ways you can build Lady Kimmy, and these are the, you know, 7 areas that you can use her in. Like I can't do that. I can show you how I use her, because I just don't have the resources to rebuild her. You know, or maybe I could rebuild her, but I can't do that for every champion guide. So, yeah, so that's where we stand on the Corvus guide. But yeah, don't hesitate to keep mentioning. You put him in regen, perception, and high defense HP accuracy build. That sounds good. Definitely go high defense. And then, any HP you can squeeze on him is good. You do need the accuracy. In a lot of cases for a champion like Corvus, and I'll just pull him up real quickly so you can see what I'm talking about. If you have a champion like Corvus, where debuffs are an important part of his kit, you wouldn't call him necessarily a debuffer, but there's a debuff that makes him work, or there are 2 debuffs that make him work. So you need the accuracy in the kit. So like in this case, you want the poison sensitivity and the poisons to hit. If you don't land the poisons, there's no point in building Corvus, right? There's really very little. Now, he also has a decreased attack on his A1. This is what makes him such a good boss content, like champion. So you can take him into any dungeons. You can take him into wave content. He's good against almost every boss, unless the boss is just not susceptible to poisons. He can help you clear waves. He can extend buffs and debuffs, which is great. And then he's got this passive that reduces the damage that comes at you based on the poisons on the target. He's also got a defensive aura in all battles of 30%. You can see he's decently tanky at 1400 defense and 19,000 HP, 99 speed. So, usable, like no bad stats, no fantastic stats. You don't look at this guy and say the stats are off the roof. I wouldn't mind if they buffed his stats slightly. I would love him to be at like 103 speed with like 1450 defense and maybe like another 1000 HP. Like that would feel like he's more in line. Like maybe he's been power crept a little bit in terms of stats, but in general, his kit is so good and his stats are totally legit. So it's just a nice combo. But because you need accuracy on him, you want to be really careful about your sources of accuracy. So think about where you're going to run him. You could make him a solo dungeon champion. You can put him in, regen and immortal, right? And then you're like, okay, how much accuracy do I need? Well, I only need 225 accuracy. So that allows you to pile on the defense and the HP, which are his best stats anyway. How fast do you need him to be? For, a solo build, you'd like him pretty fast, maybe 250. Kind of depends, but that's where you can start doing the area bonuses here, right? So you can start putting in the area bonuses, be like, well, I want him to solo, say, Dragon and Ice Golem, right? And those two tend to work together. So, okay, so I'm going to get, 10 speed out of, or, 6 speed or whatever.
Davis. Hit the like button for that sweet dog.
Hey, Matt Davis.
Like button for that sweet dog.
Thank you. Hit the like button for that sweet dog we call Bandit.
You're earning your keep. Look at you.
There you go. There's that sweet dog. He's a good boy.
Yeah.
He's such a snuggler. Like he's a pretty big dog to be that, like some big dogs are super snuggly. But it's like he thinks he's a lap dog. He thinks he's like 25 pounds. And he's like what? He's like 65 pounds or something.
Yeah, he's in like the 60s probably.
Yeah. So thank you, Matt Davis. We appreciate it. We appreciate all the support. But yeah, so what was I talking about? Oh yeah, so then you can go in here and you can get some stats out of this. Obviously, if you're looking for like accuracy, you can get accuracy here. You can also get stats from your Guardian Ring. Now, when you're talking about legendaries, you might not have a lot of legendaries to get stats from, but you might get to this third, set here, which gives you accuracy and resistance. So that's more accuracy there. And if you do have all 5, you want to account for that speed. So there are so many other sources of stats that you can get in the game that just apply, that sometimes for a champion like Corvus, it's really important. Because if you want him to say solo Dragon and Ice Golem, you just want to get him to 225 accuracy. Every other stat, right, should go into survivability or speed or damage or whatever. Because you also don't want your solo champions to take 12 minutes to solo a dungeon. You want it to be a 2-minute run or 2.5-minute run. If you can make it faster, great. So you have to do some math when you build a champion like Corvus for something like that. Now, the other place where you can use Corvus, where he's great, is in a killable clan boss team, right? Because he's got the buff extension, so you can have a more likely chance of 100% uptime with your buffs. He's also got the debuff extension, so you got more likely chance to get 100% uptime on the debuffs. He is, where? Let's see. Okay, so he is like a major damage dealer. He's going to be one of your major damage dealers, but he also has a decreased attack, which is going to improve your survivability. So if you mix him in with somebody else, you want to make sure you've got that accuracy there. Here for Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss, I think you need 250 accuracy. So again, you want to be pretty on point with the accuracy. But remember that if you're going in a killable Clan Boss team, you want as much defense as possible. And then like probably regen and immortal are not the way to go, right? You want to go maybe with some perception, and then like any kind of defensive set, maybe a stalwart set, maybe what's the special set that is like stalwart? Defiant. So maybe Defiant, or you could mix Defiant with something. You can also get him in a counterattack or an ally attack setup. So if you have like revenge accessories on him, that can be good. Or if you have, you can run him down the defense tree if you don't need the extra accuracy, and you can get, counterattacks from that, because getting more A1s out from him is really valuable because of that decreased attack. So, there's my mini guide on Corvus, but it also stands in for like other champions who are in that same boat where he's, I wouldn't call him stat hungry, but you have value in a lot of different places. You have value from defense, value from HP, value from accuracy, value from speed, and then, even value from crit damage and crit rate, depending on how you want to build him and what kind of team comp you have around him and what content you're running him through. So just be aware that you don't overspend on a stat that you don't need. If you have a build where 3,500 defense is enough, don't just put 5,000 defense on him because he's a defensive base champ. 3,500 is getting you through the solo dungeons. That's all you need. Don't overspend, because you want those points somewhere else. If you want to make him a solo champion, you probably want 100% crit rate on him. And that's going to be hard to do if you overspend on those other, if you over allocate your points to those other places. So anyway, that's just a little bit of a thought on Corvus. Oh, Bandit. He's such a good boy.
Half my body is asleep right now.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, well, he's
I'm starting to experience a lot of pain. But we all know the rule. I can't move.
So Gabriel, he set a new low time for Dragon 25 for you instantly. Yeah, he helps you clear the waves, and he helps you kill the boss, and he helps you stay alive. So it's like your whole team just does better work. He's very good in wave content, and if you use him with like a poison exploder or something, or like if you can pair him with like a Theodore or a Calvalax or somebody like that, you can just pump out all those poisons and crush waves that way. That could be fun too. Crazy says, I don't have Geo. Shit, I don't have most champs since I'm mid game, but I find it fun to make it work, or live arena when I beat spenders free to play. Yeah, I feel the same way. I enjoy outperforming accounts that clearly spend, especially in live arena. That's probably the only place where I care. I don't really care in PvE content. And generally for classic arena and 3v3, I don't care either. I don't mind that spenders spend. Like, you play play the game the way you want to play. I've talked about spending in these games. I don't like the monetization practices. I think it's predatory. But that being said, like, I don't have a moral objection to people spending their money on games if they want to. And I don't think just because it's a competitive game, it's clearly a pay to win game. Like, I know that going in. I'm not going to cry about that. Do you know what I mean? I don't like it. I don't like pay to win games generally. This is an exception. I typically don't play pay to win games. But the reason that I'm playing this one is because I think there's a whole different experience when you play it free to play. I don't mind playing pay to win games free to play because it increases the challenge for me. If the free to play component still feels good. You know, if it's like, oh, you can't even do these things if you don't spend, then that's frustrating. If these things are harder if you don't spend, that's okay. I don't mind that as long as I don't lose access. You know, because there are some games where it's like, oh, hey, you get the first 20 levels free to play, and then if you want to go to level 50, you have to spend. It's like I don't like that stuff. That's not what I want. But when it comes to live arenas specifically, and I see people who bring in like all of these meta champions, you know, and it's always like Siphi and Rotos, it's always Terrace and Marishka, it's it's always Harima, it's always Hefrak, it's like the same 15 champions over and over and over again. And then I can beat them with my cobbled together, not even built for arena teams. You know, like my champions aren't even built for arena. They're built for PvP. But if I can unlock a composition, you know, like as we're putting the teams together, if I can unlock a composition that beats their like $15,000 team, that is satisfying. Because that just proves to me that you can in fact compete at a high level and be free to play. What are you going to say, son?
No, I fully agree.
Yeah. Kirk, maybe you have. Depends. I mean, if you're running him in high level Doom Tower, you need higher accuracy. If you're running him in hard mode dungeons, you need higher accuracy. So I'm just saying it depends on where you're getting the value from him. He is very good for that stuff as well. So sometimes you overspend because your intention is to get him into hard mode dungeons, let's say. And you're going to need another 200 accuracy on him. So it's not a waste. It's just not being utilized right now. And by the way, if the way you've built him gets the job done in your current content and you've overbuilt him, then great. Then you don't have to rebuild them later, you know? So that's fine too. All I'm saying is for those kinds of champions, you want to make sure. Just think about all of the places that you're going to put him. You thought he was going to get off your lap, but you were wrong.
Yep.
Is this what we're doing right now? We're just staring at Bovo's Sharphorn. We're staring. We're just watching you snuggle your dog and
look. Bandit made this executive decision that he needed to sit in my lap today. So
apparently, even the Supreme High Lord Commander of the world under the stairs has somebody he answers to.
Facts.
One of our furry overlords has decided that this is what's happening today. Yeah, he's a good. My dog will not sit that quietly in my lap. First of all, she'll perch. If I'm sitting in a chair, she'll perch. And she'll kind of put her hands on my knees and she'll look out and like survey the world like she's up on a pedestal. Like and then the second thing is like she won't actually settle down and let me snuggle her. She will if we're like sitting on the couch, you know, but not in a chair. She doesn't feel secure enough in the chair for some reason.
Yeah, he's in a fairly precarious position right now, and he'll sleep here all day if I let him. Oh, but Bandit, I can't feel my arm anymore. Can I have some blood, please, in my arm? Thank you. You'll lay over that way. There you go.
He's like, Daddy, why are you making me move?
That is exactly what it is. And now because I put him into this position, he'll accept it while I pet him. But if I stop petting him, he'll look at me like, yeah, but you put me here to pet me.
So Tuello, yeah, I mean, I've said this since before I started a YouTube channel, so Sun knows this. Not many people know this, but for I don't know, like 6 months or something, I live streamed. I was a Twitch streamer. I streamed on Twitch, and I streamed Magic the Gathering online. Not online, Magic the Gathering Arena. And I was free to play there. I love Magic the Gathering. It's a great game. But the biggest issue with Magic has always been the amount of money it takes to really compete. And so Arena is great because you can earn free cards through playing. You know, you just play actively and you can get rewards and you can spend those rewards to get packs and stuff. And there was a ranked system over there. And I think the highest tier was Master. Like, right, it went up like, you know, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and then it was like Master. And in my first or second season of streaming, in the competitive ladder, I was able to achieve Master as a free-to-play player. And I streamed probably like 5 days a week for several hours a day, maybe like 4 hours a day. And, you know, to tiny audiences of like 5 to 15 people for the most part. And I really enjoyed that. And at the time, it's like, you know, the reason I wasn't spending on the game is because I have played Magic for 25 years and I have spent thousands of dollars on the game and I just didn't want to do that anymore, but I kept wanting to play the game that I enjoyed. So the fact that Arena came out and allowed you to play for free actually made it really enjoyable. And the fact that I could compete as a free-to-play player was also just like a driving, motivating factor. And then eventually I stopped and, you know, got away from Twitch and didn't do content for a couple of years and then came back here, started here. So like it's kind of part of my DNA, right? The competition for me isn't really with other people. Other people are sort of the measuring stick. You know what I mean? It's like I'm competitive with myself. Can I get better? Can I find a solution that I couldn't see before? Can I improve my creativity or my focus or my understanding or my drive and accomplish something that most people either can't or won't because they'll give up on it. And so, you know, that was really satisfying to me to do that. And I think the same thing stands here, you know, as a free-to-play player in Raid. I recognize I'm not the best free-to-play player in the world. I've watched content creators who clearly, as free-to-play players, have achieved more than I have. You know, the one that comes to mind right away is Airbad, right? Like the stuff he does in game is way beyond what I do in game. And potentially he may spend more time, you know, on Raid, like more hours in game, more hours researching, more hours watching content, more hours experimenting, talking to other people. I don't know. My guess is he does. Like I'm not as hardcore with Raid as I've been with games in the past, simply because life doesn't allow me to be as hardcore as I would probably opt in to under other circumstances. Like, you know, before I was married, right? Before we were planning on having a family, before I had a dog. Like when I had more free time to devote to these games. But that's okay. Like I don't need to be the best free-to-play player in the world. That's not a motivating factor to me. The motivating factor to me is, can I keep getting better? Can I accomplish something that's hard to do that most people can't accomplish? And once I accomplish it, what's next? Right? Can I keep growing and getting better? And I think when you spend, that process becomes very different. Now, it can be very similar if you're a low spender. It could be similar if you spend on a budget. You're like, you know, I spend $10 a month or $100 a month or whatever it is, but that's what I do. Can I then compete with the people who spend $1,000 a month or $5,000 a month? You know, that can still be a motivating factor. But I do think there are some shortcuts, you know, that happen in spending that in the long run change your perspective on the way you approach things. Now, I'm not here to say that's good or bad. I'm not saying that. I'm not judging. What I'm saying is that for me, like, it would change the feel of it if I spent $10 a month. For me. I could. And in some games I would. I would say, you know, I'll buy the monthly subscription and that's all I'll get. And it won't necessarily change the feeling so much that I still feel like I'm not accepting a big challenge. You know, it's not going to like make life super easy to spend $10 a month. But you know, for whatever reason in Raid right now, it's like, yeah. I mean, I debated for months whether or not I would join the content creator program simply because I didn't want to get free resources. Like I thought it would ruin the challenge for me. But by the way, I have reapplied for the content creator program. Son, we applied last night, right? Was it last night?
Indeed.
Yeah, so this is my fourth application. We'll see. We'll see if they accept you. Huh? I don't know if they don't like me or if they're just not paying attention or if there's something glitchy with their application process. I have no idea.
All of the above, I say.
So Gabriel says, at first I spent at least $3,500 on the game. Lately, I've only been playing for the gem thing a month and some legendary book packs, but I'm done huge spending. I'm account level 67, and I played for 9 months. Yeah, you know, again, sometimes money spent early in the game may actually even be more valuable than continued spending, right? Like if you drop, you know, $3,500 in the first 6 months, your 6-month account is going to look very, very different than a free-to-play 6-month account. And because of the snowball nature of gacha game, right, that means at a year, your account will still look vastly different than a free-to-play account at 6 months. If at 6 months you just started implementing all the free-to-play like concepts that we talk about on the channel, you would outpace any other free-to-play player who was doing the same thing but starting from scratch, because you're just starting with a bigger snowball. You know, so it's like you're going to gain, your momentum is going to be a lot faster. So when I'm talking about like a year into the game, you start getting, you know, all your clan boss rewards and you're picking up 35 void shards a week and whatever. Like you start doing that at 4 months. And that means for 8 months, you get more rewards than I would get. And those, it's like compound interest. Like every time you pull a void shard, right, you got an opportunity to get a champion that could get you more shards, more legendary shards, more rewards, more gear, whatever. So, I think if you're going to spend in this game, you know, you do one of two things. You either just kind of get the subscription level stuff and pick good value as it comes at you, or you kind of overspend early on to get yourself set up and having fun, and then you just let it play out. You know, and I see a lot of players that are in that boat, you know, where they've spent a lot of money in the first month or 6 months, and then they've gone free to play. And people will say stuff like, I'm free to play now, which I respect. I'm not trying to have a fight about like that phrase. But other free to play players who have been free to play since the day one might find that irritating, right? They'd be like, you know, they're just like, oh yeah, I'm free to play. So you've never spent on the game. Oh no, I spent for 6 months, but I'm free to play now. So your account's not really free to play, right? No, my account's free to play now. It's like, those are just different statements, you know, from the same term. Like, I'm totally fine. If you're free to play now, great, good. I'm glad. Free to play life is awesome. But if you have spent money on your account at any point, then a player who's always been free to play may want to make a distinction between those two accounts because of that snowball factor. It's like, even if you've been free to play for,
was free to play, Cole, but they were wrong.
I mean, I've played 2.5 years on my main account, and I've been free to play the entire time. I've never spent a dime. Now, if I spent for the first 6 months and then I've been free to play for 2 years, I'd probably feel fairly confident saying I'm a free to play player. I am a free to play player, but I don't have a free to play account, right? That 6 month build up and snowball is just going to outpace any other free to play player. So it's a little bit of a gray area. And I know that gamers can get, you know, we can get to be sticklers for some things.
Gamers gonna game.
Yeah, but also we're like, you know, we like some of us like our boxes and boxes, and it'll like irritate people. I don't think it should. I think you just clarify and be like, yeah, I'm free to play now. You know, how long did you spend? I spent, you know, whatever. You don't have to tell us your finances. Like, yeah, I was a moderate spender for about 6 months. You know, okay. And how long have you been playing the game? 2 years. You've been free to play for 1.5 years. Yeah. Okay, great. You know, like, I don't care. What I used to do all the time, son, I don't know if you did this too. When you started a new game that you liked, would you just pick a number of hours and then spend a certain number of dollars? No. What was your method for, like, if you had a free to play option, what would make you determine that you wanted to spend money in the game?
I don't think I ever considered it before Raid, because the only other games that I've played are either you buy them up front, so that's where you're spending the money. I guess WoW, technically, if you have like a subscription, or something like League, which would be kind of be the closest, where it's completely free to play. And then it's you can only buy cosmetics. But I spent money on League of Legends because I played it for a long time, and having that stuff added some extra value for me.
Yeah.
So I think that's more, I guess, the consideration that I'd have for me. Whereas for Raid, well, we all know how we feel about that. I don't like their monetary practices, so I refuse to spend money with them.
Yeah. Yeah, and granted, I mean, even if if they had better monetary practices, I would spend in this game, but I would still not be a big spender. I wouldn't be like, oh, this game is awesome and it's really good value and I'm going to spend $1,000 a month. That would never happen, simply because I'm an old school gamer. I remember when you could buy a game and take it home and own it forever for like $30. And so the idea of like, that kind of money going into a game doesn't feel good to me. But I would happily give them like a subscription kind of style amount of money. So $10 to $20 a month kind of on the regular, even if that was like either buying a subscription or looking for packs to buy or whatever for that amount of money. I would probably do that. I might buy some skins for champions that I use a lot. I would do something like that. But I had for many years, probably at least 15 years, if not 20, I had kind of a set schedule in my brain. If I played a game for 100 hours, I gave them $10. So if it was free to play, or if it was like, you buy once, but then they had some kind of mechanic where you could spend on it. If I played 100 hours, I would send them $10, especially if it was free to play. Sometimes it would be more than $10, but that was like a minimum. So, 100 hours is actually a fair amount of time in a game. And then if I spent another 100 hours in the game, typically then I would set up like a spending schedule. I'm like, okay, I'm playing this regularly enough. So, in League of Legends, I probably, I don't know, over all the years that we played League of Legends, I probably spent 5,000 hours in game.
Yeah.
I want to say I spent 5,000 hours in game, because that was probably my number 1 or number 2 game continuously for something like 7 years. And I probably averaged somewhere between like at low activity times, maybe like 5 to 10 hours a week, and at high activity times, like 30 or 40 hours a week, depending on like how busy I was and what was going on. So, you could call it, I mean, it could be 1,000 hours a year. It could have been 1,000 hours a year. Probably that's a little bit high for some years and low for others. But call it like 700 to 1,000 hours a year. So we're talking about it, 5 to 7,000 hours probably. And I think I've given them around $600 or $700. So $100 per 1,000 hours, which is about right. $10 per 100 hours. That's about my spending pace. So.
That's about right.
Yeah. Now I've played it on and off since then, and I haven't spent a dime in like the past 5, 6, 7 years, because I feel like, 1, I've given them enough money, and 2, I don't play it enough anymore. Like, I go back for a month every year and I play it for 24 hours. And their monetization has also changed. They sell all the season passes now, and it's like there's so many more microtransactions than there used to be. It feels like they're constantly pushing the monetization now. Carl's just noticing your haircut.
I don't know who he's talking about. Who's this sun guy?
You haven't seen us in a while, Carl. It's been what? Almost a month, right? Like 3 weeks, at least.
Has it been that long? Yeah. Yeah, it's been almost a month. But I don't know this sun guy. I am Supreme Lord High, Supreme Commander, Hot Hands, Exalted Ruler of the World, under the stairs. You know what I'm saying?
All right. Supreme Lord Commander, Hot Hands. Tomas says, would you today buy a Cardiel skin if the pack was just the skin? I don't know, like a fair price. It's hard to say. I would want to. If you give me a cool
$10 if they changed all their other crap, yeah.
Yeah, that's the point of it. Like, if it was a $5 to $10 skin for a champion that I enjoyed and it was a cool looking skin, I would happily give money to a game company for that. However, I'm so anti like Plarium's monetization practices that just giving me one piece of value under a system that is incredibly exploitative is not enough. Do you know what I mean? So like, if a skin popped up today for $1.99 for Cardiel that would like glowed blue and there was extra lightning and it was super cool, I'd be highly tempted to buy it if it was that price, you know. But if, first of all, if they did it, it would probably be like $30 or $40. And second of all, I don't.
Also, craziness.
What's that?
$30 to $40 on. I was just saying on. I censored myself and said the other word, but you know, that'd be crazy to charge that for a skin, and they would, and they would without any issue.
Yeah, so we'd have to see. I don't know. Mobile Legends is just like League of Legends, but better, I think. Or it's for your phone. Please download it and give it a try. I appreciate the suggestion. I don't know that I don't want to play another MOBA though. So if it's a MOBA, probably not. I don't. If I want a PvP rush, I want to play something and put it down. I'd rather play like Call of Duty. You know, or PUBG or something, or whatever. So something like that. I don't think I'll ever get into another MOBA. I enjoyed League of Legends for a long time. It was it was my number 1 or number 2 game for, like I said, for like 7 years. And I liked the competition element of it. The toxicity that comes into a community like that is kind of hard to weed out. And eventually Riot stopped trying. They were like, forget this. We don't even need to do this. It's just going to be a toxic community and we're going to let it be that. So, you know. Not that that's the only reason I left. For me to like compete at a high level, I would have to put a lot of time into it, and I'd have to be in that agitated competitive state for too many hours of my day. There's not a lot of joy in it for me anymore. I find this much more enjoyable. Like, Raid is boring and monotonous, or super exciting in the short term, or just kind of interesting as you're working on stuff, which is most of the time. So like the boring monotony, I don't mind so much. The like short periods of like a lot of excitement are kind of fun. And then the rest of the time it's just interesting and it's not stressful. At least for me. It's my experience. So I prefer this style of game. If I were going to invest a lot of time into a different genre of game, it would probably be an MMO. I love MMOs, and I've been waiting for a really good one to pop up that I could start playing with people. Or maybe an ARPG. I do like ARPGs as well. Yeah, a lot of hours. A lot of hours. I think that, the push these days, why are we just looking at your defeat screen, son? What are you working on?
You know, it's a great question.
the the Lord High Supreme Commander Hot Hands is taking a little nappy poo because he's tired.
All right, buddy, calm down.
He's got to take a nap. He's been running the world under the stairs. Got to take a nap. Which Star Wars RPG? Because there are a lot of them. I think we need another poll, son.
We can have as many as you want.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, well, it's not 100%, but it works sometimes.
%30 of the time, it works every time.
Hey. If these trends continue.
All right, I can only put 4 genres a game. So let's see what the out of these 4 genres, what are your favorite genres of game? Son is thinking they spelled victory wrong.
I fully agree.
Darn, I met my American wife on Lotro. Now that was a long grind. Yeah, okay. Yeah, actually, you know what? Oddly enough, I have friends who met in Lotro and got married. Although technically I think they might have met in Star Wars The Old Republic. I was part of a clan that was in both. And I played with both players in both games, but I think they technically never actually met or hung out until we were playing Star Wars. So, yeah, I could have done survival games. I could have done RTSs, you know. I could have done a lot of other kind of genres, you know, sports simulation or just simulations, sports games, you know, like there are tons. Maybe I'll do another one. I love I don't know if anybody plays Football Manager. I love Football Manager. I love sports simulation games. Like I used to play Madden, you know, football. I used to play like FIFA, but I actually really enjoyed like the career modes and the franchise modes in those games. I usually played those more than like, you know, just playing the game. I didn't like to just, and I didn't even care about playing like PvP. Like I didn't want to play against somebody. They're like, oh, you know, you want to play Madden with me? It's like, not really. It's like I want to build my Jets dynasty, you know, like so. I only get 4 options in a poll, so I can't do all the genres, unfortunately. So what do you think? Like if you had to go through all of the I didn't even put MMORPGs up there. if you had to go through all of the genres of games that you've ever played, what do you think you've been the most obsessed with? Like which genre sucked you in the hardest and took over your life the most?
Yeah.
And there might be more than one that
it-
there's kind of tied up
Yeah,
there.
I was about to say,
you know?
yeah, because I think it's more that it went through phases, right? Like when I was younger, it was all about the FPS, like Call of Duty, Black Ops. I mean, I played that game just for hours a day,
Yeah.
um, and I couldn't imagine playing any other game. And later on, it was WoW at some point, so MMOs.
Yeah.
Then it was League. Then it was MOBAs. And for a while, it was Raid. It was Ganchas. Like it just, when you catch a game that, I'll bet playing Factorio, that caught like just dumping tons of hours into those games. Um, so yeah, I think it's just when you get a good game, regardless of genre, for me, that you really enjoy. And yeah, you can bump those hours up, man.
Darn, that's great. Yeah, I'm I would say I'm sorry it didn't work out, but that's hard to say. Like you don't know, right? It kind of did work out. You've got your son and you co-parent well, and that's fantastic. You also
Yeah.
said MMOs are your favorite, Lotro and ESO. I've played ESO a little bit. I played it in beta. I love Lotro. That's still one of my favorite games of all time. Angelica says an MMORPG. Yep. Such a youngster, says Reese. Younger, then mentions Call of Duty. Yeah. I started playing Call of Duty when I was like 30. So for me, I think, there are games that have sucked me in that I wouldn't call genres, like where other games in the genre didn't do it. So for instance, like really like Diablo has sucked me in from time to time, but I don't play a lot of ARPGs. I played Baldur's Gate a little bit. I played some other ARPGs, but like really it's just Diablo in that genre. As far as MOBAs are concerned, I tried a few other MOBAs, but really it's just League of Legends. So as a genre, I
Yep,
wouldn't say
exactly.
MOBAs have sucked me in. I would say League of Legends sucked me in. I wouldn't say ARPGs have sucked me in, but Diablo sucked me in. Same thing. I mean, and I wouldn't even say that really about first-person shooters ever. I have played first-person shooters. I played first-person shooters before they were online, right? Before there was even a PvP element to it. And enjoyed those games. And I've enjoyed, yeah, yeah. Even like on consoles where you had to play with your buddies right there with the split screen. Yeah, I've done that. Unreal Tournament was one of those. I loved that game.
Mm-hmm.
But even those games, like, I don't think any first person shooter ever sucked me into like the extent that like League did or something like that. So I wouldn't say that genre has ever sucked me in. And then there are like a few genres that for a period of time of my life were like the overwhelming genre. And the first one was real-time simulations. So Age of Empires style games.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where Warcraft came from. Like World of Warcraft was originally Warcraft, and Warcraft was an RTS. So I played Warcraft, I played Age of Empires, I played Kohan, I played StarCraft, I played all of those games. And for like that genre dominated like a decade of my life where that was my game style. During that time, I was always still playing RPGs because RPGs were like the first game that I started playing when I was a kid, when I was like little. RPGs weren't what they are today. So it's like I would say like, I really started playing things like Pac-Man, like, like those games. But once you get away from like coin operated games, RPGs were always there. And then when MMORPGs came out, that was my jam for like a long, long time. So I would say RTSs and RPGs. And then the third one would be sports simulations because I played Madden. I played baseball simulations. I don't even like baseball. I played bowling simulations. I don't even like bowling. You know, like I've played every sport simulator that you can do. I've done car racing and bicycle racing and you know, I've done sports simulations for soccer and football and hockey. I don't like hockey, you know, but it doesn't even matter. Like if you make a good sports simulator, I'll play it. And then, you know, I don't think gotchas have really grabbed me to the same extent. This game has grabbed me. This game has grabbed me the way like League of Legends grabbed me. But it's like, you know, if I go back and just think about genres, it's RTSs, RPGs, and sports simulations. And those are the only three that I can't seem to get away from. And Tetris. And Tetris. Tetris back in the day. That was like a good 7 years of my life doing nothing but hearing that Russian music on my Game Boy. So that was definitely a thing. Yeah, Gabriel Rivera. Unreal Tournament was fun. We would play it in slow-mo. That was really slow-mo, no gravity. That was slow-mo, no gravity, one-shot kills. Insta-Gibbs. Slow-mo, no gravity, Insta-Gibbs. It was so fun. And the best thing about that is when you did it in slow-mo, like the characters would taunt each other in Unreal Tournament. Son, did you ever play this game, Unreal Tournament?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that like your characters would say stuff as you were fighting? And you would kill somebody and they would taunt each other. And like each character had a, you know, slightly different voice. And there was like, you know, you could pick 8 or 10 characters. They were all the exact same character. Like there was no competitive difference. It was just a skin, but they had a slightly different voice.
Yeah.
And I can still hear the taunts, but I hear them in slow-mo. And so one of the guys he would say, see you, like, you know, see you, like I killed you, see you. Be like, but in slow-mo, it was like, see you. And my buddy and I would play it. And this was like back in the late 90s. And there was a saying back there, like it was a stupid saying back there. And I hated it even at the time. But there was a saying back then, which was like, see ya, wouldn't want to be ya. And so we would always do that in that voice. It would be like, see you, wouldn't want to be you. And we thought that was hilarious. You know, of course, we were probably 23 years old and drinking while we were playing, you know, but we were just like, ah! It was like, this is stupid as shit, you know, or there was another saying, but you know, we would just, it was literally just he and I playing one-on-one, you know, in slow motion, no gravity, Insta-Gibbs for hours while we, you know, hung out all weekend and drank. And I was like, so that was a fun time. But again, that game was fun and that was a moment in time, but that genre never sucked me in.
Yeah.
Matt Davis played MUDs for years. Yeah. I remember MUDs. Brady says, my favorite games are still ones like Diablo Parts 1 to 3. Waited almost 20 years for Diablo 3 to come out. My very first game was one called Jumpman on a Commodore 64. I had a Commodore 64. I kind of remember Jumpman, actually. Yeah. We got somebody who said Angelica said Final Fantasy 8. Borked, I played WoW for a decade, dropped out during Battle for Azeroth. Tetris on Game Boy, yep. Unreal Tournament Tower Map was great for sniping. I remember that map. Played EverQuest first day and played for 7-8 years, but never did WoW. Yeah, I only did EverQuest a tiny little bit. Whenever there was like a free trial for a month, I would go and play it for a month. And then I would forget my account, so the next free trial, I wouldn't be able to do it again. I wouldn't be able to go back to my account, and I would start over and be like, this is such a cool game. And then I would just like, you know, get to the end of the month and stop. So I probably did like 3 or 4 free trials. Darn, yeah. The rocket launcher was great. Yeah. Final Fantasy 14. Sorry, what was that, son?
Oh, nothing. I was just agreeing.
Trickhead 2 on Amiga. Yeah. Amiga was Yeah, so it was it was like the better version of Commodore 64. It was like the 128-bit version. First Legend of Zelda on NES. Final Fantasy X, still your favorite. Madden was my favorite for a while, but screw EA. Yeah, I kind of got I'm in the same boat, Jake. I loved Madden. I bought every Madden from like maybe like 88 to like 2005 or something like that. It was a good long time. I played Madden before they started naming them based on the years, right? Because originally it was like Madden, then it was Madden 2, Madden 3, Madden 4, Madden 5. And then they were like, oh, we should just name it the years, but their years were wrong. So then they did this weird thing where they switched over to the years and they did that. So
yeah.
I literally started playing Madden on Sega Genesis. I think it was Sega Genesis. Or maybe it was the Sega before Sega Genesis. I think the first one was Sega Genesis. And I played it on the first PlayStation, and I played it on PlayStation 2. And when it got to PlayStation 2, it was like, oh shit, this is good. So that's funny. And I played it on PC. I played a bunch of them. And then yeah, eventually I got away from it, and EA is a little tough to support sometimes. But the game's still good. I mean, I see the commercials for it, and I still kind of want to play.
Just sometimes?
Just sometimes what?
EA is a little hard to support just sometimes.
Gaming companies are
Wild.
in general, they're
Absolute
pretty shitty.
mad lads.
In general, there are a few standouts, but in general, they're pretty shitty.
I don't disagree.
I know you.
Well, I'm pretty much out, man. I got nothing left in the tank here.
Yeah. All this talk of shooters and classic, no love for GoldenEye 64. I played that for a while.
Hey, yeah.
My girlfriend back in the day had Nintendo 64, and GoldenEye was definitely one of those. And there was that. What was the other one that was like GoldenEye, but it was kind of like an upgraded version? It was like dark, something dark, Perfect Dark. Is that what it was called? Perfect Dark. I actually played more Perfect Dark than I played GoldenEye. Son, what are you going to use your Vizier for? Vizier.
He's gonna warm my bench beautifully. Yeah, that's. I mean, I don't have any plans for him right now. He is here. He exists. He's being leveled to 50 just so if at any point I have a use for him, I can bring him to 6-star. But um, yeah, that's about it. I mean, I've heard he's pretty good for plant boss, increasing those debuff durations, but doesn't really work in my current clan boss.
Oh. What did I just do?
What did you do?
I don't know, I did something.
Cortez thought Raid was a meme until I tried it and got hooked. Got him, coach. Yeah, it's a great game. Or at least the mechanics of it are great. I think. There's a lot of things they can do to improve the game itself. There was a Sega before Genesis. I had Altered Beast for it. I think. Yeah, I don't really remember consoles. I think there was a buddy of mine that had a Sega at some point, and we always wanted to go over there and play it. Never actually did. But I had like one of the original Game Boys at some point. I had a Game Boy Color. That my first console was the Nintendo 64. Yeah.
I remember Altered Beast. Yeah, I forget. So I didn't have it. I had a buddy, good friend of mine, who had like the first NES and then had the first Sega. And he would get like a console as soon as it came out. That was like his thing. And so typically I would get it like 2 or 3 years after it was released. So I would go to his house and play after school. Like back in elementary school, I'd walk home to his house and we go and play, whatever game we were playing, Double Dribble, or when Madden came out, we started playing Madden, and we played a lot of sports games. And we did play like what was that? Double Dragon? Is that what it was called? We played like those games, like the fighting games and stuff where you could sometimes be on the same side, or like Contra, when you could be on the same team, that kind of stuff. So
I'm not familiar.
like, I wonder if I'm ready for a new 6-star. I think I might be.
Oh.
So yeah, I put out a poll here. What kind of content would you like to see more of from Colred Plays in the future? Talk about an expanded stream schedule, more champion guides, more interactive community stuff, or more gaming commentary and humor. And so like we don't do a ton of any of these, right? We do some streaming. We obviously stream 3 days a week. We could stream every day. Like that's a thing that some people do. You make the videos sort of your secondary thing and you do more live streams. We have talked about potentially dual streaming with Twitch and YouTube at the same time, which apparently we can do, and that would like expand our streaming activities. The champion guides are something that, in terms of raid content, I haven't focused a ton on.
That is smug.
So I haven't done a ton of individual champion guides, and I wonder how valuable that is to people, because I feel like a lot of other content creators do it, and I tend to focus on concepts rather than specifics. But if people wanted to see more specific raid content, like, I do a lot of dungeon guides, but I don't do a lot of champion guides. I thought that might be something people would want to see. Interactive community stuff is cool. We're big on community here, and so we have the Discord community, and to some extent, like, the Discord community is great. The people in it are great. We've set up things, but it's kind of like it's been cobbled together over time. And so, my question is, should we just put more time and energy into that, making that even more robust than it is? I think we offer one of the better, if not the best, Discord community amongst the raid communities. I think there are some things that other communities do that we don't do, but I think what we do so much stuff that I think a lot of other content creators aren't really interested in, even if they have like a full-time, Discord person. But there are ways to continue to improve that. So, that's something that we could do. Also, interactive stuff, like, you think about like the HH challenge thing. Like when we did Noob versus Pro, that was more interactive because people started new accounts with us and then joined our clans. So that's sort of the kind of interactive community stuff that I'm also talking about. So combination of like Discord activity and maybe events like game nights. We've talked about doing that in the past, where we kind of all hang out and live stream in Discord and play a non-raid game. We just play something. whether it's like, Among Us or it's just something that people can jump into, maybe Twitch games that are free. And then the gaming commentary and humor, this is stuff that could be about Raid or it could be not about Raid. Some people have expressed that one of the things that they like about our channel is that we're very direct, I guess, focused on the content and providing good like informational content. And that we don't bother with sort of other stuff like, humor about Raid. But I will say that from our standpoint, there are funny things that go on both in the game and in the world around, gaming. And then there's also serious issues, serious topics that we could take on a little bit more. We had the No Dime December videos. Some people pushed back a little bit on those videos, but I think a lot of people also felt that, the few content creators who were really standing up for No Dime December represented them as gamers, and appreciated the messages and the analysis and the discussion. So gaming commentary could be kind of a little bit more serious. It could be more reviews of games. It could be more, development news, that kind of stuff. And then humor would just be probably the fun things that we found, in Raid. And we don't do humor videos very often. I don't intend to make the channel a humorous channel. But there are some fun things that we've thought of doing from time to time that we haven't done. So we could also do that. So anyway, that's just my question. But of course, when you ask people in your stream what they want the most, they're going to answer more streams. Right? Like if we put this in a video that had a champion guide, I bet champion guides would be better, would get a higher percentage. So, it is a little bit of a self-selecting answer here. And I'm happy to consider all of them. We can't do all of them simultaneously, but it's good to know what people would be interested in or not. Rapid Rhymer, could you comment on Corpulent Cadaver? I pulled 2, but do not have Brogni. I have not built the Corpulent Cadaver team. I was in the midst of doing so when Cadaver got nerfed. My understanding is that if you build the Corpulent Cadaver team that used to be the world record team, and you still build it according to that recipe, you build it that way, you should probably still be able to clear about 200 million on Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss. I can't confirm that. That was something that I heard months ago, and somebody said, yeah, I can still do about 200 million. So potentially, if you have the components, it might still be a worthwhile team, right? Because a 200 million team on Ultra Nightmare is a great team. Like, that's awesome. That's fantastic. If you don't have Brogni, you can't do it. Okay. The other champions that go into it could be different. Usually you need Krisk. You could do it with double Yumiko, which is like crazy, whale Kraken build. So what I would say is, don't worry about Corpulent Cadaver. If you want to keep one copy, throw them in the vault, take them up to 4 stars, and wait until you hit your Brogni or something, you could do that. But in general, don't worry about it. Dragon Quest. I remember Dragon Quest. My first console was the Atari. Yeah, Space Invaders, Asteroids, Pac-Man. Yeah, Dig Dug. What was that game with the cars where you would go around the thing and there were the different tracks and you would try to not run into the other cars? Something Derby. Or what about like the breakout games, right? So especially after the Atari 5600, if you went to like the whatever the later Atari, I forget all the different numbers, but the breakout games were really big. Pitfall was huge. I love Pitfall. Good evening, Smog. Good to see you. The Infinity comp is probably the most intensive gear requirement of any comp. Not just a put together team without OP gear. Maybe. Maybe. I mean, the thing about the Infinity comp you have to remember is that the speeds are much slower than like some of the Demitha unkillable teams. So from a team standpoint, I would say it's probably more gear intensive. But from the standpoint of being able to reach certain thresholds, it may actually be easier to reach those thresholds in the Infinity comp than specific, like Demytha speed tunes. Like 3-to-1 speed tunes, the speed requirements for some of those are insane for most people. Matt Davis says, I come for the takeovers in the dog. I will say more bandit content. There you go.
Hire a professional photographer.
I also think you guys,
chats.
we just did that recently. We did a charity event last summer, I think. So not even this past summer, but I think it was it must have been maybe it was in the spring. It was in the spring of 23. We did a charity event. There's an organization that we like to support, and it was like a silent auction kind of thing. And so we bid on this pet photography package. And it was valued at like $650, and we got it for like $150, and we felt like, oh, this is great, It's a little bit of a scam. Like, they get you in there and you can do the photography, and then like to get the photos from the session, you have to buy each photo individually. It's like, and for like a lot of money. It was like each photo was like, just the print of the photo was like $40. If you wanted it, like a big print in a frame, it was like $400. It was a ridiculous kind of scam. We felt a little bit frustrated with it. So we like took the dog and we did our photos, and they took like 600 photos, and then they were like, if you get one photo included in your package. You get one 4x6 photo. I'm like,
what?
And then every other one you had to buy. So you got the studio time and one photo for the $650 package. And my wife was like, what the hell? And the guy was like, oh yeah, we use this to just get clients in here. Like we give away all these packages all the time, but in order for us to make money, you have to buy the photos. I'm like, okay, all right, I guess. So we bought like 20 photos not printed. We bought like 20 digital copies for like $200. It was really crap. We were not happy about it. But there were some good photos of the dog, so we were totally fine with.
I would have walked out with my one picture, my middle finger raised.
That's how I felt. But it was like
not even for a second.
I mean,
are you gonna get me to do that?
My wife bought a dress for it.
Why aren't they doing it for charity? Screw those guys.
Right.
No.
Well, we didn't know until we got there, but my wife bought a dress for it. We got like a nice new leash for the dog and a collar for her. We like took a half a day off of work, and we drove like an hour away to this place. And, we had like lunch together and stuff. So we like made it a day. And then at the end of the entire process, they're like, oh yeah, you only get one photo. We were like, what are you talking about? Like, this is a $650 package. Doesn't it come with more than one photo? And they're like, no, that pays for the studio time. You still have, and we were like, we had done all this. We were there for 90 minutes doing the photos. And we were like, well, we want pictures of the dog. We wanted family photos. We wanted to do we were going to do like a New Year's card, but we never did because it was way too much money. But so, we didn't want to like waste all of the effort to get the photos. So we bought like a package. Like, she was able to kind of negotiate with him, and we got like a 20 photo package for relatively.
I'm gonna go home and pay Timmy down the street $10 to hold a camera and press a button, and that's gonna be my dog pictures.
It was a professional studio with professional equipment, so the quality of the photos and the lighting and all that, it was good. Like, the photographer was fine, but yeah, we were a little bit irked. We felt good about giving the money, not to them, but to the charity. Like, we felt good about bidding on it, but we didn't feel good about the actual.
I would have contacted that charity too, been like, yo, these guys are scamming out here.
Oh, we already did. We already did.
Hardcore scamming.
Yeah. So. Micro Machine.
We don't deal in no scams.
Yes, takeovers. I'm not going to be doing more takeovers. So if we do an expanded stream schedule, I'm not going to add a second takeover day. Like, it's first of all, it's really, it's exhausting. Doing takeovers is tiring. But then also it's like, you know, most content creators sell their takeovers. So it's a potential income stream that I don't want to like kill by just giving it away for free. Not for me, and also not for the other content creators. Because if I was just giving away 50 free takeovers every week, the content creators would be like, what the hell are you doing? That's like 40% of my income. Don't do that. You know, so I would happily do another stream, but I'm not going to do another takeover stream. In response to the poll, since I stepped away, all of the above. Not more. That is the favorite content. Okay, so that's fair. That's, yeah, you know, if you enjoy the takeovers, that's awesome. I do enjoy the takeovers. Like I said, it's tiring, but I do enjoy the takeovers as well. It's actually probably, in some ways, it's my favorite stream. I think I enjoy the Sunday streams because I get to hang out with Sun and we razz each other and people get in. You know, it's like fun. It's more interactive, I think. But I actually feel like my goal with the channel has always been to help players. And I think of all the live streams that we do, that's clearly the most directly helpful, either to the people that we take over or to the people who are watching, because it's specifically about like, how does the game work? How do you perform in these different places? What are the ways we find solutions? You know, what are the mistakes that we're making? How can we improve? So that just has an appeal to me personally. I like that kind of content. Like, it's not necessarily the most fun, but I think it is the most helpful. All right, I got more chickens here. I'm leveling up. Let's we'll put Sun in the corner.
Hey.
He likes being in his box. That's the reason why he tells you he's under the stairs, because that's where he'd like to be. He paints it out as like this horrible thing, but he's like, I feel comfortable in cozy little boxes spaces.
I'm like a cat.
Right?
Safe in my box.
Oh, meowners. All right.
Happy in my box.
I mean, realistically, I think by the end of the stream, I should have, I probably need like at least 8,000 points to really make a play for this thing. So we're just making more chickens. My plan right now is to make a new 6-star, I think. I need a 6-star kind of desperately. And I think it's got to be Melga, which is weird because I'm not sure that I really want to do that. Oops. All right, so let's take a look at this. Let's just talk about this for a sec. I could use your help. I could use everybody's opinion on this. All right, so here's my roster, right? And let me pull out. All right, actually. Okay. All right, so this is my roster, right? And let me get Sun into the other corner. Sun, you're going in a different corner. So I only have 3 6-stars. I have Athel, Rathalos, and Deacon. Now I'm falling behind. The top number of 6-stars is like 9 already. And I'm actually behind my pace. I should have 5 by now, but I've just, I've been dogging it a little bit. So we got to start thinking about the next 6-star. Now, in my mind, there are a few options. There are actually several options that could play. When are we going to launch the paid takeovers? Hopefully relatively soon. Yeah, I've been talking about it since like November, but honestly, we are actually pretty close. So hopefully by the end of March at the latest, but maybe even before that. So soonish. But yeah, okay, so back to this. So the 6-stars that I'm thinking about, like, so here's my breakdown of each 6-star. This is just the way I feel about it. Melga is a great support. She's my primary support right now. You can see she's in regen. She's actually nice and tanky. Like her stats here at 5 stars are pretty good. She gets tankier at 6 stars. Obviously, she's my reviver. She's got a 2 champion revive, which is really nice. She's got a nice big shield and a heal. Well, it's continuous heals on this. She even has this 1A1 that has a 50% chance of removing 1 random debuff from a random ally, which actually procs, 50% of the time. So it's a lot. Obviously, I have a 2-star blessing on her. So I think if I level her up to 6 stars, the benefits are I get my tankiest champion to be tankier. Her shields are going to get larger. I can potentially get her a little faster. She's not running super slow. You can't see the speed here, but it's 170. She's running at 170. Get that banner on her for more survivability, a little bit more speed. So maybe I get her up to like 185, which is going to mean, get around to heals and revives faster. The downside is that she takes 15 epic tomes. Now, if I avoided all of the tomes in the A1 and just hit the A2 and the A3, I could do it for 7 books. And I need at least the A2 because you want the extra shield strength and the cooldown reduction. The cooldown reduction being the most important. You want to get to a 3-turn cooldown on the shield. I think this would improve my chances in a lot of content by adding survivability to my team and adding a reviver who's really clutch. I was hoping to get the fusion reviver, the legendary Queen Ancora or whatever her name is. And I screwed that up. And so this is really one option for a revive champion. Now, the only other option that I have for a revive champion is Ugo. Ugo's fantastic, but her revive is conditional. If all allies are dead, revives them with 50% HP and fills her turn meter by 50% instead. So you can revive everybody if Ugo is the last one alive. Now, again, if you look at her, right, 4 books there, 6 books there, that's 10, and then 6 books here. She's actually 16 books. It's a huge number of epic tomes. They're both really great. Now, she has a block debuffs. She has a decreased defense. I don't need the decreased defense because I have Deacon Armstrong, but the block buffs would be nice, right? So remember the block buffs because that's actually important. She does have a leech on her A1. Again, Deacon has that. And then she removes heal reduction debuffs and removes 1 random debuff from all allies and then heals by 20%. This is on the revive, so you can use the revive as a mini cleanse and a heal. So again, she supplies sustain. Not as much as Melga, right? But she supplies that block buffs, which is not a not a thing I have. Now, I could run both of these champions up. I can run, I don't have to run just one 6-star. We're talking about the next one though. So remember what I have. I have a Deacon who's my speed aura, and then is my decreased defense, my turn meter fill. I've got Rathalos and Athel, who are basically, universal damage dealers. They kind of cover the same ground, although Athel gives me an A1 weaken. Now, because Rathalos is on the squad, Mordecai has higher value than normal. He's my AoE HP burner. Now, I have run him at level 50 all the way up through Spider 25 before on other accounts. So I don't need him at 6 stars for Spider. Getting Melga tankier and more survivable will actually help Mordecai stay alive in more content. So there is that, right? There's that kind of synergy there. But for instance, in Clan Boss, where I need an HP burner to activate Rathalos, he is one of the squishier champions. So by getting him to 6 stars, getting him a little bit more defense, a little bit more speed, I can potentially increase his value in Clan Boss and other boss fights like Dragon. He's also not bad in wave content because his HP burn is an AoE and it does give increased attack, both of which empower Rathalos. So having him at 6 stars would allow me to run him with Rathalos all the time. Okay. Now, I've got Apothecary. Apothecary, we know how good he is. He is already fully booked. He takes no books. By the way, Mordecai is also fully booked, so he would take no books. Apothecary has a speed boost that's nice. Remember, I do have High Katoon, right? But this is a more sustaining champion, right? We've got heals. He's also got a 2-star blessing. So I can, change the blessing up or whatever. So this would be a nice, cheap 6-star, might be valuable. But then who do I take out of my main composition? My main composition are these first 5 champions. The natural replacement would be Mordecai, but I can't remove Mordecai. The other natural replacement would be Melga, but Melga is my reviver and really gives me more sustain than Apothecary. I could pull out Deacon, but then I lose the decreased defense. I could pull out Athel and go for more speed and just let Rathalos be my main damage dealer, and then I lose my weaken and any backup damage that I might be getting. And remember, she is fully masteried. So there's that, right? So Apothecary feels to me like an extravagant. I'm actually not using him that much right now. I don't know how to get him into a team. Like maybe in Hydra, maybe? Okay. The next one is Fellhound. Now, Fellhound can be a great campaign farmer. I have the rare books to book him out. I don't really have the gear to have him be a 6-second clearer. He's just not strong enough. Even if I were to bring him to 6 stars, I don't think I would gain that much value from him. He could potentially help me out in Fire Knight a little bit, but it would basically be prioritizing a campaign farmer. All right. Hyria, I'm probably going to skip over at this point, although originally she was going to be my clan boss poisoner, but I don't think I can fit her onto the team. So Sanguinia is a champion I'm going to be investing in. Now, again, we're talking about 4, 5, and then 7. So we're talking about 12 books here, which isn't as bad as the others. But she brings a triple hitter on the A1, which is great for Fire Knight. I need help there. She gives me a block debuffs on all allies for 1 turn and some continuous heal. So a little bit more sustain, but a block debuffs, which can be usable in several places, including Clan Boss and Fire Knight, and even in like Spider and stuff like that. She also has an all team cleanse that she can reflect some of the debuffs back onto the target. So that could be useful. She's basically my only real full cleanse option, right? We have mini cleanses from some other champions. This is my only full cleanse option. I feel like I have to bring her to 5 for that alone, but I don't really know. This is a long list. High Katoon is High Katoon. High Katoon could be awesome. She does have a Blood Shield ring. And in fact, I've got her in emergency heal. So she's got a bit of self-sustain, which she doesn't always have. She's got 2 immortal sets. And yeah, so that's the option there. We know how good she is the faster you get her, right? So it could potentially be like she's my speed booster, which would negate the need for Apothecary. But then again, I can't get Deacon Armstrong out of this team. I just don't think he's my drop defense. Rathalos does have a drop defense, but it's only a 50% chance right now, and I don't have the books to get it up to the 65% chance. But even if I did, he's also got the leech, and he's also got the turn meter fill. So I think taking him out of the clan boss team is really tricky. I don't think Apothecary can step in for him and be a good substitution, and so I don't think she's great. We've got Ugo. We already talked about Ugo. I think I would do her instead of Melga. She's really great for Hydra, but I'm not in Hydra yet. I need to conquer the dungeons first. So I think that she will be a 6-star before the challenge is over, but probably not the next one. Now, Phoenix is another option. This A1 gives me a chance to kill the minions in Ice Golem and keep them dead, right? That enemies killed by the skill cannot be revived. I'm probably going to be the Ice Golem guy on the challenge team. And so as a result, that increases the priority for Phoenix. And he also has a decent kit otherwise. He also has a block buffs debuff and a block active skills if you miss the block buffs debuff, which is a little bit weird. I don't know if that ever procs. And then you have a decreased speed here. So, not great for Fire Knight necessarily, but that decreased speed plays against a lot of bosses and he hits really hard. But again, I have a ton of damage. I do think I need to prioritize him simply because I'm going to be the Ice Golem guy, but I've got 2 weeks to do that. So I don't know that he needs to be my next 6-star. He could be down the line. War Maiden's not going to make it. Fire Gun is an interesting choice. She's got bombs. She's got a lot of damage. She's got a weaken. She's an interesting option. So is Mistwriter Daffy, who's got extra turn mechanics. He's got a decreased defense, AoE. He's got extra turns, increase attack, increase accuracy. We've got Petrifia as a potential option for clan boss damage dealer. We've got Soulbound Bowyer, who is a great turn meter decreaser here on her A3. She's like kind of a budget Cold Heart. She's also got an AoE A1, which is really nice. And then we've got Shield Guard, who is Shield Guard and is good for wave content, super tanky, and has a decreased speed. Those are all the options. So I just wanted to give you a full rundown there. What it feels like to me, and you can tell me what you think. I know some people have been chatting, so I'm sorry. It's going to take me just a second. I made so many chickens, I'm giving KFC a run for its money. Okay, so it feels to me like the next 6-star, like the 6-star that has to happen right now, is either Melga or Mordecai. Mordecai would give me survivability specifically for Mordecai and maybe some speed for Mordecai. Maybe a little bit more accuracy, which would be fine. Melga gives me survivability for everybody, but because she's not booked, I'm not going to get the maximum value out of her, and I'm probably not going to ever book her. Right? Like, even if I take her to 6-star, she's going to run unbooked probably for the duration of my account because I need those books on other Epic. So those two feel like my options right now. My next 2 options, I think, are Sanguinia and Phoenix. Now, I'm going to run both of them to 50. I think I have to do that right away because I need Sanguinia for certain content and I need Phoenix for certain content. And since I'm probably going to be the Ice Golem guy, I think Phoenix needs to be a 6-star before that happens. So what that means is that team would probably look like Deacon, Rathalos, Melga, Mordecai, and Phoenix. So I would swap out Athel and bring in Phoenix for the Ice Golem. I don't need the weaken on Ice Golem. That's not really important. I don't want to like over damage the boss anyway. The HP burns are necessarily to activate Rathalos. But if that damage is too much, what I could do is swap out Mordecai and Rathalos and go Deacon, Melga, Athel, Phoenix, and like Apothecary. Maybe even Fellhound for an AoE slow. I don't have any turn meter decrease. I could even bring Sanguinia in for the block debuff buff. I don't have any turn meter decrease, unfortunately. Other than Soulbound's A3. So that's where I stand. What do you think? Who should be my next 6-star? You love Apothecary, 6-star Soulbound Bowyer, or Fellhound, Sanguinia, Epic, Warmaster. Somebody said Warmaster. I don't know what more. Mordecai definitely says Perso. Apothecary in a toxic set with a Blood Shield ring is excellent. Yeah, I don't have a Blood Shield ring for him, unfortunately. You would lean toward Ugo if you were trying to do Hydra. I'm not yet trying to do Hydra, but eventually I will be. Deacon has turn meter fill. Yeah, he's my, and so does I think Mordecai has a little bit of turn meter, right? He's got a little bit of turn meter reduction here. and a little bit of turn meter fill. Melga for the revive, Sanguinian for cleanse, Fire Knight. Phoenix big hitting A1, Ice Golem, block revive adds, and also has block buff. Hard choices, most of them are great in certain content, none of them are great in multiple content. That's the probably, yeah, I'm gonna run a poll. Do I have any block debuff champs to consider? The only block debuff champ I have is Sanguinia. She's the only block debuffs champ. Rathalos tends to attack the boss directly on Ice Golem stages on auto and causes the boss to do its freeze. Yeah. All right, so let's see. I'm going to throw up a poll. And I'm going to bring Sun back in here. I need to take a little break.
Come on.
I wish I had 5 options here. All right, let's see. All right, so here's the poll. Then I'm going to hand you the lead. I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be right back.
And he's gone. Don't vote for Sanguinia. Don't do it. Apothecary is clearly the superior choice. No, they're doing it. No. How's it going, everybody? Y'all having a good day? Are you enjoying the day that is my day? The Sunday? It is a beautiful day. Not just any day, but it is this day. I've completely run out of things to do. I don't have the energy. I don't have the silver. I don't have the patience, man. I don't got it in me anymore. Just in, well, how you doing, Freaky? Hope you're having an awesome day. It's going well over here. We kicked some behind, did some decent work in the raid. Upgraded the Silver Watcher team. Covered some updates. It was good. It was fun. Well, y'all don't know, and don't tell anybody, okay? Don't tell Cole. Y'all are seeing that screen? This is what I'm actually doing. You're not seeing anything, all right? I'm playing raid over here. I'm definitely not doing anything else. It's our little secret. I'm still learning, man. I'm still learning. I've done like 1,500 lines of practice code now. So I'm going back and I'm going to try to rework and redo the Mercy tracker that I made. Now that I have a better understanding of some things. And, that'll continue to give me new practice. Something new to learn, something new to do. And then once I understand that and get that working, then, I'll try another thing that's more complicated. And then it just keeps going. But yeah, I'm really enjoying it. It's been really fun to learn and teach myself. John, welcome, welcome. How's it going? Not long got home. I'm assuming you mean didn't get home not too long ago. Been to the pub to watch Liverpool win the League Cup. I feel like I've not heard a more British thing in my life. What's going on in the stream? Right now, not much. Cole has left me in charge. Unfortunately, I just don't really have much left to do in raid. So unless I like start dropping gems, but I'm trying to save up, trying to get back to 3,000. Was there anything wrong with the tracker?
How can I leave you in charge
Okay.
if you're the Lord High Supreme Commander of the world under the stairs?
These are great questions. I'm gonna need to get an answer to this right now. John, you're up, buddy.
I like it. Delegating like a boss.
I'm gonna need the drunk guy on it ASAP. But no, free to answer your question. There's nothing wrong with it. But I think in hindsight, there are ways that I could do it better on my end. Redoing it will teach me more. And there's functionality that I think would be nice to add. Something that I didn't think about till way after, but a lot of people play Raid with alts. And right now you can't do alts. It can only track one, like your main, whatever. It only has one value, really. That's what I'm kind of saying. But if I could maybe, add like alts and stuff, that would be cool for people. Be fun.
All right, so I'm going to jump back to my screen here just to show you what's going on with the tournament. So I'm up to 8,200. I am now in first place. You can see the other guy really hasn't moved. Nobody else has really moved. And I'm definitely going for that 10,000 books. So if I can get the 12,500 points, now I've got 13 hours, just under 13 hours to do this. So, the question is, can I get 4,300 points with my resource? It's going to be close. It's going to be close. I'm 1,100 gems. I have no sources of energy left to me, really, other than what I get from the daily reset. I did just get 100 points here. Grab that stuff. Yeah. So let me get to chat for just a second, because I stepped away. And says, if it is an epic, definitely Sanguinia. Others can be okay at 50. Yeah, the Rathlos thing in Ice Golem. Hi, guys. Hi, John. How's it going? Not long. Got home. Been the pub to watch Liverpool win the
I had the same struggle, baby. Not long. Be gone. Be gone. Be gone.
Liverpool won the League Cup. Congrats for Liverpool, folks. The Premier League is always weird to me when it comes to that kind of stuff because, like, you win in the regular season. There's no playoff for the League Cup, right? You just win the cup by having the best record in the league. And so you can actually know even like 4 or 5 games before the end of the season that based on points, nobody can catch you. So you could win, 2 weeks early or 3 weeks early. Sometimes you don't win till the last day. When it's the last day and the two teams that are playing for the cup are playing each other, that's like the dream situation, but it doesn't happen that often. It's still exciting, but you guys have a lot of cups and, like those, you have the season cup and then you have the community shield and then you have the, the FA Cup and then you have the whatever, you have all of these and then you've got the Champions League and the Europe League or whatever, Europa League. Like, it's cool. Don't get me wrong. I love football. I love soccer. And I think it's fun to watch all that stuff, but it's not as clean as American sports in that, like, you have a regular season, then you have a playoff, and then you crown a champion, and then you have an off season. Like, that doesn't happen in soccer because there's never an off season. You're just going to a different league. You're playing, and then you got international stuff. It's like players never get an off season in soccer, and neither do the fans. Are we still playing Pal World together? We are. We just haven't had much time lately. So we do want to keep getting content onto the other channel. It's just going to take a little while.
Yep.
Crystal, good luck to you as well. 10K points. That's awesome. So close yet so far. Are you so far because, like, they're just people above you? Is that what's going on? So it's the FA Cup. Okay. The League Cup is a mid-season cup. The Community Shield is the winners of the previous season league and the FA Cup winners. The FA Cup is the big one in English football. Yeah, so there's the FA Cup. All right, so the League Cup is not the league championship. So the League Cup is the mid-season cup with all the tiers. Like it's like every tier is in the League Cup, right? And then the FA Cup is like the top 4 leagues or something like that. So like they're both mid-season cups, right? Although the FA Cup final kind of happens at the end of the season. But the FA Cup doesn't include everybody. It's just like the top. It's like the top certain number of tiers, right? And then the League Cup is all of the tiers, the entire pyramid, I think, right? And so that starts like months and months in advance because all the lower leagues have to like play their games and qualify up. Yeah, I don't always remember the exact right names for the exact right thing. So the League Cup is not the league championship. That's the season championship. Right. Okay. All right. So the response here, we've got almost 40 votes. It's split pretty close to 4 ways. We've got Melga and Mordecai tied at 23%, Sanguinia or Phoenix at 28%. Although I don't know which one of those two people are voting for. And then Apothecary or some other champion is at 26%. Yeah. So it's a hard decision. Now, if I'm going to go for Phoenix or Sanguinia, I have to get them to 5-star first. And I feel like neither one of those is going to help my clan boss team right today. Right? So what the hell? I think Phoenix and Sanguinia have to get my books next. I think those are the 2 champions I have to book out next, which like makes me kind of not want to do Melga, but at the same time, I think she's going to be like, if I'm talking about pushing dungeon levels and pushing clan boss, I think potentially she's the champion that gets me there, even unbooked. All right, so let's do a new poll. I appreciate that poll. It was helpful. But now what I'm really thinking is, I don't think Mordecai goes next. I think he might go to 6 stars, but not next. I think Melga's going to give me the most all-around gains right away. And, you know, she'll sit there on my account at 6 stars, probably unbooked for a long time and still give me good value. I did get an emergency heal on her just today, actually, I think. Now, the block debuffs from Sanguinia is huge. This is incredibly important. You can see I'm already running up her. She does also have a 3-star blessing. And then I've got Phoenix. Now, Phoenix primary use. He will become a damage dealer for any affinity dungeon where he's strong affinity. So anytime I'm going into force affinity, he's going to go in place of Athel, right? I would pull Athel out against force affinity and put Phoenix in. So that's true against Dragon. That's true against, you know, everything but Fire Knight, because I need the triple hit on Fire Knight. But his primary purpose is going to be Ice Golem, and then potentially he may go into Arena. He may replace Athel in Arena. So my Arena team may be Deacon, Mordecai, Rathalos, and Phoenix. So I feel like I've got a little bit of time on him. I have the damage right now. I need to level him up to 5 stars, get him more geared, get him some more masteries. If I'm going to be the Ice Golem guy, I'm going to need him at 6 stars, fully built. You can see he's got good gear here. Yeah, he could also help me in Hydra. And I do think, for instance, that his block buffs and decreased speed are both going to play. These are both going to be valuable skills. You know, unfortunately, they're not ever going to be 100%. The decreased speed will always be 60%. It books damage, not chance, you know, buff chance. And this will go to 80% chance as well. So we'll have to talk about masteries on him. I'll probably end up going for sniper on him. So what it feels like, to me is that the choice is between Melga and Sanguini. What's up, son?
I'll be right back now.
Okay. So I think Apothecary is, like, as good as he is, he does most of his job at 5 stars. And the only way to get him into the clan boss team is to take Melga out. That's not a bad option. That's not a bad option. I think somebody said put him in a toxic set. You know, you can do a lot of things with him. He's a good champion. He's a really good champion. He does have a 2-star blessing. There is a speed tune with High Katoon and Apothecary. That's a 2-to-1 speed tune. And I'm wondering if I could do High Katoon, Apothecary, Mordecai, Rathalos, and Sanguinia. I'd have trouble against Magic Affinity with that comp because High Katoon would take the stun. I'd have to rely on Rathalos for the drop defense. I would have an increased attack. I'd have the HP burn. I'd have the block debuffs and the continuous heals and the cleanse. Maybe I could actually cleanse the stun. I'd use the block debuffs for the slow and the cleanse for the stun. Build a Blender Arena team with Hyria. Yeah, I wanted to use Hyria, but there are too many limitations on this account. I'm not sure. I mean, she's got a triple hitter on her A2 with poisons, and then she's got an ally attack on her A3. She's a good champion. The real struggle with this account is Rathalos, because Rathalos requires a setup champion. Requires an HP burn champion. You have to have one or there's no point. Don't run Rathalos without one. Right? So it's like if we're looking at HP burns, I got 2 options right now. Yeah, I just have 2 options. So that limits that 5th spot. You know, you're running at least 2 champions to get Rathalos activated. In every composition. Tonk, I feel like you do need an HP burn. Right? Like if you don't have an HP burn, you may as well run a DPS that brings you more utility. He brings you nothing except a decreased defense. Right? In terms, I mean, he brings the damage and he brings decreased defense. So it's like, if you're giving away 50%, like a third of his damage, then you don't really need him. Then you could bring somebody that brings more utility. You know, I mean, Athel by herself brings more utility than Rathalos because she brings that A1 weaken. And it's 100% chance, you know, so. Darwin says, Melga first, then Sanguinia to boost your support with 2 different affinities. Then Phoenix, Ice Golem, then Mordecai, Spider, and Rathalos boost, then Ugo as a secondary healer reviver. That's a really great breakdown, right? And it makes complete sense. Like you could go Melga into Sanguinia. Now you've got your supports sorted, right? Then you go into Phoenix because Ice Golem is coming soon and we need the damage and the block revive. Then once you have that, you worry about Mordecai because Mordecai really doesn't need to be 6 stars to do most of the stuff that he has to do, but 6 stars will make him faster and more survivable. So that's pretty good down the line, right? And then once you have that sorted, that gets your dungeon sorted, then you go Ugo for Hydra. That's an interesting breakdown. The problem with that, right? And here's the problem with that, is these 3 champions all need books. And they're all super book intensive. Melga maybe doesn't. Maybe doesn't. She would be better with books, but maybe she doesn't. So is Sanguinia really good if I don't have this at 100% chance? At a 5-turn cooldown? You know, is she really good with this at a 4-turn cooldown? Like, if I'm not going to book her all the way, if I can't book her all the way, maybe she just runs unbooked, right? And then you get as much value as you can. But then it's like, why am I valuing her so much? Now, Phoenix can potentially run with limited books, but you need books in his A1, right? In order to really do Ice Golem as well as possible, you also want books in his A2. The A3 is maybe the one you don't need to book that much, but the decreased speed is helpful. So, you know, again, you're looking at, now you're talking about, you know, three champions, epic champions of books. So it's like, one of the nice things about Mordecai is he's already booked. One of the nice things about Apothecary is he's already booked. You know, even Hyria, I could book her no problem. You know, if I go over to here to the tavern, you can see I have 28 rare tome, which I'll probably use during this champion training. You know, some of them at least. And Hyria and Fellhound are the likely recipients of those books. You know, maybe Metal Shaper. Right? These books are from copies. I had 3 copies of Metal Shaper. So, you know, I literally have no epic tomes. So one of the questions is like, how do I also create a sequence that maximizes my benefit with minimal books? Remembering that I will need some books in some places at specific points. I don't even know what blessing to put on Sanguinia. Honestly, I have no clue what to put on her. I'm tempted to put Phantom Touch on her because she's got a triple hit A1 and that could give me 4 hits on Fire Knight. I don't have a Sacred Order Blood Shield ring. Now, here's the thing. If we win our CVC this week and I get a Blood Shield ring in this faction, I've got other champions I might want to put that on, right? Because it's like, I have a ton of Sacred Order. You know, so we're looking at, you know, 5 Sacred Order champions here. So it's like, would it be better on Sanguinia or Phoenix? And I'd probably end up on Sanguinia, to be honest. They would probably end up on her, and I'd put her in a miracle heal. Not a miracle heal. The emergency heal. I would probably do that for her. I'm up to floor 20 in Doom Tower. I haven't cleared Scarab Boss. You think Sanguinia's A1 works best without books? I mean, she's a buff removal champion as well. I think she's really better booked, you know, like fully booked. I actually think she's probably going to be a pretty good champion for me. I need to start a library. Yeah. All right. I think I've made a decision. Let me run a. Let me run here. Whoops, for energy. Get the clock ticking. I don't want to be wasting energy. I think I've made a decision. So I think what I need to do is I need to prioritize like clan boss and dungeons. I need to prioritize that progression. And I need to do that quickly, right? Like I need to do that right away. Even clan boss today could get me a piece of gear that could help me tomorrow. So I was already leaning towards Melga, but I think Melga is going to be next. So we're going to go Melga. She's already 5 stars. The other two, Phoenix and Sanguinia, are both 4 stars. I think Mordecai can wait. And I don't think Apothecary can make it into the team, not because he isn't great, and I wouldn't love to have him, but because I don't have anybody to remove for him except Melga. And I'm not going to take Melga to 6 stars and then put Apothecary in the team. So it's like either Melga or Apothecary, but not both. So I think I'm just going to do Melga, because I think she gives me the best chance of survival to push dungeons and to push clan boss. I think that's the move. So Melga comes next. I think after Melga, I'm going to take Sanguinia to 5 star and then Phoenix to 6 star. I think this is the path. I think it's going to go 6 star Melga, 5 star Sanguinia next. And then 6 star Phoenix next. And then I'm going to start dropping books into Phoenix. Because if I am the Ice Golem guy, the only reason to make me the Ice Golem guy is because I have a nice tanky team with a good healer and reviver, and then I've got Phoenix. Like, that's why I would be the Ice Golem guy. Then at that point, after that, I have a debate about Mordecai and Sanguinia as the next 6 star. But if I take all of those up to 6 star, let's say I take 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's say those are my next 4 6 stars. Again, books are going to be the issue. And then Ugo could come down the road. Or at this point, you know, I will have pulled more additional shard. I've got a void shard, you know, I've got a stack of void shards I need to pull. So it may even come down that, like, maybe somebody pops up that is better than Sanguinia, you know, so like having her at 5 stars might be fine and skipping over her. Like Phoenix is going to be the Ice Golem guy. So like that's the guarantee, but I might slip in like a void epic there. But I mean, if I end up pulling somebody like Godseeker or Ursula or Eurogrim, maybe. Maneater. If I pull a Demitha, I'm going to be sad I didn't 6 star Apothecary. But maybe I'll pull Seeker would have to be from an Ancient Shard. Cold Heart I could get. Cold Heart would help me with Fire Knight. That'd be huge. And probably like Spider Boss and stuff. She would help me in a lot of places. But she's a rare. I can book her out. Do you know what I mean? The rare is no problem. All I got to do is get her to 6 stars. I can book her out. Masteries, run the masteries up. I mean, the downside of not taking Mordecai to 6 stars is I don't get another War Master proc. That's the biggest loss. But Melga's going to get me. No, Melga's not. She's not in the offense tree. I'd have to redo her masteries and run her down the offense tree. Yeah, I'd have to do that. She's going to be in Clan Boss. Better than a man-eater is 2 man-eaters at the same time. Yeah. Yeah, I don't need books for a shield break. A triple hitter is a triple hitter. Yeah, of course. And I probably would take the Phantom Touch. Yeah, Tonk, I agree. I almost feel like I should have just avoided the Apothecary. He helped me for a little bit in Arena, but it's like he's stuck in the spot where normally he would fill in for Mordecai. If I didn't, let's say I didn't have Rathalos, I just had another damage dealer, like a good Clan Boss damage dealer. You know, you're like, okay, Deacon, Apothecary, great. Damage dealer, great. And then Melga provides, like, she's not really an ally protector, but she provides the shield, so she's sustained. So you have, you know, bunch of turn meter fill, you have a speed boost, you have a speed aura, you have 2 healers and a shielder, a reviver, and then 2 damage dealers. Great. Awesome. You know, I'm lacking an increased attack there, but not a huge deal. Mordecai, however, takes up that spot. And he takes it up in dungeons, because you need him for wave clear, and he takes it up in Clan Boss. You know, so really the only spot available is Melga's. And I think Melga provides more than Apothecary does. Now maybe... I mean, let's just before we commit to Melga, let's just talk about the benefits of bringing up Apothecary instead of Melga. So Apothecary has this heal. Heals a target ally by 35% HP. This heal can be critical. Okay, so like, you know, you try to get 100% crit rate, whatever. But really, you don't, that's not a huge deal. So 35% heal versus what is a 15% continuous heal for 2 turns. It's basically, it's similar in terms of size, but this also gives a shield. This champion's max HP for 20 turns. Decent sized shield. You lose the revive. You lose the buff strip. You get speed for your trouble. And you get a triple hit on the A1. So the other benefit would be he's fully booked. I don't have to worry about books on him. But I'm probably running Melga with no books, so I probably don't have to worry about books on her. So he would get me more turns, no cleanse, and maybe a little bit less sustain. Plus a triple hit. So for Fire Knight, that's probably a good swap. But then it feels like I can just run him at 5 stars, maybe. Yeah, War Master procs are great, but the issue is I'm not turn meter controlling the Fire Knight. So like breaking the shield faster is great, but I have to survive the fact that the Fire Knight gets turns, right? So if somebody dies and Apothecary is the support, the run is over because now you're not going to break the shield and he can't revive. Whereas if Melga is in the team, she's going to be the last one to die. She's the tankiest on the board and she can revive 2 champions. So she can get you back in a fight, you know, right away. So even though he's got the triple hit, it feels like you still need Melga there. She's going to be better against Dragon. She's going to be better against Spider. In Clan Boss, it might be a wash. It's really hard to say. He might be a little bit more valuable in Clan Boss. Hard to say. In Arena, I don't need him. And I can run him at 5 stars if I do. It's really tough. It's really tough. I mean, you hope at this point in your account to have a clear winner, and honestly, if I just think about it, forget, like, let's say Apothecary didn't exist. If I just had Mordecai, Melga, Deacon, Rathalos, and Athel, would I be comfortable with that as my 5-man dungeon team and clan boss team? The answer is actually it feels pretty good. I've got a decreased defense and a weaken. That means I'm going to do a lot of damage. I've got a leech, and I've got a shield. I've got a heal and a revive. So that's good sustain. I've got an HP burn for extra damage. I've got turn meter fill on 2 champions. And I'm not locked into any affinity. I've got a magic affinity damage dealer. I've got a force affinity damage dealer. I've got 2 spirit affinity supports. We probably do the worst into spirit affinity. We don't have a cleanse. It's like, now that I'm thinking about it, how do I get Sanguinia into that clan boss team? I have to pull Athel, right? And I lose my weaken. Or I have to pull Melga, and I lose a lot of sustain. And I hope, I replace some of that sustain with Sanguinia's continuous heal. Yeah, Darren, I think you're exactly right. I think I need more sustain than Apothecary gives me, is basically what it comes down to when I judge Apothecary. The extra speed would be nice, but it doesn't make up for the added squishiness of the team. Melga is the only champion here who's really supplying survivability to my team. Deacon a little bit, but basically it's just Melga. And if I pull Melga out for Apothecary, I get squishier, because he's going to be squishier than she is, and he's going to provide less sustain. So I think it's got to be Melga to 6, Sanguinia to 5, Phoenix to 6. And then down the line, we can think about what comes next, but potentially, we've got Firegun, Mistrider, Ugo, Haikatun, all good options. Firegun might be the most interesting because she's kind of a bombal solution with the bombs. Although I didn't have trouble getting past the first bombal. I really need to get past. Scarab boss. And I honestly don't know when that's going to happen. Sanguinia might help me with Scarab boss. I think the other option is to get Metal Shaper there in a resist build, rather than put him in a shield set. Like, put him in, so like, get his resist up to like 150 or whatever I need to resist all of, and then that way I can just I can book him out during training. I think this works. Tomorrow free gear removal? That'd be nice. I like Mistrider too. He's great. It's just, here's the issues. Like, here's a damage dealer, 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 here's a damage dealer. Like, I don't have supports, right? Or I don't have the right combo of supports. You need a block debuffs, you need a cleanse, you need a revive, you need a heal, you need a shield. You need those, you need turn meter fill, turn meter decrease. Like, you need all of those. And luckily, I have some good champions to provide some of that. I mean, Deacon is a beast because he gives you leech, turn meter fill, turn meter decrease, drop defense, and he's tanky. So it's like he gives you a lot in one package. But other than that, My supports don't give me a ton. And if I could get Mordecai out of the team, that would be great. If I could find a tank who gave me like an HP burn, and you know who would be great? Tyrant. Like I can't run a legendary, but Tyrant Ixlamore would be perfect for this team. He gives you an HP burn on the A1. He gives you an increased defense and a ally protection on his A3, and he even gives you a passive damage reduction. Like he would be perfect. I mean, Taragi might be really good, right? Taragi would give me an ally protect and a decrease attack. I don't actually have a decrease attack, do I? Yeah, I don't have a decrease attack, so that would be nice. Reliquary Tender. I don't think I have her. Let me check. Yeah, I don't have a Reliquary. Bogwalker in the Lizardman faction. What does that champion do? Decrease. Oh, decrease attack. Yeah. Okay. I think I'm all set. I have a plan. Your plans are never going to be perfect. You kind of have to be flexible and know that your plans are never going to be perfect. And just roll with it and hope you can figure it out as you go. So let me just see something. How many points would I get if I took her up to... So if I did 1, 2, I think, right? Only 30 points. I guess that's not bad. That's 15 per brew. And when you do a 3-star, you get 14 per brew, I think. So I could do that. I could run all of those up then. Right, because when you take a 3-star, say I take this 3-star and I put 2 brews into her, I'm going to get 28 points, I think. That's actually 14 points per brew. So running my 5-stars up a little bit more is worth it. I have to think about the 4-stars too, because it may be that getting an extra brew onto the 4-stars may be worth it as well. So for instance, on this one, I've been doing this, like on 4-stars. So that's giving me what? That's giving me 21 points per brew. If I do another one, 18. So that's like 9 points per brew. Okay, so that's not worth it. All right, let's upgrade our rank. All right, here we go. $300 points. Unfortunately, because of the champion training going on, I can't get it. I can't afford to get into Ice Golem, into Minotaur. I have to level up champions in campaign. So this should put us, we should be closing in on that legendary tome. I think we're probably around 9,000 points right now. I should check. We're probably around 9,000 points. Maybe just shy, maybe like 8,700, 8,800. We'll check after this run here. I think that's where we're going to be. 87.16. Yeah, so right where I thought we were, 87.88. Less than 4,000 points to go. I think this is manageable. It's going to be really tight on resources, but I can burn through all of my energy. I do have the bruise. I think the bruise will put me over the top. I think I have enough chickens. I certainly have enough mystery shards. So it feels like if it really comes down to it, I can just summon mystery shards and throw champions into the champions. Do you know what I mean? Like just feed champions into champions and burn through 500 mystery shards. And I do have the books. I have rare tomes. So rare tomes will get me a little bit. Rare tomes will get me some of the way. I don't know how much a rare tome is. I think a rare tome is like 50 points, right? Or something like that. It's not a lot. I should actually check that because I don't know the exact answer. I think legendary tomes were 200 and maybe epic tomes were 100. Let's see. Epic tome is only 75 and rare tome is only 25. This kind of sucks. Kind of sucks. I feel like they changed these points when mythical tomes came in. Mythical tomes, like, I feel like legendary skill tomes used to be. Just face a team in Gold 5 Arena. 2 more to Macabres, a UDK, and a Hedgie all in stone skill. But yeah, Nishak to blow him away anyway. Well, good for you. All right. So 25 points a book. I would be booking Metal Shaper and Fellhound, probably, or maybe Sanguinia. Apothecary's already booked. I'm wondering if there are any other rares I do have some rares that I've been holding on to. So I could book out Gnarlhorn here. I mean, I do have Soulbond, Petrifia, Kale. I have an Elhain now. I've got options. At what point is your lead safe? 50,000 points? 50,000 points is probably pretty safe depending on the bracket that you're in. But if you have a 50,000 point lead, it really depends on, like, if you have 300,000 points and the next guy has 250,000 points, 50,000 points may not be safe. If you have 100,000 points and the next guy has 50,000 points, you might be safe. If you have 60,000 points and the next guy has 10,000 points, you're definitely safe. You know, it's kind of like that. Or definitely as definite can be, right? Because in this, you never know. I mean, there are Krakens who are like, they're going to drop $1,000 in the last 2 hours of the event and surge. You're going to see crazy totals. Whatever the total is now, in most places, it's going to surge. I don't think mine is going to surge on this account simply because I like, for whatever reason, I think I just looked into a bunch of free-to-play players and low spenders. So I keep getting political text messages. Like, I'm not really the guy. I don't have the time, money, or inclination to get overly involved at this point. I will vote because I always vote, because voting is important. But otherwise, you could kind of leave me alone, you know?
Hit him with the truth.
Yeah. All right, so here's the question. We're going to get to 9,000 points here, right? We're going to hit that. Let's see. How many books did we say we had? We had 28 books. 28 books is 700 points. If we use them all, that's 700 points. That would get us to close to 10. But we'd probably need about 3,000 points from leveling up champions. And we've got about 1,100 gems. And we're going to get a reset energy. I really want to, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do something. I'm going to see if I can rebuild Metal Shaper right now. And we'll see if we can go get Scarab Boss down. Because that would be a huge, that'd be a huge boon. Because I could go get some energy and gems in Doom Tower. And if I can't get best Scarab Boss, I can't do that. So let's see if that's possible. Let's see if that's even possible. Like I'm almost thinking I could put Metal Shaper in. I could put Metal Shaper in Melga's gear. All right, so here's Metal Shaper, right? So he's 4 stars right now. Should I? I can't run him up to 5 stars. Could I afford to run him up to 5 stars? I don't think I can. And the question is, can he do it at 4 stars? It's only floor 20. If I book him out, the weird thing is I need Melga to make sure he gets there, right? And then if I bring in Melga, she might be too tanky. You don't need to have him go first. No, you just bring a shield set. Have somebody on the team in a shield set, and that way everybody has a shield when they come in, and then he doesn't have to go first. I have Blood Shield rings. I have 2 of them. One is Demon Spawn. I've got it on Fellhound right now. And then the other one is Skinwalkers. Let me see. Demon Spawn. Dark Elves, maybe? I don't know where it is. Barbarians, right. It's Barbarians. It's on High Katoon. So I actually did this on purpose. I tried this last night. I put her in some Immortal. I gave her a Blood Shield ring. And with her 1 star, I got her an emergency heal. And that was like the best I could do there, right? And again, I didn't want to run her up to 5 stars. But that's where she landed. Now, unfortunately, she doesn't have enough accuracy to land her slow. Or her turn meter decrease. But I was hoping that would be enough. So, like, potentially, you know, like, I could use Fellhound. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see if we can do this. This would be interesting. First of all, I'm gonna book Metal Shaper right now. Might be wasted books. Who knows? Okay. So now Metal Shaper, let's see his situation. 45% chance of stealing a buff. That's not a huge deal, although it kind of is, because Scarab Boss steals buffs from you and you can steal them back. Shield buff on a 2-turn cooldown up for 2 turns. And then a cleanse for 1 champion and a heal and an increased defense. Now the question is, so this is what I was thinking. I was thinking that we would bring Metal Shaper, Fellhound, who's also in regen, like Immortal. You can see this, right? And High Katoon. So those are my 3 shield champions, right? Melga's also a shield champion, but she's just super tanky. She's gonna ruin the whole thing. I know it. And then we need 1 wave clearing champion, which is gonna be Athel and Lifesteal. Let's see how that looks. I feel like if Metal Shaper were at 5 stars, or if everybody was at 5 stars, it would be so much easier. But let's see. So the question is, what is the best aura here? Probably just the speed. I don't know that we want the HP. The HP would give us more regen from the regen, but so would the speed. I don't know if we can get through the waves. Oh, maybe we can. Waves don't look too hard. His shield gets bigger the more levels he has. That's good to know. I didn't even... Yeah, I knew that was true, but I didn't register with me. And right now, Metal Shaper isn't a shield set, so he's not in regen. I've got 2 sources of healing for him and 2 sources of shields for him. The problem is really going to be that Melga is going to lose her shield and then attack, I think. Or Athel. He may need to be level 50. But it may not be a matter of how big the shield is. It may be just a matter of when it goes off. I mean, if it's big enough that the boss can't remove it, but I think it's going to be more about the resistance. I think I actually need to get resistance. This is kind of irritating. Wave. Look at this wave. Okay. All right, so everybody's got a shield right now, but let's go ahead and just get that weaken out there because we need to burn through this as fast as possible. We have no turn meter reduction other than that 1A1 hit on Athel. So we're going to A1 here. We're going to... Now his first thing steals random buffs, so we don't want to give him speed. Maybe we can get a slow on him. We got a slow on him. That's huge. We don't want a buff. And there's the steal, right? So now... Okay, that wasn't a counterattack. Good. So now, unfortunately, this is the problem. Athel is going to trigger a counterattack. And I'm going to get provoked, and Death Cycle is in play, right? Like, that's just the way this is going to work. counterattack. Everybody's going to get provoked. And now I can't get my shields up. Melga's not getting a shield from a blood shield ring. You know, Haikatoon is, but then the next provoke champion goes and you're screwed. So the question is, how do you get through the waves without Athel? Right? Like, Rathalos isn't any better. Mordecai's slightly better. So yeah, I got to check the resistance requirement for this boss. And so what rotation is this? This is Dark Fate, right? Normal, stage 20. I need 155 resistance. Oh wow, we didn't die. Okay. Holy cow! That is actually the 3 champions we'd want alive. Sort of. We actually won. We want Melga dead and Fellhound alive. Get a slow? No. We're going to stack this shield on top of the other shield because it's got heals as well. Get a slow out there. We need to land a slow. I still need the slow. If I can land the slow, that would be huge. Now he's going to start stealing buffs. Got the shield. Get a slow on this boss. Come on. That. All right. That's a save. It's a little bit of a save. I'm getting the same revives. That would be crazy if this worked. Doesn't feel like it can work. Oh, I just stole my... Okay. All right, but here's the thing. So I need 155 resist. I need 155 resist. How much silver do I have? Got over 1 million silver. I might be able to make this work. Might be able to make this work. Let's do... Let's see if there's enough resistance out there. Let's see if there's enough resistance. There might be. There might be enough resistance. There are some interesting resistance pieces. This one's got speed and resistance. Now, the interesting thing is if you can destroy the max HP, like you can speed it up, but it takes so many hits that I don't think I could do it. So I don't think that's worth it. But if we could just do straight up resistance, do enough resistance. Who could benefit? That's nice. Who would benefit from Relentless the most? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Resist in Immortal, resist in Relentless, resist in Regen, resist in Shield. Like, these are the sets. And I need it to be fast enough to work, right? Like, it still needs to be fast. I mean, preferably like 170, 180, but I do have high Katoon, so maybe like 150. Maybe even Lifesteal Resist could work for some champions. So that's, I mean, you're not going to get a lot of Lifesteal without damage. And then Speed. Speed could work as well. So I have several sets to pull from. Let's see. We might be able to do this. We might be able to squeak this out. He will steal the shield from the shield set. Yeah. Okay, so let's think about if we did this. This could be nice. That could be nice too. Can Metal Shaper solo it? Right? Because like if let's say I strip things off of Fellhound, you know, I might be able to end up with a pretty decent amount of resistance. I need 155, right? Obviously, if I could get a banner, like a 6-star banner, that'd be a piece of cake, but I mean, I like this shield. This shield is a 5-star shield with Divine Life, so you come in with it, but this is not awesome. Not bad. That was an awful roll. I don't think one set of Immortal is going to be enough. So, I'm trying to think of, like, if I can get enough resist onto Melga as well. Let's see where she stands in terms of resist right now. She's at 98. And I can also glyph some, right? Like, I do have some resistance glyphs. Not a lot, but I might be able to get, like, 30 resistance onto somebody who's got a few resistance rolls. Like, if I got, 4 or 5 resistance rolls, I might be able to get 30 resistance, but not like here. There's some. So let's see. This piece has speed and resistance. That her piece does not, I don't think. Her piece has speed and HP. Does Relentless make sense in anybody? I feel like it only makes sense in Melga, but even then. Resist chest would be a good call. Yeah, let's try that. Let's look and see if there's a decent resist chest. There is one in Relentless. She's actually in a resist chest. I just realized that. She's in a resist chest in Regen. We could take that up to 16 potentially. What would that get us in terms of resist? That would get us another 23 resist. Maybe speed if we got lucky, or that would be it. That's for basically what we would want. But that's going to be all my money. Like, I might not even get enough cash to do that. Let's try it, though. Maybe we'll get lucky. It'll be like 300,000. Yeah, that's not too bad. And we got a speed roll. That was massive. That was massive. 121. Let's swap this. I'm going to lose speed here. I gained 3 speed there. I'm going to lose 11 speed here, but I think there's still speed on the... There's still speed on this. So maybe, like, if I get 1 speed roll and 2 resist rolls, or actually, I'd rather have it the other way around. I'd rather have 2 speed rolls and 1 resist roll. Even an HP roll wouldn't be bad. That's perfect. Let's go. Let's go. We got that. Yes. Beautiful. One more. Speed. HP. That's nice. That's nice. The question is, before I start wasting money, this is awesome. This is great. Should this gear just go straight on Metal Shaper? Should this gear go on High Katoon? Should this gear go on Fellhound? Right? Fellhound's got a Blood Shield ring. High Katoon's got a Blood Shield ring. We can have Melga maybe get there, but be kind of weak and die. We could even take her out of the team if we can get there. We just need the right champions to survive, right? The whole issue is Athel screwing things up, but Athel's going to die. Right now, we need Melga to bring our other champions back. So I have limited cash here. Now, what I could do is say, screw it. I think Melga may be my best option to solo it. If she just straight up has enough regeneration, she might never die. If she has resistance and never gets provoked and can hold on to her buffs, she might never die. She might be my best option to solo it. That's 142 resist. Let's not do anything to anybody. Let's just get her glyph. So what I need 155, right? So this is 142. So I need 13 resistance. And I did lose a little speed. I think I lost 5 speed. I want to try to get some of that back. All right, so we're going to glyph this one out. We're going to go for the... We'll go for the big HP here. 1%. Let's go for the big resistance here. 5 is not bad. Not awesome. We'll put 1 speed on her. Okay. We should get the speed. The attack doesn't really matter, but we'll get the speed on her. I'm not going to waste the silver on the attack. Okay, speed and resist. Let's go ahead and put big speed on her here. Come on, 4. Nice. And then we'll put the medium resist here. Nice. That's great. Oh, okay. We need speed here. HP. And speed. All right, I still need 5 resist. That's so irritating. Come on, at least 5. Yeah, I knew it. You know how I knew that? I knew that was going to happen. There was my 6. All right, so could I put another point into Great Hall? Yeah, I could, but I'm there. I think I'm there. So all right, so now going High Katoon, Metal Shaper, Melga. Athel is carrying us into the fight, and then we'll go Fellhound. Yeah, fingers crossed. I want this set up the right way, though. I think I need... Whatever, we'll do it like this. I'm not sure about how Melga's random revive works. Like, it revived a couple of times, and it seemed to revive the champions in front of her. That might just have been RNG. Might not have meant anything. You can see those debuff removals do happen. Yeah, she might be too low at level 20. Originally, I wanted her to die. So you're right. I was like, all right, we'll get her to level 20 and then have her die, you know, but I might need to level her up a little bit. But if we've got the setup and it looks like it's going to work, then that's easy enough. All right, then we can do that without too much trouble. So the question isn't so much if she can solo, because she's not actually going to solo. What she's going to do is she's going to keep reviving the other champions who get some value out of the shield, right? Who have the blood shield rings. But if I want Melga to solo, if I really want Melga to solo, I don't have to do this. I could bring in my hardest hitting damage team. I could bring in Rathalos and Mordecai. Metal Shaper and Melga and Athel. Right? And then just get the damage that I can get from the first 2 turns. Like maybe land a lucky Brimstone. Get a chunk of damage, and then Melga just runs it down by herself, but she'll constantly revive, you know, Rathalos, let's say, or Athel to get some more damage out there. Like they'll just pop, hit once, die, you know, that kind of thing. Like that could work out. So it may be that I don't need the blood shield rings at all. You're right. I do want the high Katoon speed aura. So potentially then I don't know what to say. I don't like, who do I drop out? Maybe I just drop out Mordecai. And she also has a chance for the slow on the A1, which is actually pretty huge. So let's make sure Melga resists all this stuff. So she got hit by that slow, but she did resist the provoke. And now she can do this for everybody. And then maybe we can do this. Do I need the shield this turn or next turn? I need it this turn, I think. Doesn't matter. It's up for 2 turns, but it's gonna get yoinked off at some point. His shield is not big enough. See, Melga is still getting provoked. She's resisting some stuff. If I had a blood shield ring for Melga, this would be easy. It'd be a piece of cake. Yeah, I mean, I can check. Some of these may be not resistible. You know, I mean, you can see she's resisting a lot of them. Resist, but then she gets provoked. So maybe that she needs a little bit more resist. Maybe the 155 isn't quite right. Maybe I need like 160-ish, and I have 157 right now or something. You know, so it might be like a... you know, 70%. Or not 70%, but like an 80%, 90%, you know, resist right now. How many champ training points can I manage with 1100 energy being almost spent out of resources and 400 points below top 1? What do you suggest? You have 1100 energy? I mean, I don't know, because people can burst points, right? And you burst points typically with books, promotions, or brews. So if you have Bruise, you know, then you've got something. If you don't have Bruise, then it gets tricky. You know what I'm going to do here? I mean, one of the issues, I don't know, he steals buffs, right? So if she's not resisting the buff steal, then he's getting her continuous heals and healing up, right? Man, if I had 6-starred her before today and I could have like War Master on her, then I could do this. But I don't think I get this done. She's got enough regen though. She's got enough regen. So if this is enough regen, she's only level 20. What if I just put the gear on Athel? Like, does she have enough regen? So, you know, the thing is obviously that she has not the miracle heal, the emergency heal, which I'm not using right now because I'm not using the shield. So I'm trying not, I want him to use this skill, but he's not using it until I have a buff. So I'm going to use it and he's going to try to steal it. Okay. And I resist it. And then she's back to full health, right? So yeah, Sauce, I think that's a good idea. Like, get Rathalos some accuracy. Get Brimstone. The problem is Rathalos is weak affinity, right? So that's why I'm thinking like High-Katoon might, not High-Katoon, Athel might be better. Get the Weaken, get the Phantom Touch proc, get the Giant Slayer, and just do that. Like in the regen gear with enough accuracy. Because right now, okay, so let's check this. This is interesting. I don't have all this time to do this. But this is an interesting problem that we're at right now, right? So if we look at the champions, look where Melga's HP is. She's got 38,000, roughly. 38, you know, almost 39,000. 39,000 HP. But the base HP right now is almost the same. Like when she's at level 20, her base HP is almost the exact same as Athel's. Now the thing is, she really had to use her heal to stay alive. So I don't think the regen would be enough on Athel. What's the accuracy that we need to land on this guy? 75. All we need is 75 accuracy. 155 resist, 75 accuracy. So we're close to the accuracy. And as far as masteries are concerned, she actually does have she'll get the 4, and then she'll have this when she has no skills on cooldown. So if we just turn off her other skills and she just uses her A1, doesn't use anything else, she will always have the 20 accuracy, and that would be enough, right? Because all we need is 75 accuracy. So do we even care about the resistance? I don't even know if we care about the resistance. Do we have a banner for her that would work? HP with speed and defense. Can we ascend her? Nope. And I think that opens tomorrow. Opens in an hour and 41 minutes. But we need to clear this before an hour and 41 minutes. Let's look at her masteries for a second. What addition? How close are we to the next mastery? We have 100. We have 100 scrolls. I think we need 120, and we could pick one more thing, but it would have to be on this row. So we could get Lore of Steel. This could actually play in this fight, Merciful Aid, because of the fears. Increase ally resistance by 5 for each buff placed on them by this champion. She places 2 buffs, right? That could also play. Lore of Steel would only give her a little bit of extra HP based on the Immortal set. I'd love to be able to get her a banner. This is pretty interesting. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put some more levels on Melga. And I might run her as... Yeah, I should maybe get Rathalos as well. I mean, I could try them both. I don't have to put only one in. I could bring Rathalos and Athel. The only issue is, do I have enough accuracy on Rathalos to land? What do I need? I need 75. I think I might. I think Rathalos might have, like, around there. I might have to drop a few brews on her as well. If regen will keep her alive, no resistance needed. Well, the resistance you need to not get your buff stolen, right? And then you also need the resistance potentially to have the ability to land a different skill. So I think she could solo it and survive, but I don't think she has enough damage to beat the 1500 turn limit, right? If she had War Master, then yes, but she doesn't. Now, I could swap her over to Phantom Touch, but I don't think that would be enough either. Plus, Phantom Touch messes with the shield thing anyway. It doesn't work with Blood Shield rings, but it doesn't work with the... It might work with a regular shield. I don't remember. Probably would, actually. But Phantom Touch actually triggers the counterattacks even if you have a Blood Shield ring. So in this particular case, like Athel's Phantom Touch would trigger it anyway, but we don't care because she's not in... She's not in... We're not resisting anything. And we don't have... We're not stopping the counterattack. So yeah, I could throw some brews into Melga, and I might have to. Rathalos doesn't need his accuracy for anything but Brimstone. He needs accuracy for the Brimstone. And that's why we would bring him. We would bring him for the Brimstone. The decrease of defense is nice, but really we need the Brimstone. So let's look at Rathalos for a second. So he's got 57 accuracy. And he needs 75. And again, I can't ascend him either. So I can get some accuracy here. Accuracy there, that's 2. Let's see if there's accuracy on somebody's boot somewhere. There is on a few of them. Right now, he needs the crit rate. Let's see if I can get crit rate and accuracy. That'd be nice. Hey, I lose speed. I would lose 5 speed here if I took this boot up. Yeah, I could swap him over, but I'd lose so much speed here because I've got that. And so. I mean, this would be another 7 that would get me to 64, and then I could easily do. I mean, really, realistically, I only need 18 accuracy, right? But I only have 3 sources right now. 1, 2. I only have 2 sources, so I think I need the boot swap. I'm gonna lose speed on it. Yeah, Rathalos and Lifesteal. I have awful gear on this account. I really do. So let's see if we can take... Can we take this up to 16 with 388,000? Oh. We got it to 15. So now we got to go do a gear cleanse. Let's actually go over here. I think we're swapping this piece in. Crit damage is not a bad extra stat there. Let's go ahead and get that on him. We did lose 5 speed. Not awful. And then let's just get the accuracy. So 5, that's almost there. We need 6 more. All right, and then where's the last one? Down here, right? That's just enough. 76. And he will get no accuracy from there. Okay, so he has 76. So he can land a brimstone now. Yeah, I'd love to have him in better gear. I've got awful gear. I've got no gear in it. Like, I could put him in Phoenix's Savage. I could do that. That would be an option. I could put him in this set. But I just put this set together like yesterday. So I didn't even, I haven't even had this for a while. So we'll see. We'll see what happens with Rathalos. And Rathalos doesn't need Savage, right? Rathalos needs like crit damage. So, yeah. Okay. So now let's go back to Doom Tower. This is getting really interesting. It's getting really dicey. I'm wondering if Deacon is just straight up better than High Katoon at this point. The decreased defense and the leech potential, right? Plus the turn meter fill. Like, High Katoon has the blood shield ring, but she's not doing any damage. He's going to hit harder. He's not quite all the way there yet either. But so let's do this, right? We'll put her in the last spot. And we want Rathalos there. And Metal Shaper. But we need Metal Shaper top. So the question is she even going to revive Rathalos in this setup? Do we need Metal Shaper? We don't need Metal Shaper. We don't even need Metal Shaper. Yeah, I get it, but like the speed aura, right? Plus, I mean, would it be better to have Athel revived or Rathalos revived? Or do we want to go like this and get rid of Deacon? They're both going to die, and Melga will just keep bringing them both back. And they're both damage dealers, and they'll land good stuff. Like, do we just go this route? It'll be slower. And, the speeds will be slower. And then we need to do a team setup. All right, so let's do a team setup. Let's try it with Deacon first. And I think we're going to do Deacon and then Rathalos and Athel and Melga in the hopes. This is why we need Metal Shaper. He's got the shield. He's got the shield set. He's got the shield set. So we'll do this. Now, the way we'll do the AI is in round 2. Do we care? We want Rathalos to not use his A2, I guess. Melga can do whatever. Shaper can do whatever. Okay. I guess he could open with it. No, whatever. We don't want him to use it. Yeah, I could run it with Mordecai, except then I don't have a shield. Then I come in and I get the counterattacks right away, which means the first attack shuts off the team. This way, I get at least one cycle of the team. I know it doesn't hit as hard without Mordecai, but the only way I could bring Mordecai in is leave Athel out. Right? Which might be something that we try. Now we do get a little extra turn meter boost and turn meter decrease on Deacon. He's got enough accuracy. So we're going to try this. We're going to try this. And I think on round 3 is really where we care about. What we want is for Athel to shut these off. We just want her to use her A1. We're going to let Melga go. We're going to let everybody else go, I think. I think everybody can just do what they do. Except for Metal Shaper, who I think we want to have him open with his A1. We don't care about Metal Shaper getting a revive. We're not going for the revive on Metal Shaper. What we're going for is Melga to revive Athel or Rathalos to get the big damage hits and then just tank it. She's just going to survive it, meaning Melga, she meaning Melga. And if Melga just stays alive, she'll constantly revive a damage dealer, and the damage dealer will have hopefully a decent nuke, and that will be where we get our from. So, okay, so that's good. That's good. All good so far. Shields down. We got the big hit. Athel's got the weaken. Got a shield buff. Got a decreased defense. We're burning through him. Now we're going to get into the death cycle, I think. Now, Metal Shaper, did we get Metal Shaper enough resist? Did we get him resist? I don't even remember at this point. So he's actually, like, he's got the potential to give us a few extra turns here, you know? All right, so now the leech is out. This is decent damage. This will get us part of the way. Metal Shaper's out now. So now what's going to happen is, oh, I didn't even think of that. She revived him because nobody else had died yet. Man, I would have loved a second smite before Rathalos went down, but now we're into the grind part. Question is it enough? Might be. Athel didn't go for a really long time there. I don't know what that was about. Okay, so that was a random revive. That wasn't based on turn order. Metal Shaper came back. But you can see Athel does decent work when she hits, even on her A1. She gets that proc from her Phantom Touch, and with the weaken out there, and obviously she hits decently hard. She's also in lifesteal, so she's going to have some sustain. And if I had books on Melga, I think this would be a piece of cake. We're going to do this. We're going to do this. And the crazy thing about this, and thank you everybody for your help. It's been really helpful. Darren, Tonk, everybody who's been talking, Freaky, Sauce, everybody. This success, if we can do this, may actually get me Archer. That's the crazy thing, right? We spent 700 or 800. No, we spent a couple of million silver. And if we can get this down, the energy and the gems from these 10 floors, hopefully we have time after this. We still have about an hour and 20 minutes. We can run the floors, the next 10 floors, hopefully. Get the energy and gems, get the next boss down, and get the energy and gems from the next 10 floors. And that combination of those two energies and those two gems might just be enough to get us our 12,500 points and get us the Archer, unless somebody snipes me, which is entirely possible. I think this is going to work. We're only at turn count 100. So as long as she doesn't die, So that's the same pair of revives we got the first time around. So maybe it's not really random. Yeah, absolutely, Tonk. If she goes down, that's what I'll do. I'll just drop some brews on her and we'll work her way up. I mean, she almost did it at level 20 and now she's level 26, so she's got more defense, more HP, you know. So but I think we're going to do this in like 12 minutes. 12, 13 minutes, I think we'll get this done. Okay, so that was a different revive. We still haven't gotten Rathalos back, and like one Rathalos smite would be worth it. You know what I mean? Like if we could just get a Brimstone on one time. Because like that revive was completely worthless. We need Athel or Rathalos to come up. You could keep trying Athel's A3 for her attack up, defense up, and the extra turn goes into the weaken. If it doesn't work but close, I think it would be really close. I think this is just going to work. It doesn't look like Melga's in any real danger. I mean, there could be some bad RNG that could happen. But I think this is it. I think this gets us there. So that's not a bad idea. The cooldown on her revive, I believe, is 6 turns. Honestly, if I had put like 2 brews on her, it'd probably be 100% because it's like I don't think she's going to die, but I could see some bad RNG happening. She's clearly not resisting everything. She is resisting the provokes, it feels like. There we got Rathalos. He got a big nuke off with a weaken up. That was decent. Now, if he can just live long enough to get a Brimstone. Just one more Brimstone. He didn't even get the decreased defense there. That's annoying. Come on, get a Brimstone, buddy. You can do it. Now the boss is sped up because he stole your buffs. Thanks for that. So you revived just long enough to give the boss buffs. Athel's weaken is actually, no joke, super important here. Plus, without it, I think it would take, you know, a lot longer. All right, there's the heal. And once we got the heal, as long as shield came off, but there you go. It's like, I probably could have put her in Phantom Touch, honestly. I don't even know if the 3% revive is hugely important. Okay, so we got a decreased defense. That's a leech. A little bit of a nuke. And now we're healing. Are we healing the boss? I gotta watch to see if the boss health goes up from this. Probably. Yeah, look at that huge heal he got off that continuous heal. So if Rathalos keeps popping up, it's going to make this just take forever. Because he doesn't have the resist. Unfortunately. The weaken is going to help. All right, he stole the continuous heals again. So that's going to be an issue, is him stealing the continuous heals, because they're 15% heals. So that could put us in an endless... Like, look, he's going the wrong way now. So I need her... All I need to do is manual that, and I can get around it. Right? he's going to go next. So I just want to not put up heals right now. Okay, so now we'll do this. This is going to take forever now. It should have been like 13 minutes, but now it's going to be like 25, which is unfortunate. I can do this for her. That's going to be fine. Because he can't steal the buffs from her. He can remove them, but he can't take them. She does need the continuous heals to survive. She doesn't quite have enough without the continuous heals. The other thing is the shield comes out simultaneously, so it like reduces the number of boss animations and boss attacks. But you see there, she goes back to full health. And if she doesn't get that at least like every third or fourth cycle, she'd probably die. So this, I'm just going to stop him from stealing. So here he's stealing the buffs. There we go. So now that he stole the buffs, it's on a 3-turn cooldown. Now I can put up the shield. So we just kind of got into an unlucky spot where the cycle of buff steals was just in a bad spot. I don't want her to put it up again, so I'm going to leave it down. And if Athel dies, Athel just dies. We've got the cooldown back. All right, but now he actually used it. So now we can put up the heals again. Just keep Athel working. We don't need to use the revive until she dies. That's nice. That's the other thing about the extra turn. When she takes the extra turn, she drops her shield too fast. Okay, so we can do a revive here. See what happens. Get that boss per meter decrease, get the increase or decrease attack, or decrease defense. What am I talking about? I think I should not have done that. No, it's going to work out. It's going to work out. Okay, because Deacon's got the extra turn. As long as he doesn't steal that heal from Metal Shaper, which he might. Nope, he didn't. Good. Okay. So now, place our shield buff. The leech doesn't hurt. Okay. So now let's do this. Let him do his 8-2. Now we'll revive. We got Rathalos. Per meter decrease. Let's hit hard. That would have been better if he landed a brimstone. But honestly, I think we're home. All she's got to do is resist one of these. Yeah, Rathalos is weak affinity. No! That's awful. That's 30% health. That's freaking awful. I'm upset. He got that off of her, too. He typically doesn't. I'm not sure he's done that the whole fight. And he's at 40% again. Jesus. That did nothing. That did no damage at all. I need Athel back. I should take Rathalos out of this team. Yeah, the 3% on Melga, right? Okay, that was a decent hit. But come on, give me just one more smite, buddy. You can do it. You landed one before. You can do this. Decreased defense is better than nothing. Yeah, sometimes it just comes in at a bad time, right? You're like, come on, man. But he didn't get it that time. Come on, give me Athel and Deacon. That's what I want. Athel and Deacon. All right. Deacon and Rathalos is not bad. I'll take that. I would prefer Athel. We need a Brimstone. Decreased defense will be nice. That just added like 5 minutes onto this fight. I don't have it destroy max HP. No. And honestly, I don't know that it would do anything. He did it again. He got another steal. Ugh. I don't know that it would do anything because I don't know that we do enough damage. I mean, I guess we would eventually. It would. Yeah, if we had somebody that could be helpful. Yeah, there is plenty of time. You're right. I'm just irritated because there's stuff I have to do on the account before reset. And so the longer this takes, the less time I have to do that other stuff. Luckily, it's not too much. But I want to run up the other Doom Tower floors at least, you know? Oh, Athel. Damn it. Anyone seen Medic Son? No. Yeah, I mean, I suppose I could build Rathalos and Destroy. I could do that. The issue is you need that particular champion to do enough damage, like to do 30% of the boss's max damage, like max HP in damage, in order to get any kind of reduction. All right, decreased defense is good. I'm not giving you a heal right now, Rathalos. You can do... Yes, Brimstone. That was nice. All right, decreased defense is good again. Give me Athel. Thank you. Perfect. Athel and Deacon. That's exactly what I wanted. Get that weekend on there. Can do this, actually. Can afford to do that this time. Oops. I should have done the decreased defense. Unfortunate. Didn't do the decreased defense. Remove that provoke. That's what I need. All right. Yeah. As long as we don't get an unfortunate steal on continuous heal, I think we're good. I've said that before. I have said that before. It was also true the first time I said it, yes. Oh, this is looking good. Get that weakened down. Let's get a decreased defense, which we missed. We got 3%ed. And we missed there. Now their shields are going to be broken. So they're going to die. Yeah, Brimstone now would be awesome. Leech would still be good. Ah, oh, that could have been a Brimstone on that counterattack. Oh well. I gambled on that revive a little bit just to speed things up, but it should still be fine. Like, it shouldn't be a problem. I just have to wait for the cycle unless he gets a lucky steal, and he did, and it's a double. I'm so irked at this fight right now. I got 3%ed. Then I got 3%ed again, and then I got 3%ed again. All right, let's do this. Let's see if this can't. Get the weaken down, please. Get the shields up. Can we please get a decreased defense one time from you? Rathalos, I know you're weak affinity, and it's only a 50% chance, but you've been doing squat. I'd be better off pulling you out of the team. I mean, if I had Mordecai, at least he'd land an HP burn every once in a while. Yeah, I'm trying to use... So when this skill is on cooldown, Vial Absorption, that's the best time to use it. But he doesn't use the Vial Absorption if you don't have a buff up. And I have... So, like, now is a good time to... Like, I can revive now, actually. But that would have been a good time for continuous heal as well, right? Because now he's on a cooldown. So I want him to use it to try to steal like a shield buff or something and just use it. So then I can use the continuous heals. But sometimes you have to use the continuous heals or like now it's down. So now I can use the shield. All right, so now I got to use this for me. And you see, like, also turn meter matters. Like there, I did it at a point where since I'm faster than the boss, I actually consumed one of the stacks right away. So then I didn't have to worry about him like pulling it off me. But before I had 2 stacks, and twice now when I've had 2 stacks, he's stolen it. And it's a 3% and he's stolen it. So it's like clearly there's something wonky there, you know? But that's the way it works sometimes. All right, we're almost down to 25% again. Oh, I should have used the shield there. Damn it. That was a mistake. I was looking at chat, not at the board, but I can do this here. We'll be good. Now, the nice thing is both Deacon and Athel have extra turn mechanics, so I can actually use their extra turns to consume the continuous heals if I want, you know? But it also consumes the shield. All right, 20%. And I would love a brimstone. All right, so now I can use the shields because his skill is down. Can use the extra turn mechanic and get a leech out there. Maybe Rathalos with the speed buff. Oh, that's good. That's a good hit, buddy. Come on. Do the big hit now. Yes, with the brimstone. That's all it's going to take. He's got to use an active skill. He's got to use an active skill, and it doesn't count, so it's not going to actually give me a brimstone. That's annoying as hell. I'm not going to get I didn't even get it. I didn't even get the brimstone because it's not technically an active skill. So if he doesn't use vial absorption, you don't even get it. You don't even get it. That's the stupid. I hate that. I absolutely hate that when it comes to bosses. It's not like an HP burn or a poison. It doesn't automatically tick. He needs to use an active skill. That is the stupidest thing. That's so irritating. That is so irritating. But drop defense here. We'll get Deacon a shield. That is so irritating. I only got 3. I got 3 brimstones the whole time, and one of them just disappears into the ether. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. I'm, I'm like, I'm not really surprised, but I'm just kind of like, what else can they do to make it more irritating? You know, like part of my brain is just like, come on. Yeah, I remember. I missed the cycle, so I'm just letting it play out. Weaken, please. No, weaken. 3%ed. I'm not gonna use, I'm not using the continuous heal. I've got enough regen to get to the end. Hey, Zoe!
became a member.
Hey,
Welcome to Barbarian. Oh, we did it!
the horde grows.
Oh, that's so good. Took 30 minutes. Took 30 minutes and 346 turns. There's the solution. Now we got to get some floors. Now let's start auto climbing. We can, this is our regular team. We can start auto climbing. Woo! Thanks for the help, folks. That was awesome. Good teamwork. There were a lot of good ideas coming my way. I know I didn't take all of them. I didn't necessarily read all of them out loud, but I saw all of them, and I do really appreciate the help. It was also more fun to get there together. So that's just nice as well. So thank you. I got to give some love there. Ooh. We'll give some deep squats love. Now I gotta farm the silver keys. Yeah, I can do Bommel in like a minute and a half or something, so I'll probably do the keys down there. I think I've already done the keys, in fact. Did I do the keys already today? I think I might have. But so this is gonna get us more energy, it's gonna get us more gems, and it's gonna get us more brews. Those three things are going to allow us to stop decreasing the turn meter. Stop decreasing the turn meter. He's got to take a turn. So yeah, I think honestly, I think that means Archer. I'm not 100% sure, but I feel like about 85-90% sure that win just means Archer. 6-star Melga, yeah, she earned that. She did. Honestly, I'm not sure if at 5 stars, like at 50, level 50 5 stars, would she have been able to do that? Good question. I don't know. I think you actually hit the same power around level 20. So she was like, what, level 25 or 28 or something? So she was probably a little bit tankier than she would have been at 5 stars. That's right, Darren. Hopefully Archer is coming home. I'm going to double check. I asked in the content creator chat, and it seemed people were indicating that yes, you can use Archer. But I didn't get an official word from Saphira, and so that's really where I need the official word. Let me see if I can find it here. Yeah, people are saying yeah. It's not a summon, it's a reward. So you can get fusions. You can get reward champions like Arbiter or Razin. You're allowed to use that. So I think it's good. I think it's good. Man, can you imagine if I had completed the fusion and then I got Archer? I would have had 3 Legos on my account. Would have been awesome. I still think Archer's going to do a lot of work. She's got sustain in her kit, which is nice from a tank, right? So she's very tanky. She's got that AoE provoke. Going to be great in Hydra. It's going to allow me to like get points in Hydra that other people aren't going to be able to get. Hopefully I can, you know, if you think about it, now I've got potentially, I should say now, I don't have it yet. I still have to make this work. But potentially I have Archer and Ugo. Right? So Archer and Ugo together really make for a great clan boss team. Then you take Rathalos and Mordecai, put in maybe Melga as my sustain, and Deacon Armstrong as my lead for speed, turn meter fill, and a decreased defense, an AoE decreased defense. That could be really nice. You know, it's not quite 2 damage dealers, right? When Rathalos gets devoured, it's going to be a little bit tricky. But between the HP burns and Archer, that could be enough. This is all you get. You get one. I got one brew of 3 different affinities there. That's an entire floor's reward. That felt not great. You have a new soloish guide for Scarab King featuring Melga Steelgirdle, the dwarf with the huge heart. That's a good point. Either way, I wouldn't feed Archer. I keep saying now, it's not done. It's not done. If I get Archer, this will be a giveaway account. So. Yeah, I'll screenshot it. Mullet Reaver got Arbiter. I'm not surprised. Or just collect this on stream. Yeah, that's true too. What do I think about Dark Fate? Is it possible? Are you talking about with my team? Yeah, absolutely. Dark Fate is going to be way easier than Scarab Boss. I'll pull Melga out of the team. I'll just put Apothecary in the team. It'll be piece of cake, I think. Right? Because it'll be Apothecary into Deacon, into Mordecai, into Rathalos, who will nuke my entire team out. And then it'll be Athel. I don't have turn meter control on Dark Fae, but Dark Fae's not that tough at this level, so there's a chance I could one-shot her. If not, they'll probably steal my Rathalos. I'll have to kill my Rathalos, which will be a little tricky. And then I'll kill Dark Fae. Yeah, it is fast. It is very fast. But there's actually, so when I started streaming relatively early on in the Noob versus Pro series, I think, or maybe even a little earlier, there was a member of our Discord community, and his name escapes me at the moment, although, you know, he was here for a couple of months. He was a very experienced player, and he was doing a challenge account in which he was trying to get Arbiter as fast as possible, a world record. And he did it in 31 days. I think it was 31 days. We actually have a record of it up in the Discord. And I never had an opportunity to really talk to him about exactly how he did it. You know, like, where did he focus? Where did he get? And it was free to play, 31 days. And, you know, I saw the proof, you know, I saw the screenshots at least. And I was like, damn, because I've never done it better than, like, I don't know, maybe my fastest Arbiter ever was like 140 or 150 days. And I might even be mistaken there. It might have been like a 160 or something. I've never done it in anywhere close to 100 days, much less 45 or whatever that Mullet Reaver did it in. You know, I'd be interested in seeing what his approach was. Because one of the things that I'm struggling with a little bit on this challenge is getting away from doing things that are long-term tactics. You know, like, you want to build your free-to-play account in the most efficient, snowball-y way. You know, and it's like, if you are consuming every one of your epics, you know what I mean? Like, every epic that comes along that you're not going to build to 6-star, you just use as a 4-star or 5-star chicken. That's going to allow you to get a lot more 6-stars. But then down the line, that's going to hurt you in faction crypts. That might hurt you in Doom Tower secret rooms that might hurt you. And so it's like it accelerates your account. And then the question is, does that acceleration outweigh the sacrifice? And I don't know. And I don't know if that's what he's doing, you know, but I'm curious if that is what he's doing. And I just can't get away from that. Like if I were just trying to win the contest, that would actually be a pretty good way to go because I don't care about the long term, right? Then it's like I've got 90 days, so let's just get the most out of 90 days that we can. And I have made some concessions to the 90-day time limit. Like I have pulled something like close to 30 ancient shards not during a 2x event. I would never do that. I would never do that on a regular free-to-play account. I've even pulled like a few. Well, no. Oh, and then I pulled sacred shards during non 2x event. I was like, I haven't pulled any void shards. So, you know, obviously I wouldn't do that as well. I sacrificed a Drexthar legendary that I pulled, who, by the way, would help me a ton. Like Drexthar would be great in Hydra, be great in Spider, he'd be great in wave content here in Doom Tower. Like a Drexthar could have done a lot of good, but I needed a 5-star chicken, and so I used him. Yeah. So we'll have to check the score and see if anybody is charging from the back of the pack. Because I had like maybe just over 1,000 point lead, I think. I think somebody was at like 7,700 when I was at 8,700. And then there were a couple of people like closing in on 7,000. So there's 100 energy, 25 gems, one of each brew. That's okay. That's not bad. If we can do that again tomorrow, right? Oh, it's damn it, it's Griffin. It's not Dark Fae, it's Griffin. He's going to be super tricky. He's going to be super tricky. The nice thing about this is Rathalos is strong affinity this time around. I might have to remove my Athel from, because Athel's got a turn meter reduction on her A1 on the first hit. You know, she's got that mastery. And I might have to remove Deacon. And so that's taken 2 of my 6-stars out of the rotation, right? It's like, I guess I could still bring Deacon and just not use the turn meter fill. I could use the drop defense and the leech, maybe. We'll have to see. But let's go look at the... Oh, energy is capped out. Yeah. Okay. Let's do that first. Hit that energy roll. Need every last drop of passive energy regen. Yeah, Tonk, I think that's a good call. If you can get Scylla the Drakes before you... I'm sorry, if you can get Arbiter before Scylla the Drakes, you've done a good thing. That's pretty good. Okay, so let's see where the point totals are right. I probably haven't climbed very much. I don't think I've done much. All right, I'm at 9,200. So the guy who was at 77 has gone up a little bit. He's gone to 8,200. I don't know that he's on pace to get there, right? Because I said, like, I don't necessarily want to steal it from this guy. But here's the other thing, like, would I just let him pass me if I could push? That's hard to say. I probably would. I would probably give it up. I kind of feel bad, like, saying that, because I might change my mind later on. I might be like, no, I can't. I need to get back in this game. I can't let the team down, you know? I don't know. That's tricky. That's very tricky. That's true, too. If I'm going to give the account away, then I'm not stealing from another player. That's a good point, Sauce. Hey, son, how you doing?
Another beautiful day, my friend.
You just hanging out?
Yeah.
Not
You've
much
been going
left to
for a
do.
little while, so I was just letting you do your thing.
Yeah, I appreciate that while we were in the Doom Tower there.
Mm-hmm.
Did you watch the fight?
I did.
That was epic, huh?
Deal, man.
Yeah. Pretty epic. Yeah, Arbiter waiting to be pulled. Yeah, you know, you don't have to pull her immediately, right? You could pull her during a CVC or something, get all those extra points. Or a champion chase. Oh, man. Just set an alarm for before the tourney ends and do a final push. That's what I tried to do for the fusion, and that's what actually ruined the fusion for me. I wanted to come in and complete the champion training during the CVC, and there was a 2-hour overlap, but the 2-hour overlap was only on one account and not on the other account. Right? My HH challenge account, like the champion training finished 2 hours earlier than it did on my main account. And as a result, I didn't have enough time to complete the champion training on the challenge account. That's how I lost the fusion. I had everything else. I literally had everything else I needed. Could have done it. And just messed it up. It only hurts a little bit when I think about it. Thanks for bringing it up.
Damn.
All right. Yeah. It's just a silly mistake. I had all the energy, I had all the gems, I had everything I needed, I had all the shards. Would have been a beautiful win. I know that HH got it, right? HH completed the fusion. I don't know if anybody else did. I'm sure somebody did, but there would have only been like 3 or 4 players who could have done it. And I think I actually had the best shot at it out of almost everybody, and I just whiffed. Just didn't even go down swinging. Just kept the bat on my shoulder. Okay, let's get Melga out of there. Yeah, HH completed it. Arbiter is great for arena. She makes classic arena just a breeze. She's also good for PvE. For I would say for 6 months, she featured in a lot of my PvP content. And then eventually I kind of moved her out of that because I still bring her in every once in a while. But you know, eventually you just want her faster and faster and faster, and so you'll sacrifice things like accuracy and tankiness, and you know, just to get speed, get more speed, get more speed. And then eventually she gets to the point where she's not really built for PvE. So that's what happened with mine. You know, it's like I used to use her for her A1 weekend. And so, you know, when I needed accuracy on her, I was like, okay, yeah. But then it's like at the top of Doom Tower, you need, you know, 450 accuracy, 500 accuracy. And it's just like I can't afford the stats. So I just pulled her out and got a different weekend champion. You know, and once I got Lydia, I didn't really need her anymore anyway. But I think I started to phase her out before I got to Lydia. Helicath helped bridge the gap a little bit. I'm trying to think what other weekend champions I used. I don't know. Maybe Sissy of Flame Tongue, probably. So the other nice thing about getting a legendary on this account, you know, is that like it's a natural 5-star. You can just literally run it up. You know, you don't even have to really stress about turning it into a 6-star. Because 5-star, I have so few 5-stars. You got Venus? Yeah. I'd like a Venus. I have Cupidus. I'd like the duo. Honestly, like if Venus was my next Void Legendary, I wouldn't feel bad. Right? Like that would be an okay Void Legendary for me. Not the one I'm looking for. I'm not saying she's top of my list. I'm just saying, like, you know, there are sort of the champions where like these are the top of the list. They're going to move your account. These are the ones who are like, yeah, okay, that's solid. And these are the ones who are like, really? I wasted a Void Legendary on that, you know? So it's like, I would say the top of my list is Yumiko, Acrizia, Krisk, Riho, Sify. All right, and below that is like Grazur, and also Terrace and Richka. And then below that is like Grazur, Riho, Bone Spur. There may be one or two others. And then below that is like another group that's actually still pretty good, which is like Rock of Vile Tide and Venus and, you know, champions like that. Your first two Void legendaries were Sify and Venus, and you already had Rhodos and Cupidus. So yeah, you you had some shard pull luck there early on your account, huh? If I do win the Archer, she's my next no-brainer 6-star. On my main, I will be building her and Core, Narcissus, and Lydia during the next DVC. My account is about to go supersonic. Yeah. Yeah, so that is stupid lucky. That's exactly what that is. Exactly what I would call that. But, you know, that's great. It's like, good. Way to go. I mean, my first Void legendary that I pulled from a shard was Cardiel. 4 months into the game, I pulled a Cardiel. I didn't pull another one for like 16 months. You know, so after that, the luck stopped. But as far as like, if you're going to pull one Void legendary in your first like year and a half of an account, you can't get much better than Cardiel. You know, like there are maybe 4 or 5 champions you could say are on par with that. But I don't know that you can say anybody is better than that in terms of like at the 4-month mark getting a Void legendary. There are very few super hard carries that are that good. Like, yeah, long term, maybe like a Crizia would be super nice to have, you know, but like it's probably like Krisk. It's probably Krisk and Cardiel, I think, as the two best Void legendary progression champs and endgame champs. You know what I mean? That do both. There may be some other ones out since then, you know, like in the last, say, 4 or 5 months that I haven't really looked at it all that much that could also fill that gap. I don't know. Possible. Not that Siffy would be bad. Now that Yumiko would be great. Of course, Krizzy would be great. Terrace would be great. Marishka would be great. Like those are all, end game champions that you also want to get early. And you could also pull like an arena nuker, like Georgid or Leo or something. That would also be really nice. But like just in terms of all around progression champions, I can't really think of much of a better pick than Cardiel. So, stupid luck is like, it happens. It happens. Sometimes it happens early. Sometimes it happens in the mid game. Sometimes it happens late. You see people who like do a 10 pull of void shards and they hit 2 void Legos and it's like, hey, it's Siffy and Terrace. And you're like, all right, that's stupid. But it happens. People have that happen. And you can't blame them for it. Pulled Teo on your 3rd Ancient Shard. I thought the game was easy. Boy, was I wrong. Alil was my first Void. Krisk my second. I pulled Coronar recently on Mercy going for Sulfurion in Progressive, and I just pulled Shigor during the Narcissus Guaranteed. Tonka, you pulled Riho and Ursuga in the same. Yeah, there you go. That's stupid luck right there. Those are 2 great champions. I mean, neither one is like top 5. You know what I mean? Neither one is top 5, but they're both high up there. Like if you had to list all of the champions of the game, they're probably both top like 30 champions, maybe top 40 at worst. So it's like, yeah, those are 2 phenomenal champions. Alil is actually, he's legit. I don't think he gets much love, but he's actually if you pulled him early enough, you just make him your arena nuker and he's still going to work in PvE, Hey, Premier. Good to see you. And Raglan. I got Raglan too. Raglan was like my 3rd or 4th Void Legendary. She might have been my 3rd Void Legendary. So I went from Cardiel was my 1st, Little Miss Annie was my 2nd, and then I think Raglan was my 3rd. Let's see if we can actually do this. Ooh. Oh, have I done my man, I lost like 5 keys to Centranos yesterday because I didn't complete all my keys. Let me go see if I did my keys over there today. On my main account here. I've got all my dailies, I've got all my advanced done. Did I do my Doom Tower? Let's see. I did Doom Tower. Did I do my Centranos? I did some of it. I didn't do all of it. Okay, let's finish that off. I've only got 3 left to go. That's fine. Not a big deal. Yeah, 30 minutes till reset. Coffee time. Andre Clark, you need a Void Lego? You don't have any? How many Void Shards do you think you've pulled up to this point? Lion Seer was 3rd. Georgia was 4th. Raglan. 30 till reset. Coffee sounds good. What shard is the rarest now? Well, primal shards. You've been playing a few months. You think you've pulled 30 or 40. Yeah. I hope you're only pulling during 2 times Void Shard events. You should save them for that. That'll definitely increase your rate of return in terms of Void legendaries. For some reason, I don't see the like button under the stream anymore. Did YouTube change something? Not that I know of. We do a poll yet? I have not done any polls. I am thinking I may need to do some polls on my main, and I could swap over for that. We'll probably do that right after the server reset. Just trying to finish up on my main account.
Oh, by the way, the answer to that question, I think, was a much better good job.
Oh, nice.
In case you needed to hear it, you know. I'm here for you.
Thank you. I appreciate
I'm
it.
validating your experience.
Yeah, is that what you're doing?
Yeah, buddy. No, man, I
Okay.
think you did great. I think you did fantastically.
Thanks.
So what did you do? You said you moved stuff around to have the chat on. And I meant to tell you, I think I have a solution for you. But tell me what you did, and then see if
Well,
that actually will
I
help.
told you already. I'm playing in windowed mode so that I can actually have the chat up and see it on the same screen where I'm playing, as opposed to trying to put it on a different screen where it's off to the side and a little bit harder to see,
Right.
or trying to do an alt tab thing like every 5 minutes and catch up. So I've tried,
Gotcha.
the alt tab method has never worked great. I'm not a fan of that, but just
Yeah.
because of the real estate that I need for everything, like sometimes I've done that. The thing that I typically try to do is I try to put chat on my second monitor. The problem is just because of the way, again, that like the screen real estate is set up and my desk is set up, that means chat is way over there. And I have to go, it's like I don't really see it in my field of vision. And so I'd have to go hunting for it. And so that just made it slower to respond.
Yeah. Now, are you using chat from?
Just a sec. Sorry, son.
Oh. Just a second. He hit me with it. Hit me with the silencio over here, man. Rude.
Sorry about that. Yeah, go ahead.
That's all right. Are you using OBS chat, like a little pop-out thing, or do you have like or are you using like the studio chat? Like, where are you getting the chat from?
No, I'm getting the chat from YouTube, from the browser. I've tried using the OBS chat and it's worse. So on my main screen, I have the stream like analytics and the chat. And then on my main screen, I have now a windowed version of Braid.
Right. Gotcha.
Yeah. At least nobody said slightly worse than normal. That's good.
Are they hitting you with the, you still got a ways to go?
Hey, somebody had to troll me, right? As soon as I said that. Is that you? Is that Shock? Who is it? Come on.
Wasn't me.
Wasn't me.
But it should have been me.
It should have been. All right, we got all that. I'm trying to make sure I didn't miss anything. I can't get into Centranos until level 52, and I do want to get there. I need to push this. Doom Tower, we burned through all of that. We've already burned through that resource. Oh, I still got 3 keys in Doom Tower. We can go do some... What would be the best here? Probably... I mean, I'm not running that Scarab again, so I guess we'll just run Bomb all one time.
Yeah, the reason I was asking because my thought might be a potential solution for you is I use a little program. It's super minimal. It's called TurboTop. It's a great
Okay.
name. But what it does is it allows you to select a window and then always keep that window on top. So
Got it.
if you have, like for example, like the OBS like chat window that you can pop out, then you can set that window as always on top. And then you can have your game full screen and you can put that window wherever you want it, and it'll always stay on top.
That I like that
And you
idea.
can always see it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
so I
like that
thought
idea.
maybe that could be a really good option for you. And I've used
Yeah,
that program. It's just super minimal, just tiny little thing, and you know, doesn't take up any resources at all. Because all it does is it just keeps a window on top.
yeah. No, I like that idea a lot. That's actually what I tried to do. I tried to make that happen through like Windows commands and stuff, and the
Yeah, that doesn't work.
it's just it was irritating. Couldn't quite make it work. But this solution is actually really simple. It doesn't require anything. All literally, I just need to size my window so that the chat is still there. The one downside is when I go to type into chat, I lose my game window, and I
Yeah,
have to pull it back up. But it's really easy because I can just click the menu bar. Like I don't have to do any weirdness to get it back. And then my OBS is over here, and then also over here I have my Discord. So OBS and Discord are like layered.
yeah,
And I have to do it that way because if I don't, OBS is too small for me to monitor what's actually going on in the stream. So that's just sort of where that stands.
makes sense.
Yeah. All right. So this is feeling like, I mean, it's a done deal. Let's see. Where are we? Summon Rush. Ooh. Now we're still 360 shards away. Like I could make a play here for some of these points, and maybe if I pull all my mystery shards, did I get that energy? I could. Actually, I would.
Do it.
Yeah, I think I would get it. I think I would just get it. And that's 200 energy and the 50 Blade Master points. Well, here's the thing. This ends in 8 hours, and the tournament ends in, like, what, 10? 10 hours, exactly. So, as I close in, I'll kind of get a feeling of whether or not I need to do this. 9,500 points, almost 9,600 points. We're closing in on that legendary tome, which is going to be yummy. And the Archer, which is going to be even crazier. Now, the issue is that book goes on Rathalos, not on Archer. Archer gets no book. He will just get no book. Because I'm still like 6 books away on Rathalos or something. I need 3 there and 3 there and 1 there. I'm 7 books away on Rathalos. And I would love if this, hit, but really this is the one you want, and I did not get lucky with my book. So like here, if I could get 3 books and have it drop down here on the A2, that would be incredibly useful. We'll have to see. I also got a 4-star chicken. Yeah, so I don't think he's going to make the 12-5. Hey, man, pulled Mithrala. Oh, you got Mithrala and pulled back Valkanen this weekend. Pretty stoked for Arena. Yeah, that's awesome. What rewards do you get for the 50 more Blade Master points? Yeah, let's check. So it would just push me down to 480, so I would get a mythical charm, the mythical charms, and the multi-battle attempts. But I'm going for the 4-star soul, so I need all the points I can get basically because it's going to be very tight to get that 1,000. And if I come up to like 960 and don't get it, I'm going to be mad I didn't grab this 50 points. But it would use literally all my mystery shards. The other option would be like to pull like 2 void shards to save a bunch of mystery shards, you know? Like I could do that. Not the worst thing in the world. I'm pretty YOLO on this account anyway, so you know, realistically it's not awful. Let's see. I think you get 120 points for a void. 120 points for a void and 1 for a mystery. All right, so I could pull 2 voids. 2 voids would get me 240. That would get me up to 660. And then I could do the rest of the way on mystery shards. Would they get me here? They wouldn't. If I pulled all my voids, yes. If I pulled all my voids, I could get these 100 points and these 75 gems plus the 200. So I think I have, what do I have? 7? I have 7 voids? 8 voids. I have 8 voids, which would be 960 points. And the 960 points, let's see. So what do I have? I have 420. So 960 and 420 is 1380. So I would end up here, and then I would have to pull 370 mystery shards to get the 100 Blade Master points. But it would be 150 Blade Master points, energy, and gems. That's actually not a bad idea. So what are we? We're 5 days away from either a 2 times sacred or a 2 times void, and we don't know what it is. Honestly, if I did that, it would almost guarantee me the 4-star soul and the archer. It's very tempting, actually. You know, in this format, it's very tempting. I don't pull 2 times void shards during anything but a 2 times void event. And honestly, like, what's today? Today is Sunday, right? Friday could be a 2 times void event. We don't actually know. Let's see what HH says. Let's see what his website is saying. It probably says sacreds. Yeah, it says sacreds in 4 days and 8 hours. But I think they may have reversed the order. Right? The last 3 were in reverse order. They went voids, then sacreds, then ancients. So to go back to sacreds right now could happen because they want people to buy sacreds. It could be sacreds and voids. And that means I would be 19 days away from pulling my void shards. And the second month would be over. I mean, if I pull a void champion, a good void champion, that could change my 6-star path. Maybe I don't need to build Sanguinia. I don't know. Let me think about it for a second. Let me put up a poll. Let me put up a poll. We got 81 viewers here. Let's see. 14% said slightly worse than normal. I don't know if I believe you. I don't know if you're trolling me or what. I can't pull a Geo. No, Geo's an ancient shard. I'd be pulling void shard. You think a 4-star Wrath and the Archer is way more account changing than chance at a decent void champ? It depends on the void champ. Some CC said it was going to be voids. I expect it to be voids, but we don't know because they change it every time now. They don't follow a set pattern. But yeah, let's see. Oops, that's not what. How do I? Let's see. All right, we'll try. What voids would be my top 3 for this account? It's interesting because normally I would say like Runekeeper Dazzdirk, because I don't really have a great cleanser, and I actually do think he would pair really well with Melga, right? She's brings the heals and the shields. He brings the cleanse, heals, and turn meter fill plus the increased attack, and you just have those two champions kind of, you know, looping with each other, and that would be great. The issue is, one, I already have an increased attack from Mordecai, and two, I don't know how to get Mordecai out of the team. I don't know how to get Mordecai out of a team with Rathalos in it. I don't have that option. So I do feel like there are a few champions that are worth, you know, could like that I normally maybe wouldn't prioritize that could be good. So for instance, like I do think any HP burn champion becomes more interesting, right? So Skrank could help me get Mordecai out of a team, maybe. But you know, Frenzy would work. She's kind of an interesting champion. She can actually help you in Fire Knight. And I do need help in Fire Knight. She's not awesome in Fire Knight, but she's not bad. I mean, I wouldn't mind a Selenia. I honestly wouldn't mind a Selenia or a Cold Heart. Both of those would be huge wins. Cold Heart, even bigger win than Selenia, but Selenia would be a nice win. As for the other, let me kind of do a little bit. It's hard to remember all of, you know, I'm like Ursula, Godseeker, and Eerie. You know, Sylar is kind of interesting. Eurogrim could be really good for Clan Ball. Maneater would be huge, you know, or Demitha could be huge. Whisper brings a ton of damage. I'd probably prefer like a Kemptum. Honestly, a Kemptum would be great. Skull Crown and Genbo would be great for Arena. White Dryad Naya could be really interesting. Ostrox could be interesting. You know, now that I've leveled up Melga to 6 stars, like Ursula and Godseeker are a little bit less appealing. They're both fantastic champions, but slightly reduced value because they're both revivers, right? So I think on this account, just because of the way it's set up, because I have sort of my reviver squared away, and I've got my HP burner and my like increased attack and all that, I think I would probably play for like the unkillable. I would think Maneater, Demitha, probably Maneater and Demitha would be my top two. And then the next group would be like Genbo and Skullcrown, because that would allow me to do some stuff, and probably Runekeeper Dazzdirk. That would allow me to do some stuff in Arena. And then just below that would be like Warcast. And then like Ursula and Godseeker. Maybe even Seer. And then like a Kemptum. So So I think the top 3 would be Maneater and Demitha. Maybe with Runekeeper Dazzler. That's probably my top 3. Because that cleanse would save me from building Sanguinia. And he's definitely better than Sanguinia. He doesn't have the block debuffs buff. So there is a loss there. But the turn meter fill is 25%. He's going to dominate arena for me. He's got a nice chunky heal. He's defensive base. He's even got a leech on his A1. And then Demitha. Yeah, that would be it. I'm pretty sure that would be it. I think Eurogrim, Naya. Madame Saris is okay. She'd be okay. I wouldn't mind a Madame Saris. Skimfos is okay. I do think Eurogrim maybe should be a little bit higher in the list. Because he'd be great. He'd be great. Wow. 77% of people are telling me to pull the shards today. Son, what do you think? Should we pull the shard? Should we make a video out of it? You want to make a little video? Should I pull my void shards on the HH challenge account here?
Ooh, there's no events coming up very soon?
There could be a 2x void shard event this weekend.
Yeah. I mean, smart man would say, wait to see what happens this weekend. A man who listens to his chat would say, let's go.
So here's the argument for, right? The argument against is pretty simple. The argument against is that there could be a 2x void shard event in 5 days. But since we don't know that, it could also be 19 days away, right? So there's that. Normally, I would save for the 2x in the hopes that I could get a good void epic. But if I pull them today, they would give me 960 points here on the Summon Rush event. That would get me to 1380, which would be right around these 75 gems. And then I could pull for these Blade Master points with my mystery shards. So it would get me 150 Blade Master points, 200 energy, and 75 gems in addition to whatever champions I pull. And then, especially if the event doesn't happen this Friday, I'm in a very good place. Now, if the event does happen this Friday, by the way, there's no double dip. At least there's not right now. They may do a progressive event or something like that. So,
yeah, that's true.
Good point. I cannot use a Lego if I pull a Lego.
I mean, I think it's what you told me before, right? It's not about your increased chance to pull a legendary. It's about your increased chance to pull an epic.
Pull epics. Yeah, so I'd be doubling my chance to get an epic. So if I pulled 8 today, the expected return would be 1 epic. If I used these 8 shards and didn't get any more shards on it 2x, the expected return would be 2 epic. And that just gives you, it's not that 2 epics are more valuable than 1, it's that 2 epics give you 2 shots at getting 1 good epic champion. There is something here that Jake says, if you want a cold heart, you're better pulling outside of a 2x, which is actually true, because during a 2x you get more epics and fewer rares.
Yeah. Very true.
Yeah, my feeling is like I'm close to this. I'm really close to this this archer, and that 200 energy and 75 gems, which is basically going to be another 250 energy. That's 450 energy. That feels like a guarantee. And then the 150 points on the Rathalos Soul, like with the rest of the stuff that we're doing, also feels like almost a guarantee on the 4-star Rathalos Soul. So if you're not talking about the shards,
I would say do it.
Yeah, doesn't it feel like a lock on our 2? We're gonna have 2 legendaries, and we lock in the value there. It feels like I should pull.
Yeah, doesn't feel like a bad decision. Rather, I should say there are definitely worse decisions.
It hurts.
The
idea of pulling for this kind of hurts. Because I don't like pulling void shards outside of a 2x event. And the fact of the matter is the void shard event may be 5 days away.
This is the price you must be willing to pay.
And Sauce here is making a good point. This is a guarantee. This is guaranteed value over a gamble. We know exactly what we're getting. So we should do. I think we should do a video.
All right.
I think we should do a video. Now here's
Just
the
make
issue.
sure you record it locally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the 150 points get me? So in the event, right, for the Blade Master Titan event, 150 points will get me almost to my 3-star soul. I'll just need 20 more points for the 3-star soul, and I might be able to get those. Let's see. Would there be another? Is there another tournament going on? So the Dragon Turn Attack is going on right now. So right this is going to get me. So that would get me the 3-star soul. Champion Training Tournament, I'm not getting any more points from. And Classic Arena Takedown, I'm not getting any more points from. So I would have to do. I'm going to do the Dragon Turn Attack, and that's going to have to get me the points. But so it's just 150 more points. Now I need to get to 1,000 points. And this event has 300 points. So I'd be giving away 300 points. Plus, I already gave away points during one of the previous events. I forget which one. I would have to look back at the schedule. Let me see. I can look at the schedule here. So we started with the Fire Knight. I did the Fire Knight and the Spider Turn Attack. I did the Dungeon Divers. I got the points from there, but Dungeon Divers I think was 200 points, right? And I think I got the first 100 points. I didn't get the last 100 points. So I gave away 100 points from the Dungeon Divers. The Artifact Enhancement event, I think I got all of that. Tag Arena, that wasn't points. So this would potentially, I mean, it's resources, but it's not energy resources. All right. I gotta charge my headphones for a sec. We're gonna lose sun for a couple of minutes. But my earbuds are yelling at me. We just had the reset. I think we do this. I think we pull. Yeah, I think we pull. I didn't expect to do that. I really didn't. I'm not like dying to pull shards. I've been very happily saving shards. But in looking at these rewards, this will let me go and get it with mystery shards. Which is, could be a lot of mystery shards. But I think it's going to be worth it. So now the other thing that allows me to do is use my mystery shards as a way to get points, right? So now I can use the mystery shards just like as food. And just pull all of them. Tonk says, I would for sure pull, but I'm a noob. You're not a noob, Tonk. I don't believe you for a second. All right, so let's clear out some of these. Let's just clear out our inventory of champions right now. Noob enough. We're all noobs. We have any level 40s? We don't. Not unless I want to consume one. There's no saving in this. You only have 90 days. Go YOLO. Yeah, 90-day account YOLO all day, every day. Colred, free to play 2024. Way to weigh the rewards. Yeah, I mean, it's only 5 days away. That's the thing. Like, if I got to the, so here's the thing. If I got to Friday and found out it was a Sacred Shard event and had to wait 2 more weeks, right? Then at that point, we're within the 30-day limit. Like I'd have like 25 days left in the even less. I'd have like, like 22 days left in the whole thing. So this way, if I get value now, I'll know it, and I still have an opportunity to invest in it. So if I pull a Cold Heart, or a Selenia, or a Runekeeper Dazdirk, or a Genbo, or something, I can build them and get value out of them for 30 days or so. Plus, this will secure me Rathalos and it'll secure me Archer, I think. Yeah, Terry, I feel you. The downside is potentially a missed opportunity on voids. But here's the thing. If I miss on all of the voids and I don't get anything usable at all, like, that's not necessarily awful for my account. I'm pulling Archer and I'm getting a 4-star Rathalos soul. So if I pull nothing, those things are still true, right? So like Archer is going to be huge for my account, and I've still got Sanguinea to build up. I've still got Mordecai to build up. I've still got Ugo to build up and Phoenix to build up. So I know those investments, and those investments are good investments. They're going to help the account. So I, like, the worst case scenario is I missed entirely and I still end up with a lot of power. So that feels good to me. All right. So we're going to do a video. I'm going to double check that I can actually do a video here. All right. You can let me know if anything. So I'm recording right now. So I'm recording locally because we don't want to pull the stream. It's just awful quality when you pull it off of YouTube. So let's make sure that it's not messing with the stream at all. You're still getting good quality there. Okay. All right. Let's do that. Okay. So what I'm going to do, son, are you there? You're silent, but you're there. Okay, I gotta get a quick drink because I haven't had a drink in like 2 hours. And then I'm gonna start recording the video. So I'll be right back. Let's do something so that you can watch something. Let's see. We can get back into Doom Tower, and we can go get those rewards from Doom Tower. Oh, we can run this. Let's see if this works. Let's just see if that works. I'm just gonna run it. You can watch. I'll be right back. Okay. Hey, we cleared Celestial Griffin. Nice. That's awesome. All right, son, are you there?
I am, if you can hear me.
Okay. All right, so we've done this before in live streams, but I'll have to be honest. Recently, it's been rough recording videos. I have not been in a flow state at all. I've been choppy and broken and awful. So we're gonna try to do this. So you guys are gonna be hanging out. I am gonna do my full thing right here and get to watch kind of behind the scenes look. We're gonna pull some shards, turn it into a video. Maybe we'll drop it tonight or tomorrow. We'll have to see. Probably tomorrow. All right, here we go. Try to do it in one shot. We'll do it live.
Do it now.
All right. Ooh. All right. Hello and welcome to Colred Plays Raid Shadow Legends. I am Colred. Thank you for joining me. So I've got a bit of an interesting video today. I have decided to do something I almost never do, and that is to pull void shards outside of a 2x void shard event. Now there's a whole bunch of reasons why. I'm actually still in my live stream right now with chat, and we have decided that this is the best use of resources. And so I want to talk you through that decision, and then we're going to pull some shards and have some fun. I hope you're ready for it. Let's get started. That wasn't awful. That wasn't awful.
Man, killed it.
Somehow, you get on a live stream and you can't overthink things. You just got to go with it. All right. It is a little choppy here. It is a little choppy. Okay. Just a quick reminder, I live stream every Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday. My next live stream will be this Tuesday at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. That is my Takeover Tuesday, where I give away free takeovers for members of my Discord community. So if you're interested in takeover content, or you want to try for a takeover yourself, come join us on Tuesday. Also, don't forget to hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and consider joining our Discord community. All right, now let's get back to the video. That was okay. Do this. Thanks so much for the support. Let's get back to the video. All right, that was better. Now let's go and look at this. All right, so here we are, and this is a very different decision for me. And normally, I don't pull voids outside of 2x void shard event at all. But you always want to make calculations about the changing conditions in the game to determine where the best value is, when to pull shards, when not to pull shards, so on and so forth. Now, here is the debate. There is a potential 2x void shard event 5 days from now on Friday. We don't know for sure whether it'll be a void shard event or it could be a sacred shard event. There's another consideration. This is on the HH challenge account, so there's only 90 days to complete the challenge here. So saving shards for a long time means you have less time to use the champions you pull from those shards. Now, there are other considerations as well. There is an event going on right now, which is the Blade Master Titan event, which you can get up to a 4-star Rathalos soul from. So we can get points for this Rathalos soul from pulling shards during this summon rush. This would be the reason why we are pulling these shards today. As you can see, there are 50 points here, there are 100 points here, and then 150 points later on. Now, I cannot get these 150 points, but I could get the first batch of 50 points and the second batch of 100 points. In addition, that would pick up 200 energy for me and 75 gems, which is basically another 200 energy or so. Now, the reason that is important is because I am going to run myself almost completely out of resources in pursuit of the champion training tournament right here. This video may go live after this champion training tournament is actually done. But if you take a look, my champion training tournament on this account was actually not very competitive. Now, there's still a chance I could lose it, but the point totals, if they decide to pop up at any point, have actually been relatively reasonable. And you can see I am currently in first place with 9,788 points, and I need 12,500 points minimum to earn myself near Gigante Archer, along with a legendary tome and some legendary Relentless gear. Now, I was waiting for somebody to make a move because I didn't really want to steal this champion away from anybody if they were playing for it, but I'm not sure anybody else is going to reach the minimum point total necessary. And so I've been playing the last couple of days just hovering, waiting to see if anybody was going to make a move. And now I've decided to go for it myself. I was going to go for the legendary tome anyway up here at 10,000 points. So we're going to try to play for this 12,500 points here. The problem is I am out of resources almost completely. All I have left basically is my daily energy that I'm getting and this 1,125 gems, which should be just enough energy to maybe squeak over the line. So those reward points from the summon rush, the reward energy and gems could actually secure me an archer, which would be a massive win because apparently we can use the archer on this account. Any legendary you earn in-game from anything other than a shard pull can be used in the HH challenge. And it would also pretty much guarantee me the 4-star Rathalos soul. Now, on top of that, like we said, pulling shards earlier, right? We're getting towards that last 30 days would give me a little bit more leeway. And I already have a plan for my current roster. So as a result, it doesn't really matter what I get from the shards. A Cold Heart would be great. There are a couple of other champions that could be helpful. But really, it's these resources that are going to help me move this count along. So if I want to catch up, because I have fallen behind, I have definitely fallen behind. If I want to catch up in this HH challenge, I think this is a bold move. It's not something I would normally do on my free-to-play account. But I hope you understand at least why I'm making this. Even if you disagree with me in terms of whether or not it's worth it, you want to think at least he's done a thorough job of considering where the value is coming from and then made a decision that makes sense to him. That's basically all you can ask of a free-to-play player or a low spender. Just make good decisions, consider your options. All right, so I think that's it. Let's go ahead and pull some shards. Someone in the chat of the live stream asked me what would be my top 3 desired champions for this account on these shards. And I do think in terms of epics, it would probably be actually Demitha or Maneater to help me in Clan Boss. That would actually be phenomenal. Also Runekeeper Dazzlerk. Everybody knows how much I love Runekeeper Dazzlerk. But maybe the biggest win might be Cold Heart. And actually pulling outside of a 2x event could help me a lot in terms of getting Cold Heart. So now the last question becomes, do I actually put Genbo in here? Who would also be phenomenal for Arena, but I don't know that I need him. Right? I have Rathalos. I don't know that I need Genbo here. So I think I'm going to leave him out, and that's going to increase my chances, hopefully, of getting Demitha or Maneater or Runekeeper Dazzler. That's it. We've got 8 polls. We're going to do them one at a time. Thank you to chat. Everybody wishing me luck. Here we go. Poll number 1. Wouldn't mind seeing purple right away. Okay, who'd we get? We got Bloodhorn. All right. I'm not too worried about it. Obviously, if we get a good champion, that'd be really nice. I'd like a Selenia. Selenia would be fantastic. Maybe a Reliquary Tender would be good. Draconis, not champions I'm really looking for here. Be a couple of other champions who could help me, maybe in Fire Knight. That would be fantastic. Ooh, ouch. Arbalester. Okay. There are also some champions who are fusion champions, which would be kind of cool. Another rare, 4th rare, Steadfast Marshal. Okay, so we do have some fusion champs here. We actually picked up 2 already, I think. Number 5. Oh, Marquise. Okay. 3 more to go. Come on, let's get something. Let's get something. It's just a shard pull video. I'm like caught up in it. I'm like, I need a hit. I need a hit. I need a hit. I don't actually. We're doing this for the guaranteed archer and for the Rathalos. Painsmith. I saw the dwarves in background, and for some reason I got excited. I thought it might be Runekeeper Dazzler. There's a bit of a lag on the stream right now. One more shot. Did we get anything? We got the Selenia. That's a hit. That's a hit for me. This is actually huge because this is another HP burn champion. She's got the HP burns on her A3. She's a rare. She's going to be much easier to build up. And she could potentially be good in some other, maybe I won't build her. I don't know that I'll build her for sure. But I like having this option with Rathalos. So this is really nice. So actually that feels pretty good. Ooh, I'm glad I got something. Let's go ahead and I just want to check the fusion. Did we pull any of the fusion champions? I don't think we did. We got fusion champions here for Broadmaw. So now we only need Huntress, but we got the other 3 champions. So I guess those were our fusion champions. Okay, so now let's go over to the events. And we can pull our Blade Master points. I'm going to leave that energy there for right now because I can't use it right away. And then let's go and get our Blade Master points. So that's some mythical charms and multi-battle attempts. And we'll be on our way to this 3-star split soul probably by the end of the Dragon tournament. We'll have that 3-star split soul. And then we're pushing for the 4-star soul right there. Oh, there's actually another void shard out there. Great. So if there is a 2x event next weekend, we'll have a void shard for it. That's awesome. Okay, so that is it. Once again, as a free-to-play player, trying to make the most out of the resources I have. Let me know in the comments below if you agree. Should I have pulled these 8 shards or should I have held them for later in the challenge? Remember, it is not just a regular free-to-play account. It is a challenge account. So consider that when you're leaving me your comment. All right, that is it. Thanks so much for hanging out. I have been Colred, and I will see you in another video soon. That was a really quick video. That was like an 8-minute video.
Hey, look at him go.
When you're pulling 8 shards, that's all you get.
Hey,
Thank
man,
you.
a minute a shard?
Thanks, Tom. I saw you say I feel cold heart coming, and I saw that out of the corner of my eye, and I was like, oh yeah, Tonk's making a call. Call the shot. And I was like, yeah. And then I saw Selenia pop, and I was like, is it? No, it's Selenia. So I'm pretty excited about Selenia. I think she's a really good champion. And if I can get a soul on her, if I can get a 1 or 2-star soul on her, or 3 stars, if I can get a 3-star soul on her, I can do some fun stuff with that champion on this account. Because she's got some really interesting solo potential. And she also activates Rathalos, so she's got an interesting like duo or trio potential, which might allow me to like farm dungeons without, and like use dungeons to farm food. Because right now I can't do that. But potentially like Melga, Rathalos, and Selenia would be a really interesting trio. A basically unkillable trio that I could then use in like Ice Golem, Dragon, to farm food as well. Farm up food. Or XP for food. She's also got that triple hit. Not too bad for Fire Knight. Maybe a better option for Fire Knight than Mordecai, right? So I could put her in place of Mordecai and have her, she can help break the shield. So pretty good. She does need books, but I have books. I have 17 books. That's going to be more points. In fact, I could end up booking her tonight if I need the points. Yeah, rare's not a bad thing. 8 rares, turn off the poker face. You know what? I didn't expect an epic. Like the expected return there is 1 epic, right? 1.24 epics, I think, or 1.28 epics. 1.28 epics. So, but honestly, I have pulled in my last 100 ancient shards. of which 90 were during a 2x event. I pulled 6 epic. And the expected return was like 15 or 16. So I'm not expecting much on this account. And we're just going to do the best with what we've got. You know, the best we can with what we've got. That's all it is. So I'm okay. I'm okay with Selenia. That feels like a win to me for this account because honestly, like my luck has been so bad. But I feel like I've got the champions I need. I've gotten, I don't have Archer. I got to complete Archer. I got to get Archer. Got to get the 4-star Rathalos Soul. Got to get my Phoenix Sanguinia built. Maybe my Selenia. And that might be my whole roster. That might take me through the end of next month. That might be all I get, you know? So if we're looking at the roster right now and thinking, okay, we're going to start pushing hard on 6 stars. Who can we get to 6-star and who do we want at 6-star? Mordecai, Sanguinia, Ugo, Phoenix, Archer, Selenia. So we'll have 9 at the end of it. You know, if we can squeeze in a 10th, it might be our Apothecary. You know, might be Apothecary, might be another champion we haven't pulled yet. Could be, for instance, like a Firegun Isbel, Mistrider Dathi, or Fellhound. But probably, you know, Selenia and Apothecary would be the other rares that I would take to 6-star. Yeah, Tonk, I did find some okay rares, but in a race, it's like they have to be really valuable or it's just not worth, you know, it's just not worth it. I mean, Painsmith is also not awful. You just really have to make every champion count, every 6-star count. Don't get sniped in my tourney bracket. That's a good point. Let's see, where are we in the tourney bracket? I mean, if I get sniped, I get sniped. There's very little I can do about it other than making sure I'm playing 9 hours from now, which would be like 2 in the morning, almost 3 in the morning. So we'll have to see. But for right now, that has to be it. I have to go have dinner with my family, hang out with my wife for a few hours before she goes to bed, and then I'll be back here playing all night to make sure that I get this Archer. I mean, I'm only, what am I? I'm less than 3,000 points away. So I could probably do that in about 4 hours. I've got some time, maybe 5 hours. But remember, I've got all that food that I've got to do. I've got all those shards that I've got to pull. And so, yeah, so that's where we're at. But thanks so much for hanging out today. It was really fun. I really enjoyed the help with the Doom Tower boss, getting through Scarab boss. That was awesome. And just people hanging out all day and talking and being cool. So that is it for me. Son, you want to pop back on screen just to wave goodbye to everybody?
Ooh, I can. It would take me a second.
Okay, you could just say goodbye from there then. So why don't you say goodbye to the good people?
Oh, everybody, have a wonderful rest of your day, your evening, your morning, your next day, your next week, your next day. Who knows when it is, but it is this day, and have a wonderful one with it.
That was a lot. That was good, man. Even throwing an accent in there. So, yeah, that was enjoyable. Thanks so much. We do hope you have a good rest of your day. Watch this space. There are things coming. There are big things coming this weekend. A lot of news will be unfolding during this week. Like I said, we may be missing a couple of videos this week. We'll still have the Takeover Tuesday live. That'll happen. But yeah, we're getting prepped for a really busy March. So we hope you come along for the ride. All right, that is it for us. Thanks so much. We will see you very soon.